things just to go over. One is an updated agenda. It's 2 pieces of paper stapled together, and it starts off with today's agenda. And as in the...
Here we go again.
I'm going to step away from that.
You want a different mic?
No, there's a way to turn it off. I just can't remember off the top of my head. So this will just be real brief. So the items in yellow are updated from the original agenda that you've seen in the past couple of days.
Good morning. I just heard some feedback coming from down there. Do you want to try that out again, Greg? Your microphone?
So yeah, the microphones in the room are picking it up, and he has his laptop on the Zoom also, so we're just...
Good shot, Tom.
And it could be if somebody has Zoom running
Yeah,
in the room at
we
the
got
same
it.
time.
Okay, I think I just turned it off. Is that better?
Test 1, 2.
Was that better, Sheriff?
Test, test, test. Okay, we're going to go with it's okay. So those are the updates on the agenda, which is in front of you. And then the other document I left you is a spreadsheet-looking document with some grayed out areas, and we'll cover this more tomorrow, or I'll cover this more later this afternoon under the capital improvement discussion. That's it.
Is there by any chance a 3-hole punch that could be put around, like, and stay organized that way?
Yes, we forgot to do that, sorry.
Can you get one?
Thanks.
All right, let's move to Justice Court. I see Judge Fadley on Zoom, so we'll turn it over to you, Judge. Wonder if they can hear us. Can you hear us on Zoom?
Hey, Chuck.
Jody, do you hear us, Jody?
Yes.
I can sign if you want me to.
You only know one sign.
Boy, you're full of it this morning.
You guys are ready to go if you're ready.
Yep.
Good morning. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir, go ahead.
All right. I'm Chuck Fadley. I'm the Justice of the Peace, and Jody Stacy, my court coordinator, is also with me, and she's the person who knows the answers to your questions. We've had a challenging year and a half, as has everybody, with COVID, and we were able to keep the court open all year. We're the only court in the state that stayed open, never closed for COVID, with pretty strict safety protocols. We're still having our court sessions. We're still requiring everyone to wear masks instead of getting into some sort of a twist about, whether you're vaccinated or not. For the first 3 or 4 months after the governor imposed restrictions in March of last year, we stopped taking small claims filings. But after 4 months, we started up our small claims program again, and that's going along as usual. We're about 100,000 down last year in our revenue due to COVID and somewhat due to the state legislation that took away the incentive, the fine payment incentive of having your license suspended if you didn't pay it. But I think really we've done very well. We have also taken on some additional duties at the request of our partners, Redmond Police and Deschutes County. We're going to be working with County Council on nuisance abatement. We've been working on, as a non-revenue matter, even though there are tickets involved, on trying to figure out the parking situation at the snow parks and out at Smith Rock. So that's where we are. We're looking better this year in terms of citations. The law enforcement just wasn't writing many tickets last year. Now they're getting closer to their previous levels, but still it's, I don't know if they'll ever get back to where they were. And also, again, we don't have our biggest collection hammer, which is the suspension risk. Well, that's my overview.
Any questions for the judge?
So Judge, this is Commissioner DeBone. So it sounds like, thank you for the efforts throughout this year. A point of pride being able to provide these services. When there's a situation, a citation, or small claims, people definitely want resolution. So thanks for your efforts. Can you share a little bit about how the operations are going in Redmond and then the Lapine Court also? Just, facilities and how that's worked pretty well?
Our headquarters is in Redmond. We're in the Redmond City Hall building. Very nice space, by the way. And we hold court in the Redmond City Council chambers. We have not been going to Sisters or Lapine. Sisters City Hall is still closed, and that's where we would hold court in Sisters. And we do have a room in Lapine in the South County building. I have greater concerns in Lapine about basically crowd control and social distancing and those sorts of things. But, the governor says she's going to lift the restrictions completely when the state gets to 70% vaccination. So when that happens, we'll be going back to Lapine.
Okay, thank you.
Judge, do you have any extra space in Redmond?
We do.
400 square feet.
Have you been in this building? It's awesome.
Oh,
You think they have about 400 square feet for a medical examiner? I'm just checking.
but we got a deal. We've got it.
Well, I'd save $6,000. It's not chump change,
So let me get this straight. You want to be wheeling corpses?
No, just
No,
masks and
no.
supplies.
Keep them in the parking lot.
Desk.
I think the Justice Court pretty well fills up the space that we lease from the city of Redmond there. The rest of it is.
It's
we
a
are-
business office they were talking about.
We are going to follow up with Mayor Endicott, though, to see if there's. So if I could, I appreciate Judge Fadley and Jody's work on the budget. We've had a lot of discussions over the years about the Justice Court. At one point, we had gotten to self-sufficiency with the revenue that the Justice Court enjoys, but the pandemic kind of threw us backwards a little bit. But we've heard loud and clear from the Budget Committee over the years the value that you all in the community places on having a Justice Court, both in Redmond, Sisters, and Lapine over the years. So we understand that the subsidy that is provided to keep the operation afloat in the form of general fund dollars is a sound investment. So we had no qualms whatsoever about providing the general fund transfer in that's necessary to balance the budget. As many of you see the report that Jody sends out every month on their citation volume and civil filings, which is a wonderful report to kind of see how they're doing each month. And I'm pleased to see things are maybe trending upward a little bit in citations. But as the judge said, they got also thrown a loop by the legislature in not being able to hold license suspension as a means for people to actually pay the tickets that they get. So, we'll continue to, I know Judge will work through that as best as he can, and as the financial support for the county, we'll keep doing what we can to maintain a sound operation that it certainly is now. But appreciate all the work on the budget. As you see on the expense side, it's very, very tight with no additional expenses next year.
I just had one last question for the judge. We haven't, in the past, if I remember, received much activity from the state police Sighting in the Justice Court, are you seeing any state police tickets come through, or are they still sending everybody to Bend?
Pretty much everybody to Bend. It's the same number. You know, we might see, I don't know, Jody, what do we see? Maybe 10 a year?
That's real sad.
Yeah, about 2 a month, maybe. Yeah.
They send 'em-
Yeah, there seems to be one trooper out there that doesn't really. Yeah, I think he's one of those guys who doesn't want to be any place except in a patrol car. He doesn't want to be behind a desk, and he doesn't really care what he's told. That's it.
We need more of those. Send them to the Justice Court.
I would like to give a shout out to my staff, especially my court administrator. In the most challenging year we have had, this last budget year, the year that ends this month, she has been able to not just meet our revenue, healthy revenue estimates. We're not. I didn't think the number was realistic when we first set it. She's not only met that, but she's got us exceeding it this year. So that's really a compliment to her work.
Yeah, thank you very much.
I have a question that might relate to Mike's, or it may not. I'm curious, for the Justice Court, are people summoned to the Justice Court who are out of towners? I mean, or is it, if you get a citation that lands you at Justice Court, are you typically a local person?
Well, typically you are, but we are, a tourist community. So if you're speeding, you're speeding. And out of town or out of county people will be cited to the Justice Court location that where the kind of the region where the ticket occurred. So if you're speeding through Lapine, when we have court in Lapine, Commissioner Chang, we historically we have our headquarters has always been in Redmond, but we have always had satellite court once a month for sisters, once every other month in the town of Lapine and in the town of Sisters. I apologize for my phone going off. So that, and at 5 o'clock, so that people, like, if you don't have a driver's license or you don't want to miss work, it's more convenient for those people. Now, the answer to your question, though, is if you're cited and you have a Lapine address, my understanding is the policy of the law enforcement agencies, or at least for the sheriff's office, is to, even if you were cited for speeding in Sisters, they would send you to Lapine Court. It's not always the case, but that's what I'm told the policy is. But if you're from out of county, you're just going to be cited to the court that is clear, that is the court location that is nearest to where you got your ticket.
Unless you're state police site. So they'll pinch somebody cited in front of Black Butte who lives in Black Butte, and they'll make them go all the way to Bend to beef their ticket and not be able to go to Sisters.
Yeah, the reason I was asking was I was trying to get a sense of how appropriate it would be to use transient room tax dollars for the transfer in, as opposed to currently we're using general fund dollars. Is that correct? I mean, and so if a substantial volume of the cases you're seeing are tourists, or at least if they don't show up to contest, if you're processing their ticket, then it seems to me that's a good connection. That tourism generates us transient room tax dollars, and if there's tourism impacts on public safety, then we want to be able to, I think it would be appropriate to address those through transient room tax dollars.
That's certainly possible, Commissioner. That's a policy choice of the.
$200,000 worth of transits.
Judge Fadley, do you have a estimate for us of 10% of the volume is out-of-town people or, some other number?
Jody, do you have any feeling for that?
25 to 30%.
Oh, boy.
That's the same way with the court cases, too. That's why we need really 3 judges, is because of the 4.5 million tourists that are here.
Right.
Yeah. It really, it's huge, isn't it?
Their total budget's 700,000, you get 30%, that just takes care of this 200,000 transfer.
There you go.
Oh, boy.
You solved the problem, Phil.
Well, and that number does
Throwing
go,
down our transient room tax.
it has gone up and down drastically over the years. We see 30,000 subsidy, 0 subsidy, 100,000, and now 200,000. So, I mean, it definitely goes up and down.
And maybe as COVID plays itself out, the gap will close a little bit more, but.
It's not going to really close because we've got that problem with the legislature doing that about the driver's licenses. So they've lost, as he said, they lost their hammer. So we're going to expect to have.
Well, and I support that policy choice, as transient room tax dollars instead of general fund.
We'll bring that back as a
Yeah,
decision for tomorrow, that either dollar spends the same if you're in the justice court, so I don't know that it matters
Where the money comes
to
from.
them, but, yeah, so we'll make that final decision tomorrow.
Thanks.
One last note, thank you very much for the effort of the scanning project. I think that's in the past now, but really just getting the paperwork all, scanned, historical records. Really, I'm sure it helps on space there, but we see that around the county a little bit. Sometimes there's just archives of records that need to be, saved in some fashion, and it can sure be a lot nicer if it's digitized. So thank you for that effort also.
All right, any other questions for the judge or Jody? If not, we thank you folks for being here this morning.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Just for a little background, Phil. They cannot hold court in Bend. You cannot have a justice court in a city which has a circuit court.
Or a municipal court.
Or a municipal court. So they can't. We even got to the point, this is years ago, of just incorporated an area out by the jail so we can have our justice court in the public safety campus and just take it out of the city. And they would have supported that. Wow. Maybe.
We have, is Sarah online with us?
Chuck's been our only justice of the peace since we reinstituted the justice court 25 years ago.
So one note for the commissioners, at 4 o'clock today, there was a request by the governor's office for the chairs of District 2 to get together. So I don't know if it's an announcement or whatever it is, so.
We're
I'll
going to be done
stepping
today
out.
at 4. Did you hear?
Yeah.
Oh, that's fine, yeah, so
We're
it's 4
working
o'clock.
through lunch.
It was just a calendar announcement I acknowledged, so I'm just letting you know, so I'll see if there's information
Bruce, the
coming.
pressure is really on.
Well, I guess, yeah.
4 o'clock's the goal today?
We'll make all the decisions about IT and foreclosed land sales with whoever's left.
There you go.
I don't see Sarah anywhere, so I'm texting her.
Well, she's got 15 minutes on her.
Maybe I'm in the building.
Yeah, it's really too bad with the state police. And the reason is, at least I've heard, if they cite in the justice court, they don't take into consideration the convenience of the citizens. They're looking strictly at the money, because if they cite in the justice court keeps half the fine, and the state gets half the fine. Now, if they cite in the circuit court, the state keeps all the fine. And so, it's really sad when you pinch somebody like in Lapine, and they gotta come all the way up here in January if they want a beef ticket, and they can't do it down there. And likewise with sisters or even, and the majority of the sheriff's tickets are away from Bend. And so it's convenient for the citizen to be able to go down to the Lapine Court, but the state really doesn't give a shit about the convenience of the citizen. They're just strictly looking at the money.
One of my neighbors is a state police officer.
That's all right.
He's in my phone, and I wonder if I should talk to him about it and see what he says for his
Well,
side
I
of the
would.
story.
Yeah, and I think it's probably not the trooper's decision. I
Right.
think it's coming from Salem. We want the money, and here's our policy.
Right.
Decide in the circuit court. And the deal is, the circuit courts are complaining about the workload. Judge Fadley can handle it.
Wonder if your neighbor is the one that the judge isn't particularly happy with.
Well, do I find that out first?
Welcome to the Budget Committee.
Hi, Sarah. Where you been? We've been waiting for you for an hour.
It's been 4 minutes, yeah.
Yeah, I don't think it's the local troopers. I think it's a.
I'll call Lowell and find
No,
out.
just ask him. Nope. No,
He was so
that's a pretty-
sweet. When I
that's a
first
pretty
moved in, he
political
left
operation.
he left his business card in our mailbox when we first moved in, years ago.
How come you guys, if I get a ticket outside Sisters, how come I can't? Is that me? Justice Court. I gotta go all the way to Dan Bend.
That was a good picture, Tony, that you posted.
Well, thank you, yeah, just having some fun with it.
And it actually looked like most of us were working in that picture.
Yeah, we're all focused.
It's the same.
Dan tried to back out of the photo when Whitney was taking it.
They don't get
Just
that,
standing there, yeah.
even though it says the call.
We got you.
Will not be dispatched by anybody but the dispatch. Crazy.
Thank you.
So if you're in Ontario, you're getting dispatched by town or Salem.
All
Oh,
right,
boy.
this, next up is Deschutes County 911 Service District. We'll open that public meeting. I'll turn it over to Sarah Crosswood.
Good morning. It's nice to see everybody without masks, so it's
Person,
nice
yeah.
faces. I'm excited about that. Oh, what are you doing? I'm a loud talker. People don't want to blast them. I'll introduce my partners here. I've got Chris Perry. He's our operations manager, and then Jonathan Spring, who's our newly promoted systems manager. So he's handling the systems and the radio side of the house. On Zoom, we have Kim Morse, or she's going to be joining us. She wanted you to text her when she was on, when we were on. And then our training manager is on vacation today, so I didn't make her cancel her vacation to join me. Good morning. So our first slide, we have our agenda, but then we have our mission and vision. I share that every year because I think that's just an important piece of who we are and what we're doing. But I did add a new special picture that I wanted to touch on for a brief minute. This is one of our dispatchers. She's been with the agency for over 20 years, and she is hugging Cliff, and Barb's back behind. This was a save for CPR. Teresa took the 911 call, and she guided Barb through CPR instructions until Ben PD and Ben Fire were there to help him. He was shocked multiple times, survived, and then came back to meet us. We were able to give an award to Barb for the great work she did, and a life-saving award for helping save his life. It was really neat to see it. He came and told us the whole story and shared with us. It was really special, and Teresa enjoyed getting to meet them in person and have that experience. It's not very often in your career when you get to meet the person that you save on the other end of the line or the people that you talk to, so that was a special moment. Our organizational chart looks the same as last year, except just John's been added, just changed some names and some colors. And I want you guys to notice the theme as well. It's a wood theme in the background because this is our year of construction. So I've got kind of a theme going as we move forward.
Faded, no, excuse me.
I'm prepping you guys here. And here's our call stats. As you can see, they've increased just a little bit. I asked Chris yesterday to just give me the numbers for January through June 2nd on our 911, and we're at about 30,664. So we still have 7 months left of the year, so we'll kind of see where we're at. It's not trending that we're going to go higher, but now that we're starting to get people back in town, I think we're going to see a pretty significant increase. The beginning of the year was a little bit slower, I think, due to COVID and not as many people traveling, and I think we're going to see that jump up. So it'll be an interesting summer. I know last night we had a couple with our thunderstorm. We had a few lightning strikes and a couple calls come in. So unfortunately, I'm hoping that this isn't going to be our year, but there's some potential there. And so it's a little bit scary. So our personnel, we are at 60 FTE. We're not adding any more. Last year, if you remember, we did drop down to 59, and we went back up to 60, and we added a 5th operations supervisor. What we did for that is we needed an extra, to help cover our vacations, to help with the CAD administration on the dispatch floor. We just did a big upgrade, which we'll talk about a little further in the presentation, but the upgrade took a lot of time, a lot of staff time, and we need a supervisor that can get in that role, that can test it, put it together, and then get it ready for going out on the dispatch floor. And we have the person that will be able to do that in-house, and then we'll promote up another operations staff into the 4th supervisor position. This 5th supervisor will also cover vacations, and so that we aren't running short on supervisory staff when we do have somebody gone. For our dispatcher recruiting, we are still down 5 positions, but we have 3 right now in backgrounds, so then we would be down 2 only. So we are getting a little creative. We have Megan working with HR right now on what we can do to kind of reach out. I don't want to say steal from other agencies, but look at other PSAPs and maybe try to get some of the laterals from other departments and see if we can get them in the door a little bit quicker with that knowledge and training. So we're doing that on the down low, though.
In a public meeting.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So for COVID, we ended up doing some modifications to our backup center. You can see the pictures of our backup center. Our backup center is about 600 square feet. It's at the East Fire Station, 304 for Bend Fire. So we are in a closet there. And so it's a little bit tight. That's why you'll see later on in the presentation some discussion about that. Ideally, this backup center would be something that if we needed to move for 30 days, we could. This would be a challenge right now. We would make it work because we can do that, but it doesn't have water or bathroom facilities, so we have to go through secure doors into the fire department to do that. So it would be a tight fit. Right now, on our current dispatch floor, our daily staff number is about 10, and we can house 5 radios in there. So we would be a little bit running short there, and we'd have to put people at different locations. And we are still currently, people have asked, and I know it's kind of a question that people have been curious about, we're still asking the COVID questions for medical calls and for some of the law enforcement calls. What we're trying to do is keep our responders as safe as possible. So when people call in, we're asking them, have you had any symptoms? Has anybody around you been, experiencing COVID? Because we're just trying to keep them safe when they get there. And a lot of people say, well, they should always have PPE. But, sometimes it's just good to have that heads up if someone is feeling ill and it's unexpected. Maybe it's a car call that you're going to. You still want to know if that other person that you're going to be speaking to is infected with COVID. So it's just a little bit extra measure to make sure our responders are safe.
Sarah, with the backup center, is there like some criteria where, obviously, it's to be ready in case your current center goes down? Do you have to be physically away from, let's say, the public safety campus? Or you want to be, what are the...
Yeah, so it has, I forget what the actual distance is, but the intent is that if something was happening within that campus, that we can be far enough away that we wouldn't be impacted. So, for example, if we were looking at doing another center, ideally we would be in Redmond, so that we aren't, we could basically split. So if we had to, right now, we have probably about 50% of our staff actually live in Redmond area. So if something happened between Bend or Redmond or something significant, we could actually split the staff in half and could respond to the center in Redmond. And so just jurisdictionally thinking, it'd be good to have them in different towns and not super close to one another.
Instead of like getting some leftover garage or something, when they build a new fire station in Redmond or if we build something in Redmond, would it be ideal then to incorporate your needs for a backup center at that time?
Absolutely.
Michael, the buildings we're buying in Redmond, there's actually 1,400 square feet upstairs in one of the medical offices. It's not really fabulous. There's no elevator to it, but hopefully your team could walk up the stairs.
Well, that'd be great. That's only.
Yeah, it's in our plan for.
I didn't know that. You guys are way ahead of me.
Yeah.
Plus, as we move people out of some of the other buildings we have in Redmond, there'd be opportunities.
Okay, so you guys are way out there on the radar. Thanks. Sorry.
And so for our fiscal year 22 funding, we're keeping our levy rate for 6th year in a row, so we're proud of that. When, if you flip to the next page, we did the 5-year levy rate projections. Greg helped me with that. We will not need to do an increase until fiscal year 2025, and that's just looking at numbers current today. So if those change, we can continue to push that out, and that's always the goal, is to not have to touch that levy rate if at all possible. Okay, now here's the fun stuff. Our capital reserve plan. So for our 710 capital reserve plan, last year we didn't do a lot of stuff. With COVID, we didn't have a lot of stuff moving around. We weren't looking at projects. We were in the process of hiring the new engineer, CDX Wireless, so that we could look at our long-term radio enhancement plan. So that was kind of our focus for the year. The state of Oregon and the Harris Radio Project, which was an upgrade to our system, was not moving along at that point in time. We were waiting for the state to go ahead and start that process. So currently that is in process right now. It's going to be finished in probably the fall of this year. And so that is showing as a carryover. We also have our radio enhancement project that we're carrying over. So that was $900,000 from last year. And then down below, we have our long-term radio enhancement plan, and you'll see we are going to be adding, our goal is to add 3 new radio sites in fiscal year 22. That's with hope that everything goes smoothly. We're looking at some existing sites, so there's already towers there, there's already infrastructure there, so that we, it will hopefully go a little bit smoother than Overturf. Overturf was a little bit longer, I think, than normal. And then we also are going to look at doing an interior office remodel. So COVID kind of pointed out and highlighted some spots where we could fix the internal areas, where we could separate some of our staff. We have some large places where we had a lot of staff in kind of tight together. So I'm looking at making one space, which is currently 2 offices, into 6. And it's big enough for the staff to have some space where they're not sitting on top of each other, and also so they're not within each other's breathing area at this point in time. And then we're also looking at a garage bay loft. So we have a large garage at the back of our facility right now, and if we can add a loft up above, we can actually pull the patrol cars in for our radio PMs. Right now, the guys are doing it in our front cul-de-sac. Once we have the Veterans Village there, we won't be able to be blocking that with a bunch of patrol cars. And it gets kind of cold, I think, for our staff to be out there working on the radios on the patrol cars. So once we get the loft done, we'll be able to pull the cars in and do the maintaining there. So that'll be a lot better for both the responder that's coming for the update as well as our staff. So this is kind of what you were mentioning. So the future 911 backup center, we're going to start setting money aside for that. So the goal is hopefully within the next few years, we'll be able to look at an option and get something built so we can, we have a couple options right now. The RSTCC project that's been working, we've been following that closely.
What is that?
That is, oh man, it's the Regional Emergency Training Center, but there's an S in there.
Coordination Center, CC, yeah.
Okay, Coordination Center. And so that's a multi-agency thing that they're looking at. And so if everybody does it, they were talking about potentially doing a backup center there for 911. Unfortunately, I'm just not sure on the time frame.
Is that multi-million-dollar hose dragger drain?
Yeah.
Yes, $99 million,
Yeah.
to be exact.
So that's why we've talked, we spoke with the county, yeah, so we spoke with the county and looked at alternatives, which I think would be a lot quicker for us, and get something built or remodeled sooner, which would be a benefit.
Don't hold your breath and have it.
And then we put the 250 away for the future center technology. You know, when I sat here, I think it was a few years ago, I probably said I never wanted to do another radio tower. I never wanted to do another upgrade. I was, for my retirement, in 8 years is what I was thinking. And, I'm looking at all this stuff and everything has an upgrade because it's not like it used to be. We used to be able, when I started, we had a radio system that you never had to touch. It was it was there, right. And now it's, you need to do this upgrade. You need to do this with the server. And so putting the money aside is going to be important for the future because it seems like every time I turn a corner, kind of like with my phone, every time I look at it, it's got an upgrade that I have to do, or it's going to force it. And I think that's kind of the same thing that we're experiencing with the radios, with the phones. In CAD, that's another one that we've had to do, so it's interesting.
Well, 'cause it's exciting to be able to have some of these long-term
Absolutely.
investment, dollars to put away and kind of categorize today for future investments.
Yeah, it's very exciting. So you can see on the next page, we have our future capital reserve plan. So this has been kind of a fun project this year. You can see that I've planned it out through fiscal year 2025. All these monies here, we have available if something happened, let's say things took a turn for the worse with taxes and with the economy. We would be able to still fund projects if needed because we have the funds there to do it. So this wouldn't have to stall. We could still do the radio enhancement project. We could still work on our backup center. We could still do our server equipment, which is a big project, our 911 phone replacement, which will be required. So that's kind of the nice thing, is that all this stuff we have labeled out here, we will be able to fund if needed to, and still have money for our contingency. So our accomplishments this year, we just finished May 12th, a large CAD software upgrade. This took it down, how many hours were we down, John?
2 total.
2 total hours, so our dispatchers worked off cards. That was a fun experience for them. They get to do every once in a while, and you'll see somebody running with a card to the other dispatcher, and they'll dispatch off the cards. They did great. It was success, so we got a few upgrades to what we hadn't had, and so the dispatchers are excited to see that. Our ODOT wireless and Harris P25 upgrade project is in progress. The state has been great to work with. They originally were looking at it, I think it's 10.4 was the original upgrade, but 10.7 was available, 10A.7. And so we spoke with them this week, and the state has agreed with Harris and us, and we're all going to go to the 10A.7 upgrade. So that's the most recent upgrade, which is great for us. Originally, we were looking at the 10A.4 upgrade, and knowing that we were going to then have to do the 7 later down the road. So we're going to the 7. Other agencies have done it, and it's been working great for them. So that's exciting for us to know that we don't have to turn around in 2 years and come back and say, hey, you guys, we need to do another upgrade. Since January of 2021, we have had a total of 847 of our medical and fire calls randomly reviewed. This is our queue system that we do, so we'll have somebody come in, pull our calls, listen to them. We've had 96% of them are compliant or highly compliant. This is great. They're adhering to protocol. They're doing a great job taking care of the patients. A couple years ago, we had talked about the queue program that they have set up. It's an accreditation. They canceled, because of COVID, they canceled the conference, so me and Megan were never able to go and kind of research it a little bit more. So we're going to be going in July to NA Navigator in Vegas and kind of seeing a little bit more about what the program is. We're doing it now, and so I'm a little bit hesitant based on, I want to figure out the cost and stuff, because our dispatchers know they're doing phenomenal and they're following it, they're compliant. So I'm just, at this point, I'm kind of waiting to see what the system has to offer when we go there. And then another thing we accomplished was our long-term radio plan. So right now we have CDX, our engineers, working with us on this plan. We're moving forward July 1st. And we also have our civil engineers as well that are going to be doing site walks here soon and looking at the sites that they've recommended. And then we created our long-term 710 capital plan for projects. This is my fun one here. This is the slide for you guys all to see pictures.
How's Tony getting into these pictures all the time?
A little bit of extra outreach. Well, Telecommunicators Week, and it was a great opportunity. So this is Bend City Councilor Megan Perkins also with us, and she was really excited to be able to see the facility, understand the floor, meet some of the staff. Not all the residents understand what goes on there. It's a 24-hour facility, a lot of great people working there. So it's just an opportunity to bring the city councilor through. And celebrate Telecommunicators Week.
The dispatchers ate very well that week, let's say it that way. They had a lot of food and snacks delivered, and they were very thankful for the outreach. So our goals and projects, so our implementation of the schedule for the future radio system enhancement starting in July. Continue to successfully hire and train our new employees to our full FTE allowance, so we'll be almost there. We got 2 more. And then our interior office and garage bay remodel. And this may not look like much, but not in there is our 3 sites that we're going to be working on. So I feel like we're going to have our plates a little full this year, so it'll be a lot of fun.
Well, and then you have that whole 911 thing going on.
Yeah, well, that too.
Yeah.
So, any questions?
Do you have any major problems with staff turnover as far as vacancy rates or losing them?
It's a little bit hit and miss. It's funny that you mentioned that. Right now, it's been really challenging for hiring. I think that's the case for a lot of people. So a couple years back, we lost 7 in 7 months, and it was all to other jobs. And so it looks, right now, we've had somebody reach out and say that they're looking at potentially moving to another 911 center because some family changes are possibly forcing the move. We've had another one come and say they want to move into law enforcement, and so they have an application with the county. So, we're looking at stuff, there's things like that. And, when somebody comes to you and says, hey, it's my dream to be an officer, what can you say?
Yeah.
Good luck. I totally support you. So
You're temporary.
little things like that, but nothing, I'm miserable, I want to leave. It's usually
But it's
that they have
manageable.
another goal or some other options that popped up or reasons they've had to leave, so, yeah.
Are housing costs a challenge with hiring?
I was thinking about that last night, and when we were looking to steal some collateral, let's be honest, from other agencies, I think that is gonna be the challenge. I think getting somebody over here to looking at this house market right now is gonna be really tough, because a lot of people, either if they're renting where they aren't gonna be able to move here and potentially find a rental, and for the cost to find a rental, I think is gonna be really, really hard. And or if they're selling, even to try to, depending on where they live currently and what they're selling, to try to get into a home here is gonna be tough. I've known people that have made like 5 cash offers on homes and been outbid every time, and like within a week. And so I think that is gonna be a challenge, and people may not wanna move because of that, or change locations because of
Half your staff lives in Redmond.
that. Yeah, and there's a reason.
Even Redmond's getting challenged.
And because it's the banana belt.
Oh, yes,
the
there's
hail last
bananas
night.
down there for sure. That is such a joke.
So for the P25 radio system, I think of it as a great opportunity to be a partner with the state, and I think of the kind of the dual home servers that we have the backup there. So is that true today, that the fact that, there's a huge, deferred cost by being a partner, having the state manage the main switches or whatever you call the.
Absolutely. And, the partnership, we had a great call on Monday with them, or Tuesday with them, and you leave it feeling like you made the right decision by having the partnership that we've had. It was a really successful call. It was related to our long-term enhancement plan and things that they're really supportive of, and so that is great to hear. I think we absolutely have made the right decision. I think there is cost savings in what we've been doing, and I'm hoping we can continue with the partnership.
I remember there was a notification of, system, kind of automatic cutover that didn't go as smooth as possible a year and a half ago. But that's a partnership with a whole nother, state agency that has a lot of resources there. So now that's basically hopefully worked out, that when the system needs to cut over from one home to another, it's all there. And if we didn't have the state doing that, we'd be doing that too,
Yeah,
maybe
and
with.
communication's much better now.
Yeah, okay.
Can you, since the state maintains their own separate dispatch system, can they be your backup?
So the thing is they don't do the medical portion.
Okay.
So they just do the
Police?
the police. So we have, when it was years ago.
And they dispatch out of Salem, right?
Yep. Salem and Medford.
Okay.
So we did utilize them years ago. It was a really bad snowstorm. I remember Sheriff Blanton showed up and was stomping around the center, and we laughed about it because we ended up transferring some calls to OSP to get help, and they did a great job, but it was a challenge because of that medical piece that they couldn't help out with. And so we do have the ability to flip our phones to Central Lane in Eugene. And we're looking at a CAD to CAD option with Metcom, just because they have our same CAD system, our Tyler CAD system. And I was talking to the director the other day, and he laughed and he said, well, we don't have as many staff, so you guys might have to drive really fast to get here and help. but we will do what we can. And so we do have a couple options in the state, which is
Okay,
nice.
thank you. Wonderful presentation, great budget. Wish they were all this easy.
I know. So glad you're at the helm, Sarah. Thank you for your leadership.
So one of the we do have monthly meetings, the user boards, remember that is the chiefs and the sheriff and the police agencies all at the table, Blackview Ranch, Sun River. And I'm attending those, and I think you may have dialed in or at least met some of those in the past, so we could rotate that board assignment in the future. But great culture of that group monthly right now, too. There's a lot of support for what's going on across all of public safety and a great forum for discussing any issues that need to come up, too. So I think we're in a good spot.
Good.
Yeah.
Just to build on what Tony just said, one of the things that I'm required to do is Sarah's supervisor under the operating agreement is to reach out to all of the police and fire chiefs plus the sheriff's office each year to get feedback on how the director is doing. And I did that this year. It was just a month or two ago. And, obviously they had wonderful things to say about Sarah, but just, I don't want to give her too big a head here, but they had, just great things to say about the agency also. And, I mean, that's a confidential forum, so if there were any issues or any things bubbling up that were on their minds, I certainly would have heard that, and I didn't from anyone. In fact, it was all very complimentary. So, Sarah's done a great job of maintaining that relationship with each of the public safety agencies that rely on 911 to do what they do. And it's, we're in a real good spot, I think, with Sarah's leadership and holding up our end of the partnership with public safety to allow them to do what they need to do.
And my great team. I can't do it without my team here, so.
Definitely your team. And the one thing I've noticed is that the last couple of years, I've always heard good things about the state 911. I think it must be the one system that I hear good things about, how unemployment is. People couldn't get, their benefits for months and weeks and, forever, it seemed like. But 911 seems to have, I don't know, have they had leadership for a long time? I mean, the consistent leadership, it really seems to come through that they know what they're doing.
You said state 911?
Yeah, I know. That's what, the state system seems like.
State?
What?
There are 911. State has.
No, but I'm saying that what you get from the state seems to be, they seem to do a good job. Whereas I see different departments in the state, I mean, the calls for the reporting child abuse and elder abuse, it's still, those calls are in 39 minutes. They were 41 minutes long. I mean, and they've had that since November of 18. So that system I know is not working, but whatever you're dealing with, it seems like, thank goodness, it's positive. No, I mean, they're coming for the state. They seem to have consistent leadership.
I'm forgetting the details of
What?
that. There's a new federal.
Yeah, that's what I meant.
Or there's a new
Yeah.
federal channel for.
I know it's not, but still, we're working with
So I
them,
heard
and
that went
it seems like
to, I think,
they
Ways
don't
and Means.
screw
I
up
think I
like the
just
rest
heard
of the
that
state
within the last couple days, and I know they were doing some verbiage
Well, no,
change
we
on
would
that.
know it,
I haven't
'cause
seen
they did
what
have a
that
couple
is.
little boo-boos.
I'm not sure quite how that'll affect us yet. I mean, I love that we have another
Well, yeah, those are
alternative for people to call, though. I think that's gonna
Just
be
the
really
overall.
helpful. I don't know if it's something we would actually direct people to, if people call it,
the only one I
on their own. We're still working with Deschutes County Behavioral Health, and that's one of our performance measures this year on the policy that we've developed for when we can transfer people to a counselor. So we're just working out the details there, because, our priority is making sure that there's somebody there at the other end of that line when that call is transferred. And I know Holly's working on getting staffing, and that's important to us. We don't want anybody to, they're already calling in crisis, so we don't want them to feel like we're dropping them off. So it's going to be really important that there's somebody there to take that call. Otherwise, that's why we'll have somebody either make contact, an officer via phone or in person, just so we make sure that that gap is closed. So we're still working through the details of that, and we have Holly and all the law enforcement agencies involved, and it seems to be going really well. So we're hoping to keep moving forward on that project.
I mean, it sounded like it was a federal mandate
Yes.
that was
Yes.
passed down without much consideration for what kind of infrastructure is already in place to deal with crises.
Right, and I know Janice has been working on that as well. She had some concerns.
So, yeah, hopefully the state can make it so that it integrates well with.
That would be nice.
With local capacity.
Yeah.
I would love to make the motion to approving Deschutes County 911 Service District operating budget of $19,125,205 and set the tax rate at 0.3618 per 1,000 of assessed valuation fund 705.
Second.
We have a motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion is approved.
And then I'd also like to make the motion, approve Deschutes County 911 Service District Equipment Reserve Budget of $8,957,988 for Fund 710.
Second.
Motion and a second. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion is approved. Are there any other questions or comments?
Just want to thank you guys. We're so lucky.
Thank you for your service. This meeting is closed.
Thank you. I did want to say publicly, Tom, you have been the best boss I've ever had. So I am super sad to see you go, and I can't wait to continue to text you when you're retired.
If you can get the number someday.
Yeah, the number
If
has
you change, I'm
changed,
going to be in
yeah.
trouble.
Some phone numbers are going to be terminated after retirement.
We'll see how it goes.
Okay, we'll take a few minutes break. If the sheriff comes early, we can go ahead, so keep an eye out.
Well, running way ahead.
Guys,
Thanks a lot. Thank you so much, yeah.
Smooth.
We'll open the public meeting. I'll turn it over to the sheriff.
Thank you, Bruce. Thank you. Commissioners and members of the Budget Committee, we really appreciate your time, and everything's going so smoothly and efficiently, we don't want to put a wrench in that. I'll introduce my partners real quick that are representing us up here. To my left, Captain Paul Garrison, Patrol Division Commander. To my right, Michael Schultz. He's the Corrections Division Commander. And then Joe Brundage, our Business Manager, is working on the presentation. So we'll go ahead and just get started, and then we can bring the presentation up to speed really quick. And I'm glad I brought my reading glasses, because the font on these handouts is a little...
This is terrible.
I'm not even sure the reading glasses are going to cut it. I might have to, we might have to have it really magnified.
The screen's up there if we can get the, and we're not in a hurry, but if you want to wait just another moment for us.
Yeah,
we're working
thought
on
he
it.
had the thumb drive that contained it, but now
You can
he's
only
just
do two
gotta
page,
try to
and
get it.
otherwise they get too teeny.
Yeah.
He's getting someone to email it to me, and then I'll present it.
Oh, okay, perfect. Yeah, do 2 slides to a page?
Right,
You
and
still
then
get the
usually
notes?
there, you can read them without wearing readers and everything.
Well, he doesn't want us to be able to read them.
Exactly. You saw through that.
Well, the gig's up. I guess
We're done. Thanks.
we need to go.
Have you got some success stories you can share with the sheriff, or?
Well, I'll tell you, and I don't want to get too far into your business, but one of the things you all know, it's a high liability business being in law enforcement, but the second part of that is it's a high liability business overseeing a jail. Now, last year, because of COVID, our jail population hovered around 150 inmates, when usually we're at about 297. That's our average daily population the year before. You have another separate topic that goes along with that, and it's basically trying to look at proactive ways so that you can assist individuals and break that cycle, so you don't have as many individuals that are being incarcerated. And it is effective when it works, but you never know when it's going to work. And so all I mean by that is you want to continually offer these programs, and you hope that these individuals will one day take you up on it. And we have one success story, a gentleman that was in his 40s, who's actually now a peer drug and alcohol counselor that helps other individuals. But it took him several times to get out of the drug world and into being a productive citizen, and so it's a great success story. But when we look at how we're going to be setting up for our corrections division in the future, and Michael will talk a little bit more about it, is you take a look at the health and safety of these individuals in your custody. And one of the things that you want to be prepared to do is provide the medical care that they normally don't get on the outside, because we want to take care of these individuals and make sure they're healthy. That's one of the ways that you get them to be back on track as a productive member of society. But the other thing that you also want to do is also be well aware of their mental health and their behavioral health, which is why we employ behavioral health specialists. But when we look at some of the issue, because I know it's a sensitive topic to talk about, and we're very sad when people lose loved ones, but sometimes you'll lose an individual in the jail. They'll get injured, or they will pass away. And we have terrific programs in place to help individuals, but the sad fact about someone taking their own life is that sometimes if an individual is very intent on it, it is just very difficult to stop or intervene. And so one of the things that Michael did was he started a suicide discussion group that doesn't just involve folks from inside our agency, it involves folks from outside the agency, behavioral health, and I know there's some other participants there, but just so that you can talk about those topics. And it is the environment in the jail. What can we do construction-wise, or how we set up? One of the things that we identified, because Michael came from Multnomah, it's great to have that expertise from Multnomah, the largest sheriff's office in Oregon and one of the largest in the Pacific Northwest. But Multnomah County Sheriff's Office has direct supervision. When we built our jail about 27 years ago now, I want to say, It was an indirect supervision model because that was the model that was being used at the time, and it was felt that was the model that would work best. And it does work well to a certain extent because it can save you some personnel. When you have and the construction costs that Mike reminded me of. Now that we're moving into a situation where you have individuals that are experiencing significant mental health, behavioral health, substance abuse, addiction, alcoholism, medical issues, these types of individuals more often than not in your facility, the discussion about direct supervision has come up again. And of course, case law and court cases help decide that and help point that in that direction. So that's one of the things we're looking at, to have some remodel and adjust those types of concepts within the jail. And a separate success story, because we're gonna ask for the money to back up a couple of these positions, is I want to share briefly about the Community Action Target Team that is our proactive law enforcement team out there that targets traffic issues, assists street crimes in low-level street narcotics and theft issues on the road, bicycle patrols, and I'm probably missing some. But when you look at what the Community Action Target Team has been able to do in the last, and really I think it's only been in the last 6-7 months, sure. You all were wonderful and supported funding for the Community Action Target Team positions. I believe 2 fiscal years ago. It has just been over the last 6 months we were actually able to deploy those 2 deputy sheriffs into the field. And I'll talk a little bit about that because it goes to staffing. We're talking about growth in the county. I know that the latest census puts it around 200,000 individuals that are in the county. That doesn't even account for the 3 to 5 million visitors that we get a year in Central Oregon. And when you start looking at that, and then actually I've even heard numbers of some individuals putting the population at 210,000 guesstimate, and those are individuals that are involved in development and real estate field. But when you start looking at those number of people that we're working for here and we're providing public safety for here, you really start talking about how our resources, how do we grow our resources so that we can keep the pace. We'll always be a little step behind in reacting to that, but we don't want to be too far behind in reacting to that and make sure we keep up with resources so that public safety stays intact and we keep the livability that we have here in the county. One of the other things that affects that is we're really blessed in this community because we have a demographic of community members that are more responsible. And so really we haven't seen an increase in violent crime. The only increase that we would see is proportionate to the level of the population increase. So whenever you have more people in a location, you can expect more things are going to happen. But here is our challenge when it comes to getting the resources planned out and filling those resources and those positions. The challenge is the depth of the candidate pools, because let's take patrol deputy sheriff. It takes about, I would say, 1.5 years before a patrol deputy sheriff with no prior training or experience is, and this won't sound good, but is a very effective deputy sheriff out on the road, because there's a considerable amount of training. The basic academy is 4 months long. We have our own in-house training and field training program that is 5 months long total. So right there you have 9 months just of the training piece. And that doesn't even take into account when they get cut out on their own and they're learning some of those skills through life and work experience. But I'll do a quick double check, or we just...
We're in process.
Okay, thanks, Greg. But part of our presentation kind of centers around that. I do want to make one quick mention, because last year I told the Budget Committee about a resource study that we were doing that takes into account all of our current resources and the size of our office, the growth of the community, and how we use those resources and what future resource needs look like. That study is still not done. We actually had to take those 2 independent consultants to divert and take care of something for a couple of months. But we know enough that we at least need to add these positions that we're asking you to fund today in the budget. And I think with that, I'll pause and we'll just start.
Sheriff,
So thanks for the question, Bruce.
point
Yeah.
of procedure, I assume you're going to be talking about both of your districts' funding at the same time.
Yes.
And I opened the public meeting for Fund 701, but I think we also need to open the public meeting for Fund 702, so I'll do that now.
Thank you. Thanks, Bruce. So you saw the 3D badge image there. That's courtesy of your son. Was it?
Yes.
Was it Harry? Who?
Joe.
Joe.
My son's working, and for some reason it says to click to play, but I don't know what it is to play. It's supposed to spin.
There you go.
But yes, he hopes to work at Pixar or the equivalent one day.
Well on his way.
Test. Okay, stop speaking. Okay.
Okay, Joe,
Okay.
go ahead, sir.
Sorry about the technical difficulties, and welcome everybody to our budget presentation. We've got a lot to talk about, so I want to start out just to jump right in. Our operating budget for fiscal year 22 that we proposed is $53,463,000. That's up 7% from last year's budget. We project to end the year with 18 million in surplus. That's the record high that we've ever ended with. But with this budget, currently we're projecting to end at 13 million. So we're going to dip into that. 13 million though is still 3.7 months of buffer, if you want to call it that. Now, the budget that we propose and the dip there is based on a conservative approach that if it looked like or we saw a loss in revenue from state programs, that would continue. So it wasn't pessimistic like things are going to go into the ground, but I wasn't assuming that anything would magically come back all of a sudden. So that's a kind of a worst case scenario given the environment we're in. We're proposing for this year to drop the District 1 tax rate 3 cents. And currently, the way that the reserves are, that would be with an unchanged rate in District 2. But we're going to talk about possibly needing to change that as we get into the budget a little more. Now, also though, as we spend money and we go up 7%, I do want to mention, like this year we saw $660,000 for the facade, to redo the facade of our office, $400,000 for in-car cameras and body cameras. And you see, things that we had to do, like the facade, and with body cameras, things that we're being proactive. We investigated that for a long time and saved a lot of money by going the route we did. We also, in the budget, Captain Schultz will mention replacing some cameras in the jail. The cameras that we're replacing lasted 3 years beyond their average expected life because our guys were using duct tape and electrical tape and getting parts on eBay to make them last. So you may see big purchases, but you also see a culture that respects the taxpayer money and does everything we can to save money in ways we can, but recognizes that public safety costs money and there's advances that we have to keep up with to do business.
I think, real quick, I just want to touch on the facade of the building. So that is one of the commitments that we have, and I know that's also a commission goal as well, to take care of the assets that the sheriff's office and the county has, specifically buildings, because you want them to have a long, useful life, 50, 75 years. I think the 100-year-old days are probably over, but you want to have a long, useful life of those buildings. When our building was constructed, the outside siding was not meant for this area, and that's just something you learn after it's already gone through the elements. So when we removed the outside siding, there was quite a bit of water damage underneath there and black mold. So that's a great investment for that building so that we can get a long, useful, continued life out of that building, and that's one of the things we wanted to do.
And Sheriff, if you want to cover, I don't know how many of these you may have already hit on when we were getting ready.
Well,
if there's anything else you want to talk about?
I'll touch on the tax rates real quick. We're asking the Budget Committee to lower District 1's 3 cents per thousand. It's looking to be a very healthy district, and so we want to have a reduction there. As Joe mentioned, look, we know that our bosses expect and deserve quality service, and they're willing to invest for it. But we only want the amount of their taxpayer money in order to deliver that quality service. And so that's one of the requests we'll have for you all. And when we talk about the District 2 tax, it's really a comparison to the transient room tax. I know the transient room tax has been climbing. We're going to just present something to the Budget Committee based on the Sheriff's Office getting more of that transient room tax as the years go, which helps, as you all know, offset the District 2 rate. So that'll be coming shortly. We added the Blue Line Safety Zone, which is a proactive parking space where individuals can go and do child custody exchanges or electronic sales transfers in person. They are video recorded, well-lit areas. They're open 24/7, and they are in our parking lots. So we have 3 Blue Line Safety Zones, one at the main office, one out west, and one down south. And we're still looking to do one on the northern end of the county. That's just been a little bit trickier to find a location. We had quite a challenge when we went to go reduce the jail populations this year because of COVID. We wanted to protect the Sheriff's Office from liability, protect the individuals in our community, and protect the individuals that are in our custody, because as you all are aware, COVID was quite the unknown at the time, and so we wanted to take precautions and make sure that we were careful there. Captain Schultz was able to work with our partner agencies in law enforcement and get some new protocols while still maintaining that public safety. There's always an avenue for an individual that belongs in custody to get that individual in custody outside of those procedures and those norms, and we did have that occur. One of the things that COVID did was put a pause on our work crews. Our work crew deputy sheriffs were out there doing the work because we didn't want to get too far behind in litter pickup and graffiti removal, but we hope to get the work crews back soon now that COVID restrictions are lifting. We talked about the upgrade of the building. We did expedite body camera and in-vehicle camera rollout and deployment. Those are rolled out and deployed. We had retired Lieutenant Colonel Scott Haynes, who used to work for our office. He's come back as on-call project manager, helping us get through some of these projects. And one of the reasons that we wanted to roll the body cameras and the in-vehicle cameras out was because, first of all, it was very cost-effective. Several years ago when we looked at this, I want to say 7 or 8 years ago, we tested it before. The total price tag was looking to be anywhere from $1 to $3 million over a several-year rollout. This rollout, we got body cameras, in-vehicle cameras, and replacement of certain pieces of equipment and maintenance agreement for $750,000 over 5 years. So my teammates did a great job. Of course, technology always comes down in price after it's been out there for a few years, and we found a company that's really directed to customer service. Here's some of the benefits of body cameras. The first benefit is it can actually give you a picture of what occurred from a certain perspective. And the reason I say from a certain perspective is because you can't feel the emotion that's being sensed by the suspect or the law enforcement officers, the witnesses. You don't see anything that's not captured by video, and sometimes you don't even see things that are captured by video. So we just need to be very careful about what it showed. But we did have a recent internal affairs investigation that was a potential incorrect use of force, that the office invested about $50,000 into that independent investigation. And so that was actually one of the tipping points for us that, hey, if we'd have maybe caught that on body camera footage that could have been a savings. Now, we'll always have those independent investigations because, as you know, law enforcement is a unique, high liability, litigious profession, and so it tends to attract court cases. But we're very happy that we've got those rolled out. Our teammates are very happy about it. So we're hoping that we see some of the benefits that tend to come along with that. Reduced court time, hopefully. Reduced time spent for the deputy sheriffs on their days off, and that goes toward their health and well-being. Also, we got a great deal on storage upgrades to the servers. We had to add more servers so that we could store this footage. And I want to say we had like a 70% savings or something. We did. We had a great savings in the shared server. Our current digital forensics supervisor was able to broker a deal with the company, and it worked out very well. Our strategic plan has been revamped. I know that we've shared with the Budget Committee that we've been working on that for a while now, over a year and a half, and our mission and values longer than that. And so we have that revamped, and as soon as we get it finalized, we'll make sure the Budget Committee gets copies of that. And then as soon as we get the resource study, we'll also make sure the entire Budget Committee gets copies of that, because that's a great blueprint. And as you all know, those things change from year to year. But it'll be a great blueprint so you can all have a heads up about what we expect is coming in the future.
Okay. Thank you. So, Tom has been a great partner. I've worked, this is my 3rd year with the Sheriff's Office, and I've had nothing but good experiences with Tom, and I've heard nothing but good things said about Tom in our leadership. And so you're going to be missed. And I wanted to touch on the transient room tax because in a meeting we were in earlier this year, the topic came up, and it was apparent that there was a lot of institutional wisdom in your brain that was missing in the room because you were there when some of these decisions were made. And so I wanted to kind of do a brief history of that so that we're all on the same page. If you look at transient room tax starting about 2000, for the first 14 years of the century, we were pretty stable here with room tax coming in around $3 million, and the Sheriff's Office in 2001, our portion was 73% of that room tax, but from 2002 to 2014, it hovered about 2/3, 66 to 68% of it was given to the Sheriff's Office. And so in 2015, and I wasn't here, but things are looking good. It looks like you're probably projecting that room tax revenue will surpass $5 million. That would be at the current rate, the county would get over $2 million for the first time, Sheriff's Office over $3 million. And if you look at that revenue, I assume it had to be exciting because after the recession there, in 2010 it dipped, you start to creep up, and then you say, okay, we're moving out of this, this is good. And so at that point, for various reasons, we decided to freeze the Sheriff's Office portion at $3,151,787, which it still is today. And what then happened? Well, that happened. Now, we have no way of knowing the future. I'm a finance guy, so I look at that and I go, wow, if this was in the open markets, the SEC would investigate. Who knew to make that decision? That was brilliant. But 13% annual growth since then. We've just really benefited from that. Now, I don't know what specifically causes the room tax increase, but you can see something very similar with our population growth. Probably the economy triggers all of it. And you also look at our FTE growth. We were kind of hovering there around 220 for almost 10 years and then started to grow. Now, where we run into difficulty is right around 2017, 2018, because we hadn't been growing. We looked at the fund balance of 702 and we said, there's more than we need and it keeps increasing. And so let's cut rates. So we cut rates 6 cents and began to drop that. Now, if you look at that increase that we've done since then, and you look at that room tax increase, we'll put them together And you can see they really line up. I mean, everything kind of is trending the same. Now, you've seen this graph in past budgets. The way one measurement law enforcement has for are we adequately staffed is how many people we have per 1,000 citizens. And that doesn't necessarily tell you how many you need, but you can compare from county to county, city to city, and then compare from year to year. Well, in 2018, when we were cutting rates, we thought we would be growing at 2 people a year. But with the population growth that we have, this forecast of next 5 years assumes we add 5 people a year. So if we add 5 people a year, if the population growth continues as it is, we will not keep up with that growth. So this is just the last 2 years of that room tax. The 6-cent raise in tax rate, if we were to do that to help fund our growth, is $555,000. We're also dealing with looking at the loss of the funding for the marijuana detectives as the county loses its revenue, and the analysts as we possibly lose some state revenue. That's another $347,000. And just to give you ideas of levels, that 73 level, 67, 60, and even 40, where it was 3 years ago, would be an additional 1.4, 3.8, 4.5, or 5.4 million. Now, we're not coming here saying, hey, we like that 73% number, let's go back to that. But what we need to consider is that the room tax revenue helps public safety to keep the community safe with tourists, search and rescue, all those things. By keeping this level, while room tax grows, we're asking the rural residents to shoulder an unfair burden of public safety. It's like, if you want it safe, you need to pay for everybody to keep all the tourists safe, as opposed to collectively as a county, we should do that. So it's something to think about. The rate, when we cut it, we were at 8.5 months of reserve in 2019. We're at 4.8 now. So we'd be going back to that. That arrow is what we had forecasted when we originally created the tax districts. We expected to be at the max 155 in 5 years. We never increased rates and only decreased them. So we've taken as good care as we could of that taxpayer, as good care as we can of the taxpayer money. Now, this is just to give you an idea of some options that we would like to propose. Our 6-cent increase would generate $528,000 in current revenue based on the current collection rates. If we were to only increase half, we'd get $264,000. If the county were to increase 500 or 750, and 750 is what we want the committee to consider this year, that would fund our 6-cent increase, so we would not need to make the increase, and it would fund the marijuana detectives. And the sheriff this year was able to make sure that we were receiving the benefit of those marijuana funds. This is just from the other day. Our marijuana detectives had a seizure of nearly $250,000.
Can we put that in the budget?
Well, and it does come back around, Mike. I mean, it's probably a lot less after it makes its way through the government channels. But on some of what Joe's talking about as well, which actually Captain Garrison is working on revamping that deal because of our agreements with the board and some other things that we had. But it kind of just presented itself that if you have room tax revenue climbing, and by the way, about 25% of our response is due to tourism. So the way I like to explain it is, the more you have visible uniforms out there, the safer your community is going to be. So you can't always go off of call response or statistical data. What you can go off of is if you have an increase in visitors, like we mentioned, it's 3 to 5 million a year who are around here. We want to be out, visible in uniform, keeping them safe and making sure we maintain a high level of public safety. So one of the things we're talking about here for the Budget Committee is maybe we look at having discussions about, instead of a dollar figure on transient room tax, you look at a percentage so that it always stays in that area. And so if the percentage fluctuated from 65 to 73%, we could talk about, hey, 68% to offset. And then we don't have to worry about the funding for the marijuana detectives and the analysts, because I know that we have a pending case with the state and regarding that law that said we don't get marijuana tax revenue, and that's a whole separate conversation. But that's something that we want to approach the board and the budget committee with, because if we could get to where it's a percentage of the transient room tax money, we can plan for future resources, specifically deputy sheriffs assigned to patrol, and how we add those positions. And I'm going to go ahead and talk about, and I know I'm getting ahead of myself here a little bit, but I'm going to go ahead and talk about recruitment as it goes. Now, some of the things that we're trying to do for recruitment, you saw the battery-powered pedal car that Bill's grandson Thomas got to ride around, and I'm too big. I only get to drive the remote control piece of the car. But when you take a look at the future of law enforcement, it really is recruiting at any age. I mean, that's why we do Deputy Day Camp. That's why we do the Youth Academy at the office, is to get these young individuals interested in law enforcement so that they might pursue a career later. We have an intern right now that is going on his second year of interning with us. He's a student at the Oregon State University. And he has a passion for law enforcement, and he wants a career in law enforcement. So we already have an intern working there. I hope he applies with our office, and I hope he becomes a future deputy sheriff for you all. But that's how you do it. There isn't any little kid that I pass up without telling him, hey, when you turn 21, come be a deputy sheriff with me. It's possible I might be retired depending on the age of the child. I didn't want to worry any of you all. So you've got to start recruiting younger. When I got hired, 1,300 folks put in for 13 deputy sheriff positions. This go around, we had 130 folks put in for roughly 13 deputy sheriff positions. And believe it or not, that's a windfall compared to what we've had in the past. We've had as low as 80 folks put in for that number of positions. As you all recall, we've been trying to fill 13 deputy sheriffs, and I'll just talk specifically about patrol because corrections division, we've had a little better luck, but we haven't been able to fill them all. But the patrol division, 13 deputy sheriffs for the last 3 fiscal years. We have tried to overhire. We've worked with our partner, Tom. We've tried to overhire. Now I think we're double overhiring. We've still not even been able to fill those positions, even by double overhiring for the expected vacancies that we're going to get. And there's a couple of things that go against us as you try and find deputy sheriffs, specifically in patrol, because I explained how long it takes to get them on the road. One of the things is that when you're looking at that pool of candidates and you've got law enforcement reform and we've got better background practices, which, by the way, we were far ahead of the Oregon legislature on that. We've been doing more improved background practices for a long time. But when you've got improved background practices, 50% is a conservative estimate of our washout rate. That includes folks that won't pass a background test, and that includes folks that just maybe won't pass the field training. And nothing against the folks that don't pass the field training. That profession is not for everybody. As a matter of fact, that profession ought to be capped at a 20-year service career, like some states do, and we're going backward in the legislature because we just added 5 years onto that career for a 30-year career before you can get retirement. I'm here to tell you it's too long. Those folks see over 180 traumatic incidents where your average individual sees 4 to 10 in their lifetime. Those folks see 180 in a career. You're talking about keeping folks healthy so that they can continue to do a great job. We've got to take care of them. But those are the things. Now, that's a good thing that we have a 50% washout rate, all right? Because you don't want to invite problems or difficulties into your organization because it's not good for our bosses. But you've got a number of things. You've also got this news media narrative in the nation where, and look, I get it. News organizations have to stay in business. They're looking for sensationalism. They're looking for hey, what's the cool story of the day? Oftentimes, it's a bad law enforcement officer. And I'm here to tell you, nobody wants a bad law enforcement officer out of the profession more than a good law enforcement officer. There's 800,000 law enforcement officers in this nation. So if you start ticking off the bad ones, my guess is that the percentage is just the same as private industry. You know the difference? We talk about it. I talk about it at the sheriff's office because I work for 210,000 folks. And as their employee, I want to make sure they get the information on how their sheriff's operating. But all of that combines to make it look like not such a great profession for folks that are looking to get into it. And so those are some challenges to fill those spots. We're trying to look at different ways that we can get around that. We had plans to go out and specifically recruit, because if you want to see certain individuals from different demographics, you need to go recruit in areas where you can get those individuals interested in law enforcement. COVID sadly shut down a lot of that. I do want to mention one great partnership. Ricardo Waits, Central Oregon Black Leaders Assembly, great gentleman, has been very helpful as we take a look at law enforcement as a profession and how we do business and how we recruit from different demographics. And he's trying to help us fill another internship spot that we've got at the office. But those kind of partnerships, as you move ahead with different community groups, the same community groups that weighed in and helped us in the body camera policy and standing order, getting their input, because look, we work for you all, and we want your input on how we can be better at what we do. But one of the things that we've really got to try and overcome is that interest in law enforcement, that interest in recruitment. It used to be the benefits and a good solid retirement were enough to draw individuals. And as you all know, there's individuals that are concerned about the retirement program when it comes to public safety retirement in the PERS system. And so we don't have those same draws that we used to have. And then you see that law enforcement officers are being criminally charged, and they talk about removal of qualified immunity. Just a quick side note, qualified immunity doesn't exist if you're doing the wrong thing. If you're not following policy or the law, guess what? You don't get qualified immunity. So basically what type of legislation they're looking at in the nation and the state, it already exists. We're not going to protect a bad law enforcement officer that makes poor decisions. So you have quite a bit going against you, and I like to share some of these facts. And this was a study done in 2020, a year ago actually. Caliber Press, they interviewed 10,000 law enforcement officers, and 36% of them said had they had it to do all over, they would not have gone into law enforcement. And only 7% said they would recommend police work to their son or daughter. That's sad. 47% number of applicants drop in, I think, 20 to 30 years. So those are some things that we have as a challenge. Yeah, Pat.
Actually, what was the date of that study? Because remember, things last summer are when we really, saw so much going on. And I'm just wondering if this was taken before
June 2020.
So like right when everything was happening.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I will let my teammates move forward, but it's really it's one of these things where you all are giving us the funding to add these positions. We're having trouble filling them, and as a matter of fact, Captain Schultz, we added behavioral health positions. If you remember, you gave us the funds and the blessing in the budget so that we can add those positions, the behavioral health positions. We're having trouble filling the behavioral health positions. There is not a deep enough candidate pool. As a matter of fact, we had to have a serious conversation about the backgrounding and not adjusting the backgrounding so much that you get folks that are going to cause your organization trouble, but understanding that sometimes we might be able to adjust a civilian position versus a law enforcement or uniform position when it comes to those background procedures. And I'll tell you right now, specifically, I'm talking about marijuana, okay? We have a certain amount of time span that we like to have from your last use, and so we're looking at our civilian positions. Instead of requiring 12 months of use between marijuana, because even though marijuana is legalized, it still affects your mindset, and THC stays in your system a lot longer than alcohol. Alcohol burns out of your system, the equivalent to a drink an hour. So in some of those things, we want to vary those things. Like maybe we say, okay, 6 months since last usage, or 3 months. We take a look at the position and and do some study from private sector and adjust those. So that hopefully will help us. But I just want you to know, we're not just trying to hoard those open positions, and we are trying to fill them. It's just becoming more and more difficult. And the other elephant in the room when you talk about nurses and when you talk about uniform staff is, of course, shift work is shift work, right? We're trying to do shift studies so that we can get the best service, and we're letting our folks try different shifts. But shift work's difficult, and especially when the economy is going well. I know the service sector is suffering quite a bit right now and has during COVID, but in the private sector, when things are going well, that makes our ability to fill positions even more difficult, especially when you add all the other things that we talked about. Thank you, sir.
Sheriff?
Yes, Commissioner.
How much are housing costs contributing to hiring challenges?
So, as you know, it is a high cost of living here. I don't know immediately off the top of my head about our recruits that are moving to the area, but one of the things that we did to kind of offset that, Commissioner, and it was just operating, I know there's a little confusion there earlier on the agreement, but it was within my bounds of authority as the sheriff to enter into an agreement with the association because I wanted to increase the opportunity for laterals to get more compensation, specifically physical abilities test and certificate pay. Those individuals already qualify for it, so that boosts their compensation up to help offset that concern about affordable housing. But you all, as the board and the budget committee, have always been very supportive about talking about, Mike brought up and mentioned like a bonus system, and of course, legal trouble. I say bonus, can't call it bonus. It's based on experience and their knowledge base as they come in. So it's just a different compensation level. So you can have like a signing compensation level based on your experience, and then if you complete probation successfully, you get another installment of the compensation adjustment. So those are some things that we're doing to offset. I've even kind of planted the seed of the conversation for the Training and Response Center that we talk about up north as a larger, ongoing, multiple-year project that I think would be good for the economy and government agencies and training. But there is the potential there, maybe, Commissioner, where you can carve out some land for townhomes, and of course it's got to be all done within the zoning issues and concerns, but you can carve out some opportunity for townhomes or residential housing, much like military housing on military bases. And so that individuals you hire in the sheriff's office, or for the county for that matter, they can go and, hey, here's a short interim step, couple-year living situation, and then you transition into your own place. But of course, housing costs affect us just like everybody else.
Do you have anecdotes of, we tried to hire this person and they looked around, they said, can't do it here, and declined the offer, those kinds of?
Commissioner, we've not had that. Unlike Bend PD, which I know they've experienced that, they heard that multiple times. I believe that the municipalities, there's kind of a stigma that they believe they need to reside within the community they're within, and whereas we serve the entire county, La Pine is very appealing to our deputies. We're seeing a very large growth in a number of them that want to reside in the South County area. Additionally, the sheriff has said it that you have to be within a 60-minute response time from your residence to that. So Crooked River Ranch is also very appealing to a number of the deputies. The sheriff suggested some policies for that as well, for take-home vehicles that makes it appealing to that. They're very appreciative of that. Those other more rural areas are very appealing to the deputies because, again, like that ideology of residing within the community you serve, they are residing in those other communities. It's not just within the county seat. It's, be it La Pine, be it Spring River, be it Terrebonne, Crooked River Ranch, and so those things are appealing. We've got a wider spread ability to provide housing, or they can shop for housing in various areas within the community.
Real quick, sorry. Time check, Mr. Chair?
We're done at 12:15.
Okay. Thank you, sir. Real quick on the side note of that, though, I really want to make an effort where we have 90% of our folks live in Deschutes County. I'm a firm believer in living in the area you serve, because that you have those personal connections as well as business connections. And I know that's not doable for everybody, but that's why I want to say a big thank you whenever we talk about the Board of Commissioners supporting compensation increases for our teammates here, because I always say our competitor is Bend Police Department. That's our competitor when it comes to personnel, and our teammates. We won't ever make what Ben makes, but we just want to keep within, I just want to be able to still see their taillights, okay? And so that's why it's a balance, Commissioner, about that compensation and making sure we keep a majority of our individuals living within the county where we.
What percentage are we behind Bend PD for a 5-year patrolman?
Oh, I would have to check on that, but we're getting close because we're going into contract negotiations. I would have to take a look, because board approved the contract that gave them a little boost, and I know they had another contract come in after. I can find out and we'll email you. Yeah. So we just want to stay close, because we also have some other things that municipalities don't offer. I am a huge advocate of and love the deputy sheriffs assigned to the patrol division have a take-home unit. So their patrol car goes home with them. One thing I love about that is that we already talked about it. Visibility is public safety. You get a patrol car parked in a lot of different neighborhoods around the county, it's visible public safety, and it's a huge help. And not only that, they're ambassadors in their communities. I mean, I know all of the deputy sheriffs get visits from their neighbors when they're off duty, and they're glad to do it. So that's one of those little balances. Different agencies, you've got to drive into work. So our agency's different, so it's a little bit of a perk.
So just getting real clear, so you started off the presentation with 3 cents lowering rate, and was that in District 1?
That's in District 1, yes.
So that's our
Yes.
countywide jail operations rate.
Yeah, these are the mandated services that the sheriff by law has to provide to the county.
Okay. And then, so that last slide you just had up, you mentioned, the percentages and the costs, but also the 6 cents relative to District 2, the rural patrol.
Yeah.
Right.
So is there a proposal to raise something by 6 cents or not?
Yeah,
raise it by
District
6 cents?
2 is now getting to a point where we're getting down to that 3-month reserve limit. And we always how we like the long-range plan and have those rates stay in place for a few years. So what we're saying is we would be here asking the Budget Committee for an increase back to the floor this coming fiscal year. The increase of 6 cents, which is back to the floor of those tax rates, okay? Or we're trying to ask you all to take a look at this transient room tax, and let's talk about having the transient room tax offset some of these operations. And one thing.
So it's either or though?
Yes.
You're asking for resources one way or the other?
Yes.
For District 2, but the 3 cent tax rate is not part of that the 3 cent reduction countywide, but for District 2, yes.
Because we've got, I think, 9 months reserve, or nearly 9 months reserve. So, and real quick, and I want to say, and we all know, because we've heard before, hey, we would like to see more patrol, or deputy sheriffs assigned to patrol. What are we doing to prepare for that? And so I know you've all been supportive. So this is just what you said. Here's some options. I, of course, love the transient room tax option. So, sir.
And just a quick personal note on what the sheriff said. In my office, I sit next to HR, and so I hear sometimes the frustration with the backgrounds. And when he says 1,300 down to 130, 1,300 applicants to 130, and words have meaning and actions have consequences. And I think every day when I hear people, on TV or whatever, talk negatively, I think, who are we losing? Who of that 1,300, who of those 1,170 people that no longer have interest leave, and why lose interest? We all most of us wanted to be firemen or policemen when we were little. If you're my age, you grew up watching Emergency 51 and Adam 12, And then someday, if you're like me, you go, I couldn't pass the physical, not the back of the physical part. I'm too weak. Yeah, I couldn't pass the physical fitness then, and definitely couldn't do it now. But you know, those who love it will still be passionate about it. But there are those that could have been great that could be losing interest because of the things that we say or the things they see in the community. And so that just is a personal thing that really bothers me, seeing the effect that that has and our ability to do what's right.
I have some. Maybe you're getting there, but I just had some specific budget questions. You want to wait till after? Or can I give them now?
Why don't we let the captains, they might answer your questions, and if not, if that's...
And they might not, so just fire away, Mike.
I probably won't, Mike, but, you know,
It might
Schultz,
be
who knows?
specific, but I guess I'll jump right in. I have an issue or a concern, needs some explanation on this contract staff contracted services with, you know, $250,000 plus increase.
Yes.
What's that about?
So that would include the independent consultants. What we do is we use, and tell me if I'm mistaken, but we've been using independent consultants to conduct all of our internal affairs investigations. We no longer do those in-house. Part of the reason for that is because of law enforcement reform and the need for transparency. We're fortunate. We've got consultants that are $165 an hour. Some of them can go upwards of $250 an hour.
So you're shifting from in-house detectives or?
Yeah, we used to have supervisors do them. Part of the problem with having our supervisors do them is, A, we're too close to our teammates we work with. It's very difficult to you know.
I was just wondering, just
Oh, yeah,
out, you know.
yeah, okay.
The other question is, how come we have this $11,000 for legal? Thought we had our own attorney there, and we got.
We do have a lawyer. We also use county counsel, but we have so much work within the sheriff's office. We're contracting with another lawyer to help us with personnel issues. One of the things that we've seen in our legal is gun rights. There's been some local attorneys that are, and I have no issue with this, but that are going after and representing folks and restoring people's gun rights. Those have taken an increased amount of time for our legal team. So
We're not going to go through our county council, we're going to do it on the outside, or is this in cooperation with Dave Doyle, or what?
yeah, so the way we view county council is it's just like a law firm we retain with anybody else. They're very busy, and so with sheriff's office topics, we do use county council. They help us quite a bit, but we also spread the work around a little bit.
Okay, all right. And the other one, how come our car washes are going up 200%? I mean, we just got more cars or what?
We have an increase in the fleet. And the car wash deal, I would have to.
Part of that is,
Yeah, we've stayed around
yes,
3,000 to 6,000, and now we're up to 12.
well, we've gone away from just simply using the county shops wash system as well. We've got a contracted system with the company and Sisters, as well as on the north end. There's just, so we've done that.
All right. Vehicle leases, 12,000 to 84. I thought we're buying more cars. Are we leasing more cars?
So those are probably the detectives' vehicle leases,
Yeah, but
specifically the undercover units.
10 grand, now it's up to 84.
Now, I need to double check, is that in code Coles, or is that in the sheriff's office?
It could be the 50 grand for the code.
Yeah, it is.
Or ours, if we're, yeah.
We'll have to look that,
That's that code was jointly serviced by all the agencies.
okay.
It also, there is a Teradyne, which is an armored vehicle. It's a lease on that.
So what that is, Mike, is
Leasing an armored car?
we're going to lease a rescue armor, and the reason we're doing that is so we can be prepared. There's been a lot of discussion about the law enforcement, and I don't remember what they call the program. The LESO program, which is military equipment can be repurposed to law enforcement. There's been a lot of discussion in how that equipment is used. I'm a big supporter of having the military issue that equipment to law enforcement and used by law enforcement, because if we don't have it, then we've got to go buy our own stuff, much like we're doing there.
Well,
I
this
have,
is a lease of an armored car.
that's going to be a rescue armor vehicle,
A
yeah.
portion of that, yes.
It's
You
a,
get a military.
it's a buy-to-own, lease to own.
You can, but they've also required, there are the discussions they're having where they're going to require those to be returned.
So that's
And-
why our vehicle insurance charges is going up 20% plus?
That would be a portion of it, yes.
Okay.
And yeah, vehicle insurance is going up because of the additional car. Vehicle insurance goes up solely because of the additional cars. That's a fixed rate that the county gives
Well,
us.
these are just, thousands of dollars. I know they're kind of picky.
No,
We had
I think they're good questions to ask.
$81,000 increase on new car prep supplies? What the hell is that?
That includes
so
the
that
body
we
cam stuff.
That's for that armored car?
No, that's separate. We contract with Lear, which is located in the Willamette Valley, who builds our cars. They put in the wiring harnesses, they they install the in-car camera systems, on all the additional, the MDT pieces that go into that as well.
So they're raising their prices.
They are.
Okay.
Well, we're buying more cars this year, and there's also part of the body camera and in-car camera contract is in there because that is new car prep to put the in-car cameras in all those.
There is a
Almost
retrofit
done.
of
Make
that
it
as
real
well.
quick. We got a 440% increase in guns. We've gone from 23,000 or whatever to $126,000. We changing out all of our firearms?
We are preparing to do that. Our Glocks are over 10 years old. It's
Do
time.
we get any revenue from the old ones?
They do. They give us a trade-in on that.
Okay.
You know, roughly.
Brand new guns, armored cars, boy, we're really rolling here. And then the last one, and I'm done. Tools and equipment up 90,000 bucks roughly.
Yeah, 87,000.
What kind of, is that for?
What department is that assigned to?
Oh boy, I don't know, material and services,
Oh,
460665. We're going from roughly 100 grand up.
Without having that, I'm not sure.
Look at some of your things.
No, I don't think so. I don't think cameras would be in there.
We'll check on that.
Okay, all right, I'm all done. Just wanted to get these little kinky things.
No, we appreciate it because it provides good discussion.
Okay. Captain Schultz?
All right, thank you. Okay, so the jail system update and the first.
You next, Captain. I'm just kidding.
The first bullet point there is the new normals, and that's the new normal, especially with jail systems. Can you guys hear me okay?
There's a mic in front of you, you can rotate it around.
Rotate this one. Sorry. There we go, thank you. All right, as you've seen and as we've discussed, the start of COVID-19 pandemic, the Deschutes County Sheriff's Office immediately took very meaningful steps to protect the public, our staff, and all the people coming into our jail. We were one of the first ones to immediately start based on good protocols from the influenza plan when we were subjected to that over 10 years ago. We were able to work with our partners to reduce jail populations. We issued personal protective equipment to our staff and individuals in our custody. And we made some changes in policies to help slow down the spread in our community, being the jail and in housing everybody in such close quarters. We also worked with our partners, jail commanders from around the state. Our sheriff worked with sheriffs from the Oregon State Sheriff's Office Association to implement best practices and of what we learned. And we were learning things on a daily basis. And our plan became a living document, and it's still being updated routinely as we gain more information. So what really is the new normal? I think we're still trying to figure that out as we move through this. I'm sure just having us up here and grouping together is kind of getting back to normal, but it's still not normal. As the state relaxes guidelines, the jail has to stay vigilant. We do not want to cause another spread of the outbreak in a community with another variant or any other type of outbreak, and we're maintaining our vigilance to stay safe. So it appears we have a long way to go to be totally safe, but we're going to continue to work with our partners as we move forward. And those partners are going to be the health department, our law enforcement partners, our mental health teams, and all those things as we move forward with it. And we want to be proactive. So, jail staffing, I have number 2, and I know the sheriff has talked about that. Currently, we have about 12 positions open in our current job classifications. We get openings from retirements, of course, and change of career, people moving from the jail, which is a good path coming from the jail to the enforcement. And our teams have families, and they want to make changes in families, of course, and some people don't enjoy the shift work after a while and make a change. And some people move out to other states. I don't know why they would move out of Deschutes County, but surprisingly they do. But we're going to continue to recruit and look closer at full hiring. But like as the sheriff said, recruiting and hiring is going to be a full-time thing. It's probably the most important thing we do in the sheriff's office, as he discussed. And that will always be a topic every time we meet, as how are we going to fulfill our positions. The final slide I have is the public safety campus. We're kind of already moving towards that public safety campus at the sheriff's office with the success of the stabilization center. Probation is getting stronger day by day. We have the juvenile system. Our search and rescue is growing. And now I know we're moving towards the veteran housing in our location. The success of the jail, though, will depend on the public safety campus in the future. Currently, our budget is approximately $21 million. $17.5 million of those dollars are really just for personnel. Last year budget, as the sheriff identified, we just hired 3 behavioral health specialists. This year, we're not asking for any additional personnel costs, but we do need to upgrade our systems. Our projects, the water heater, as you see on the slides, the jail cameras, as we're lucky to have professional maintenance and IT folks fixing those things on a daily basis. It's time to add these. There'll be next stuff. Next year we'll have next stuff, or other stuff. But the water heaters, jail cameras, and the electronic panel upgrades are need to be done this year. All of that is for about $200,000. And finally, we want to move $300,000 of dollars into capital projects. As you know, and or I'll remind you of, in the November of 2017, a budget team was assembled to create a master plan for the public safety campus, which serves 911, community justice, health services, Oregon State Police, and of course the Deschutes County Sheriff's Office. And it really is a goal to create a plan to address near-term and long-term needs. Those project dollars will further define the site plan, meet with our stakeholders to verify program requirements, and look at remodel concepts by creating budget estimates. And when we talk about that, the jail doesn't want to increase beds, but we want to be more efficient, and we want to be able to identify those who truly need to be in jail, keep them in jail. But those who don't, find access to get them back in the community and deal with their drug and alcohol, their mental health. And I think we all agree that we're one of the Stepping Up Initiative counties, that we've agreed that we're going to try to divert individuals who are suffering from mental health illnesses into the jail. We have a lot of work to do on that. One of the things we want to do is go to direct supervision so that we can manage those, have better communication with those individuals, and bring the outside in. Our partners who are public defenders, the health department, all those people that need to be able to come in and help us do our job. It's no longer just a corrections job anymore. It's all of us. And that's what we'd like to define with that $300,000, how we're going to move forward. If we sit on it today, it will be too far gone in the future.
Are you going to evaluate what the cost is to go from indirect to direct, both from a physical standpoint on the facility and, to my understanding, measurable increase in personnel?
That is correct. There's no denying that. And that will be one of the cost things as we look at this with our allocating our dollars for the capital projects when we work with folks. Yeah. Any type of building to the jail, when we remodel and we go to direct supervision, it will all amount to that staff member and how many people can he manage and what type of person.
Is there, if I remember, I'm sure you'll take into account that direct supervision is, maybe this is old stuff, more riskier for the staff?
Direct supervision? Well, having come from Portland, all I know is direct supervision. It was already, we were the second jail, California. We based it out of California. So I was used to managing with one deputy, managing one deputy with 75 inmates. And sure, it could be more risky if you don't put the right population. You may not be able to do one deputy to 75 people in custody. It may be, if they're chronic violent, it may be one deputy to 10 persons in custody.
There should be some statistical information out there.
Yes.
Factors, costs to injuries to employees, and direct versus indirect.
The data when it comes to jail staffing and jail managing, direct supervision is not only better, if you do it right, not only better for the staff, but better for the people coming into our custody.
According to Multnomah County.
According to, I'll say that, right. And actually having experience doing it.
Sure.
Right. And the liability is just so much far greater. And back in 2014, the sheriff's office built a jail, and they were wanting to go to direct supervision. You may remember that.
The one that's vacant, right?
No, I'm talking about Deschutes County, when we've been in 2014.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, 2014. The sheriff's office built a jail, and it was meant to go to direct supervision, but with the cost, they decided to warehouse individuals and put them in the area.
That's all right.
Yeah, and those are decisions at the time. But I think in today's world, and I think with this money for capital projects, we can look at not only with the jail system being able to open it up to bring individuals in, but also with our evidence and our vehicle evidence and detective offices. The Deschutes County Sheriff's Office is growing, and all of those areas have to be looked at for design. And that's going to require our stakeholders to be able to give us some advice as we move forward.
Thank you.
So a little bit of clarity. So the addition of the jail is what I think of it as 2014 you're referring to, and you mentioned direct supervision. Is that built for that or not?
It was not, at the time, they decided not to build the 2000 South End.
So we have two versions of incarceration right now, kind of the dorm and then the multi-story pod. What does direct supervision look like, as it's built physically?
Well, as it's built, generally it's one deputy instead of having individuals in a dorm and the deputy just does an hourly check and the individuals, generally you have a deputy there with them. So no longer you have tank bosses running the jail system, or the deputy's right there can see needs immediately.
So then it's physically different than even the addition that we put in?
Correct.
Okay.
Would it be fair to say that our juvenile system of incarceration is direct supervision?
Correct.
Because you have two correction officers in the pod with the cells, but it was a conscious decision when we built that thing that it was safer and it was obviously cheaper to do a lot more of the monitoring from the council and your dashboard than having people physically inside like we had with the old jail here. But we did have problems. We had physical issues and more problems. At least that was back then.
No, and you're exactly right, Mike. And some of the tide that's changing is just some of the advocates groups that are talking about it, and then, of course, some of the liability or lawsuits that are coming out of it.
It'd be nice to see the statistical information on suicide rates for direct supervision versus indirect, if there is a difference, or officer injury rates.
I think it's a great question, and I wrote down both of them.
When you look at not just jails, but the prison system, there is a lot of data. And Captain Schultz is talking from his experience. It's hard when you use words like safer. Is it cheaper? Indirect? Yes. Is it safer? For who? Is it better? For who? And I think we could probably agree that the ideal is direct supervision. We should aim for that. Whether it's not feasible is a discussion, but it's better globally.
That's your opinion.
Well, I think the data, yeah.
Statistically shown that it's safer and it's better, and you have
Okay.
to show me that.
No, I agree. I think we wrote.
We'll be happy to.
We'll get that info.
And one way to frame it is what kind of risks are associated with each kind of supervision.
Exactly.
And, I mean, you know, there may be increased risks to officer safety, but, you know, the other, you know, liability type risks that we were just talking about, those are, you know, those are
Right, and I
greater when
think
they
that's
reckon, and,
statistical
you know, to
information
look at the
is
whole,
available.
bundle of risks, you know, yeah, I mean, we could get a dashboard.
Yeah.
Like,
You know, look
yeah,
at the
you could basically have a bunch of measures, you know,
Right.
on this risk, you know, indirect looks like this, direct looks like this, and you just look at the whole set of them.
And I think, you know, both of you gentlemen have great points. And just so you know, this is just something that we're looking at as we move forward, just because the trend is directing us in this arena. And one other thing that I just want to add, it's one of the directions that, through various other things, can show it will help reduce jail suicides as well. But you bring up very good points, and I wrote them down, and that's why I like these discussions, because you always learn something, and you
I worked
can
in
ask
the
them.
LA County jail system, and they did not have direct supervision, at least in Obispo one.
Right. Yeah, and they've got a lot of inmates.
Well, it's the second biggest prison system in the world, or the third after California State.
Yes, I have a question. I've been noticing the homeless tents right next to Highway 20 when I drive in, and I've heard kind of stories that there are people from the stabilization center, they've been given a tent, and they're camping there, and I'm personally worried that those people are going to cross 20 in darkness, and somebody's going to get hit and killed, and then I'd heard that probably your office was saying, please, that's not really a good safe spot for homeless to camp, and I'm
So-
wondering.
No,
you
it's a
know,
good question, Commissioner. So what we're doing, we're actually working with the Stabilization Center, because what was trying to be solved there was a short-term concern, because if they want to give the follow-up care to these individuals, it's helpful to have them close, or at least have transportation to get there, and we know a lot of times transportation isn't the easiest thing to solve. And so what this was a good way to try and provide aftercare. But Captain Schultz is actually working with the Stabilization Center about some other options. Now, we don't ever know how quickly those options can go, but your concerns are noted, and we're well aware of them, and we'll continue to work with the Stabilization
there were
Center
only
about
2
it.
tents this morning, but I thought there were 4 yesterday.
Yeah, there's been a reduction.
And I'm going like, and you know, because now they've got that other center open on a nightly basis, yeah,
Yeah, good questions, and Captain Schultz is working with them.
good, thank you.
Before we move on, just to clarify, the $300,000 in the original budget was part of our contingency, but because of the importance of the public safety campus, we want to move that. And so that's an official request to move that into our capital. It's already been moved into the requested budget, but the write-up wasn't included in your original packets. So that $300,000 is for the planning of the phase 2 of the jail, which also coincides with part of our American Relief Fund that we had requested for the board to consider these 2 portions of the jail, which are the booking and visitation, to consider building those out. And if we were to know that we were jump starting on that to provide more room and space for processing, that would allow us to make some other changes also. And so that's been presented to you. I just wanted to make that connection in 2 ways. Part of the plan, as part of the American Relief Funds, the county, and then the $300,000, which is just for planning, which will include some of the studies you're talking about to get ready on the public safety campus.
So question, is there a capital reserve fund, or you're
No.
programming it as a
Yeah,
capital for this year?
We moved it, we want to put it in the capital budget this year
Capital budget.
in our capital budget, yes. I had put it in as a contingency because we weren't sure when we were getting it and then missed the deadline.
Sometimes capital can be, we're going to put it here for 5 years, and we'll have a bigger
Yeah,
amount.
no, this is to be spent this year for planning for Phase 2 of the Public Safety Master Campus.
Commissioner, I would just note there that, as you all know, we've been working with Captain Schultz and Lieutenant Gill as part of our Public Safety Campus sort of working group for years on, and I've identified the two improvements that you see there are part of that, have been part of that plan for a long time, and we're finally moving, you know, whether the new juvenile shop is under construction, we're moving forward on the P&P building. These two improvements are part of that long-term plan, and there's more projects beyond those as part of the longer-term plan, but that's, and you'll hear about more about that later today as part of our CIP budget, but that is a component. We're working together with the Sheriff's Office to identify those long-term improvements. So this isn't a surprise or
Yeah, no, I mean, I'm
yeah.
supportive. I always think of the kitchen and the laundry room when we do a jail tour. It's like, oh, you know, there's a generation of needs there that are being overlooked. So I'm supportive of, you know, biting off chunks and making big picture items.
Yeah, and I know, you know, those American Relief Fund dollars we want the county to be benefited, but as we do this, it will benefit the county, and those are changes that need to be made, so that would come from District 1. So we're really just investing in the taxpayers' dollars. We're fronting money that the taxpayers will have to pay eventually to fund those things. Captain Garrison.
Thanks, Joe. So the 2 points that we have here that I've been tasked to discuss with you is obviously traffic complaints. We've talked about the growth that we've had within the county that's continued. As Joe's broken down here in this slide, you can see that we've just continued to perpetually grow in our complaints that we have. This is the number one thing that we hear from citizens across the board, our traffic complaints that we receive, be it that the complaints that you as commissioners receive that you forward on to the sheriff or myself, or that they come in on our own website or through 911. Consistently, this is something that we hear about, be it speed, aggressive driving, road rage, or just reckless driving, be it that it's someone that is texting and driving, or in fact the DUI that's out there as well. And so these are just increasing, 3 of our 4 calls per day. That's what we're getting on an average, and so that it just continues to grow. And so part of our community action target team, part of their duties as assigned are to target these areas that have been identified by our public that are problem areas, be it speed, be it any of these other things that I listed, that they are to target. And with the additional 2 members that we are requesting, we would have one assigned. They can work in pairs, and they overlap on our current 12-hour shifts with one another, and they're able to hit some of these problem areas that patrol is just not able to do due to our calls for service, our current call volume, be it the time that they have to spend on their regular dispatch calls. And so it's that extra piece that we haven't been able to hit. Not only is CAT assigned to that, but they have the individuals that are in our community that are mentally ill that we've identified that need some additional checking on, and that's part of their duties to go out and in fact make contact with those folks. They're also going to work with the community for the areas where the homeless, where there may be additional issues there. They're going to overlap with our county code enforcement deputy, with our street crimes to address a number of these issues that have been identified by the community. The next point that Joe had up there was our body camera and in-car camera implementation. And I gave a brief analysis of this to the commissioners. I believe it was a couple of months back when we were starting this. But we had actually sought out a number of citizen groups to take input from. And with these public meetings that we had with them, it was an overwhelming success, endorsement by those groups. They gave us good ideas. We presented to them what our policies were going to address and how we were going to operate with the cameras. There were things, we didn't create this policy in a vacuum, and that was why we were soliciting their help, but we were also wanted them to be informed that we They have spoken as a community that we serve, and they've asked for this. As the sheriff has mentioned, this is something that's been on our radar for quite some time to include as we revamped our strategic plan. We just only accelerated that plan based on the further demand by the public wanting their deputies to have these cameras in place. And so we have done that, and as the sheriff has mentioned, we've implemented it. It is a T&E period continuing, if you will, because we have to train deputies to be able to remind themselves to activate the cameras, to understand just exactly how that works, how that integrates into how we do business on a day-to-day situation. And so the things that we expect and we know that we're going to see is we're going to have improved investigations because it'll be capturing it from the start of the contact to the conclusion. We believe there'll be reduced complaints. We've seen a number of white papers that have been developed on that very topic that show that agencies that have implemented this have reduced their complaints. Reduce court time, as the sheriff mentioned earlier as well. But overall, it shows transparency and understand that the deputies cannot alter, edit, or disseminate these videos in any way. It's under complete control and locked down to where they can't do that. The only individual that can do that is our IT forensic supervisor who can do those things, and it's in a form of a redaction. Which is a software that accompanies the program that we've purchased, and so therefore that's the only piece of that that can be changed to that video, and it'll be housed by ORS, Oregon Revised Statutes, and state law of how we maintain that record, and anything that is released, all of those will fall underneath state law. Is there any piece of that? Okay, and then back to you.
Okay. So then to kind of summarize then what we've talked about for the request for our FTE, we're requesting an increase of 5. One digital forensics detective whose primary focus will be on the storage of the body cam footage and the things that Captain Garrison talked about. 2 CAT deputies to get those to work and addressing, like you saw, those complaints. And I just worry about what we're in for this year. Just speaking like as a basketball fan, it's great to watch the playoffs and they're back in the stands with the fans, and every game we have to watch some angry person throw something or run onto the court or get arrested for whatever they're doing. And we're going to see, you know, complaints and bad behavior probably a lot. And so those deputies are critical. And then the patrol deputy, just regular patrol deputies, 2 more to fill that out to keep up with growth. That would be a total cost of $573,000 increase in the budget from what you've got reported. And Sheriff?
One of the things, we didn't talk too much about the digital forensic detective, but the digital forensics unit, as we've talked about in years past, everything's electronic. There's electronic evidence with most every crime that we deal with now. And if you all remember, when we added the digital forensic detective a few fiscal years ago, it was to keep up with increased activity, and it ended up being a wash because there was a court case that determined some investigative procedures had to be increased, and it basically added another 50% to 75% more time to each individual investigation. So we were glad we added the digital forensic detective, but it ended up just being out of necessity. So when we looked at increasing that position, this is to help offset the increased workload, this digital forensic position, but also we will have the digital forensics detective oversee the body camera and in-vehicle camera footage, storage, protecting it like the captain mentioned. So that'll be the primary duty since we're talking about evidence.
I have a question for Captain Garrison. I heard a KMBD news report the other day, and I think it was from Ben PD, but they said that they were actually giving DUI citations, whatever, during the day. And I'm just wondering if we're seeing that same thing. They said it wasn't like just Friday and Saturday night. It was like during the day that they were stopping people, and that's what they were being charged with. I just wondered, is the county seeing that phenomenon also?
I've not seen a dramatic uptick in that. We have always experienced, if you will, day intoxication. And so I myself have arrested people at 7 o'clock in the morning for DUI on their way to work.
Oh, I thought they were going home.
Nope, on their way to work. So, no, that it's not a, so as we've become, we knew we would see an uptick with the legalization of marijuana, and basically it just kind of goes across the board, and it doesn't just stop with that. You now include intoxication under methamphetamine, fentanyl, any number of other things that can dramatically affect how someone can operate a motor vehicle. And so those things are all on an uptick. And as we grow proportionately as a community, I believe you're just only going to see more of it.
We were talking about, what's happening on sports events. Well, don't forget the flight attendant that just had 2 teeth knocked out. On a plane, this lack of civility that we've seen in our society, the lockdown really did not help that at all. It's really sad. People have to get back outside and take a hike. I mean, really and truly go for a walk, and mentally, it's really important.
Mm-hmm.
Sheriff, could you give a quick summary of your impressions of the Stabilization Center? What has it done for your department? What do you see going forward in terms of volume and demand for that service?
That has been a huge asset to our office and law enforcement. I think one of the things that I like to use as a measure, not only has it been used, I think 1,100 times, I might be off a little bit, I just got the latest numbers, but 1,100 users. But the other piece of that for us is the time savings for law enforcement personnel. So you get an average time turnaround of, I think, 4 minutes, 3 to 4 minutes, that law enforcement can go in there and leave. And in other settings, you are committing law enforcement troops to hours sometimes if you're taking the individual to an emergency department. So you're losing patrol time and response time in those settings when you've got that. So that's been the biggest asset. When you talk about a deputy sheriff that would have to sit with an individual for hours, you're talking about an investment. And sometimes, depending on the level of danger that the individual poses, it could be 2 deputy sheriffs having to sit with an individual. So it's very proactive. I got to tell you, there was one user that we've known for a number of years who's got some violent tendencies, and he was even seeking services of the Stabilization Center and did so for a while, and actually was just following up as recently as a week ago, I believe. I heard him when I was out working patrol. I heard that he was coming in to visit with Pierceport. So it's impressive. It's just another way to solve the problem. And I'll tell you what's next on that is, we talked about, and forgive me, because sometimes I forget which groups we talked about. We didn't talk about the effects of Measure 110, but the intent of Measure 110 was terrific. It was to kind of provide individuals an alternative to get help to get back on track to being a productive citizen. The problem with Measure 110 is it diverted a lot of money away from some really good and effective programs, which I'm sure we'll all learn how to work our way through. But it also didn't really invest money in components that I feel would be useful tools. And by the way, sorry, Measure 110 is the decriminalization of certain amounts of drugs. So you're going to see more drugs on the street as a result of it. You might see more potential for addiction as a result of Measure 110. Those are just unintended consequences. But I think in order for Measure 110 to be really effective, you needed to have a number of times that it could have been used. So basically right now, they can get a traffic ticket or a not a traffic ticket, a $100 ticket or a health assessment any number of times. It doesn't have a, okay, hey, 25 times, that's it. So really to make some of those programs work or to drive people to treatment, you've got to have like a consequential hammer that you can still use to drive people to treatment, and Measure 110 lacks that. But I would have liked to have also seen Measure 110 invest some of those resources in sober stations and maybe even some treatment bed options, because I've learned from my good colleague, DA John Hummel, that it's not always treatment beds you need. It could be counseling you need, it could be medical care you need, it could be peer support you need, or it could be a sober station you need. So after some discussion with different care centers and our behavioral health teammates and partners, we're looking, our next investment is going to be a sober station. So whether that component can be part of the stabilization center, which frankly, it's being used so heavily, I don't know how it can be. I don't believe there's going to be capacity there. So to try and either look at partnering with a nonprofit or something like that so that we can get the sober station component invested in, and that should help as part of the future.
If I could follow up on Bruce's question, do you have any sense of patrol officer hours that have been saved by, I mean, you know, like a quantity, and I then where I would go next with that is, you know, do you feel like it's that savings in patrol officer hours justifies your investment? And thank you very much for, you know, your ongoing investment in the stabilization center. Like, is it a good investment, and is it paying off in terms of the amount of hours that patrol hours you're reclaiming?
And first of all, you're welcome, Commissioner. It's an honor to do it. We want to be as proactive as we can be. Our ultimate vision would be that we'd put ourselves out of business. I mean, that's really how you should operate and do business, and that'll make sure you're doing the right thing. The second question is, it's absolutely worth the investment. The first thing, it's the right thing to do by the community members and their families, okay? Because addiction touches, if not everybody in the community, I would bet you 95%. I mean, I could raise my hand here and say that I've got friends or family that is touched by addiction or behavioral health issues, okay? But the other piece of that is, I would like to see the stabilization center operate longer, because as you remember, it opened during COVID, so I really don't know how COVID affected business at the stabilization center. I don't know if it would have been busier or if it was as busy because of COVID. But the second thing, the stabilization program manager, Holly, does a great job, and I don't think they've heard from Health Services, or have you all heard from Health Services? Okay, so, but she will have statistics and numbers on time saved for law enforcement officers. Now, that's all agencies, but I will always tell you, it is well worth the investment if for nothing else you divert individuals when appropriate away from the criminal justice system, i.e. our jail. I mean, if you can take these vulnerable individuals and give them better resources elsewhere, if it's one person, and that's one person that doesn't get seriously injured or pass away in the jail, that is a win, and it's right to make that investment. So if after she shares some of those numbers with you, if you still want more, please feel free to email me, Commissioner, and we'll try and pull our own statistics about our own office, but that'll give you a view of all law enforcement officers' time savings.
Yeah, no, I mean, the statistic that behavioral health keeps sharing is, you know, law enforcement officers get in there and get someone checked in less than 5 minutes, and
that's incredible.
That's really awesome. But like, then trying to think about how that how that affects, you know, your staff, your staff time.
I'll tell you this really rough estimate. Okay, there was one year we had 1,000 mental health calls. Okay, I can't tell you how many of those folks off the top of my head that we actually ended up taking, but let's just say half went on a hold of some sort. Okay, so you have 500 calls. You average conservative estimate 2 to 3 hours on each one of those calls, and you can just use a one deputy sheriff, which is probably $45 with roll-ups an hour. So you're looking at $45,000. I mean, that's just a quick snapshot. But really what you're losing is that proactive piece, that deputy sheriff's time spent elsewhere finding who knows what, those immeasurables, right? So.
I have a question. You were one of the big supporters financially of the Stabilization Center. Joe, have you guys allocated funding for it for this next year in
Yes.
the budget? How much is that? Just might I?
570,000 roughly.
So what you did before, then you're matching that?
Yes, we told them we wanted to continue with the support exactly like we were, because we're pleased
And
with
we're
it.
also ready to increase our partnership in different ways. For one of the things, I would love to be able to excuse uniforms from 80% of the mental health or behavioral health calls. And so we're visiting with the Stabilization Center and behavioral health about investing in mobile crisis assessment team. Just because, frankly, yes, a uniform does belong there sometimes because the safety situation calls for it, but we're ready to divest uniforms from mental health and behavioral health calls as best we can.
So perhaps maybe Bend will step up their 70,000 that they gave originally. So thank you for being so consistent.
You're welcome. I will, the reductions in funding, and frankly, you're going to see the same themes on my screen here, major issues ahead, because they're not going away. And the only thing that throws a wrench in it is you never know what legislative concepts will become law as you go through it, and sometimes those have unintended consequences or unfunded mandates. But the reductions in funding is we'll continue to see a reduction in state funding. I think you mentioned 1145 money, and the DUII reimbursement money has been reduced. Something that's critical to our office and has been over the years, health and safety of our teammates, and specifically the law enforcement personnel, the deputy sheriffs in corrections, deputy sheriffs on patrol. When you take a look at, we talked about the traumatic incidents that they see, a lot of times these folks don't know they need help until it's too late. And we want to try and continue to beef up our Health of the Force program. That is spiritual, mental, and physical fitness and well-being. I mentioned it's a difficult job. If we expect folks to be in line with law enforcement reform and to improve themselves, well, we've got to care for them. And right now what we do is no questions asked, no cost counseling, so whatever our health benefits don't pick up, sheriff's office budgets, and we pick up the difference because it's important for our members to be healthy. We recently just had Sigma Tactical come and we invest Sigma Tactical. So what, or is it Sigma Wellness?
Sigma Wellness.
I'm mixing it.
Wellness.
So what it is it's basically it's a cardiology program. So what they're finding is law enforcement officers, because of shift work during the week, that not always caring for themselves. And frankly, 6 individuals from our office were found immediate medical need. So it's already paid for the investment. And it just gives diet options, health and wellness options. We consulted with a sleep study expert locally, Dr. Dedrick, wonderful man. He's doing a sleep study on some of our deputy sheriffs. We're just trying to balance out that shift work, quality service delivery, career longevity, and investment. Have that all balanced out. And life longevity. I mean, we don't want these folks to retire from law enforcement and then that's it. Average age law enforcement retiree, they're not retired but a few years before they pass away. So that's not something we want. These folks are doing a very important job. It's a critical job. They're always in the spotlight, and so health and safety of our teammates are going to continue to be important. And I'm going to give a quick shout out to our partners at the Bend Police Department across town. They've been great helpers in this, helping guide us towards different programs to use, as well as my wife's been great at offering suggestions, and Hillsborough Police Department, and I think Indianapolis, which shared some ideas with the city of Bend. So can't do it alone. It's a nationwide movement. We're actually just getting an application that goes on your phone, an app that will be available to all of our folks on their personal phones 24/7. We can also measure the usage, so we make sure it's a good investment, but it's 24/7 counseling and hotlines. And I'm sorry, I'm going to have you back up one second, Joe, just because. But anyway, it's about that mental wellness piece. And so what we want to do is we want folks to know that, hey, coming into this job, we want you to go and visit with a counselor, get things off your chest, stay healthy, stay right. We visited enough about staffing and recruitment, and I do want to touch on livability just briefly. I feel like it's not only you all's duty, but it's the sheriff's office duty to make sure we continue to enhance and protect livability in this community and taking care of all individuals. And so a huge thank you and shout out to the board. Approving something like the Veterans Village over by 911 is terrific to take care of the folks that fought for our country and allow me to do my job back home. I think that's going to be a huge plus. We're a huge supporter of the Veterans Village. But anything that we can do to try and relieve homelessness. We've got individuals that are camping, living, staying in different areas. Some of it's by choice. Some of it's because of addiction, criminal, or mental health afflictions. But we really need to make sure that we continue to adopt the tough love approach, and that is continue to offer support and resources, but also continue to enforce the rules. And one thing that our office is looking at is trying to form with our local partner agencies livability teams where we go in and we check on these individuals, because some individuals are stranded here. They've lost their support system. And if there's somewhere where we can help them get an airline ticket or a bus ticket or fuel to get back to their support structure, we always call and make sure there's somebody on the other end. So we're not just sending them into nowhere to be stranded somewhere else. But we want to go through and we want to visit with these folks. But at the end of the day, folks have to pick up their garbage. Folks have to reduce public health hazards and make sure human waste is going where it needs to go. And I'm significantly concerned about fire hazards, so much to the point where we actually visited with air support to contract with them as a sheriff's office in case we get any starts out here. And what I was told is, yeah, we can do a contract, but as you all know, when it gets busy, those resources go where it gets busy. And so we might have a contract and we can call them, but there might not be anything to go dump on anything. And so livability is a concern. We're taking a look out at China Hat. That, of course, involves our federal partners. We've really got to take a look at that 14-day stay period, because we have a lot of individuals affected here. And I think as we continue to move forward, we also need to keep in mind that, and rightfully so, because I would do the same, but if a certain community has resources, people will move to that community for the resources. And social resources are no different. So we are blessed in this community because we have a lot of resources. We have a lot of giving folks. We have a lot of giving government agencies. But we just need to understand that we will never be able to solve the problem. We've just got to balance it. And the best way to balance it is that resource option with the tough love option. So I just want to leave with that. But those are going to be some challenges as we continue, just like they've been challenges in the past. But I appreciate all of your time, and we'll leave it for questions from anyone. Commissioner.
I was trying to get my head around this choice between raising the rate for District 2, or is it District?
District 2.
District 2. Raising the rate for District 2 or investing transient room tax. And when I think about the transient room tax generating activity in the last year, so we during COVID we saw like transient room taxes go through the roof. A whole bunch of that was people coming from out of town, going to the grocery store, buying like $8 zillion worth of groceries, and hunkering down in a house with their kids doing distance school. Doesn't seem like a huge public safety risk to me. So
correct.
So I was trying to sort of think about in my mind the justification for increasing the budget using transient room tax, or increasing the transient room tax kind of contribution would be if you could demonstrate a direct linkage between increased tourism revenue and increased tourist crime activity.
Well, and here's what I'd tell you, Commissioner, because law enforcement is far above and beyond just that statistical piece. I completely understand what you're saying. more people means you want higher visibility. It doesn't necessarily mean you're going to have more crime. The easiest way to get higher crime is lower law enforcement numbers and lower visibility. So even in communities where you see, hey, crime levels are doing pretty good, you don't want to cut the law enforcement force. You want to keep it the same, because that means it's doing a great job. But I think what we mean here is transient room tax can go for a number of things. Law enforcement is, and I think it can go to roads and some other things that the commission is more aware of than I am, but it can go to law enforcement. And when you get increased population in an area, you want increased patrols. So it's a way to help offset the District 2 rate while still providing presence and patrols and public safety out there. You're not going to see a linkage that you explained, and I absolutely respect and appreciate your explanation. 25% of our workload comes from transient influx, right? Tourism. About 25, well, and I don't know that we checked the search and rescue numbers for 2020 yet, but about 25% of our search and rescue calls come from tourism. So it's not that they generate a lot of work or business for us, other than they generate a lot of need for patrol. And the one thing that we look at when we talk about District 2 rates to measure our success and how well we're doing is Priority 1 response times. Now, our Priority 1 response time in all districts broke 10 minutes, and we're happy with that. Now, if you're home at your house trying to defend it, 10 minutes is a long time, as you know, sir.
Yeah.
So,
and I'm supportive of the idea of increasing patrol presence.
Right.
I'm just asking, what is the appropriate way to pay for that?
Right, and that's why I was just trying to explain it that way, Phil. If you, sorry, and if you want to visit with us offline, we might be able to better answer that. We're just talking about increased population. You want to make sure you increase your number of resources to provide for that population.
Right.
And so
The
that,
question is, does it come from the property tax base? Because, our community development was here yesterday. They told us about the 600 new units that are being built per year. I mean, so
Right.
the resident population is growing fairly rapidly, as well as, maybe and these, the transient room tax revenue, it may be, there's probably more visitor days per year, but also the rates that the short-term rentals are charging are going up. So, I mean, your revenue could be increasing without the total number of people who are visiting increasing as well. So I'm just trying to tease some of this apart. And again, to ask the question, we need more patrols, but what is, whose responsibility is it to pay for that?
I think it's a great question. And I think it might lie somewhere in the middle, right? So I see what you're saying, Commissioner, is maybe we saw an increase in transient room tax. That might not always be the case, which is why I phrased it in kind of a percentage conversation as to what, how much of that transient room tax money could go to the sheriff's office. So I completely agree with you. And really, we have some time to kind of vet that out, because all I was really wanting to present today is, look, District 2 is not as healthy anymore because we're getting down to that 3-month range. We would be looking at wanting to increase District 2 this next fiscal year. An option for the Budget Committee for you all would be to offset that increase next year, this coming fiscal year, offset that increase with transient room tax money, and then we can look at the future about transient room tax money. But some of the rural patrol, I'm not saying put that all on the back of transient room tax. What I'm saying is use transient room tax to help offset, because we want those increased patrols. Because to me, increased transient room tax means increased visitors. And I know that it may not be that simple, but when you take a look at it from that aspect, we are going to want increased patrols. But we will want increased patrols as we move forward with the resource study and taking a look at some of those opportunities as well in the future. So you bring up a great question and a good explanation.
Yeah, and I would just add, that's why we looked at this over the, it's 13% annually over an 8-year period, nearly. So we wouldn't want to say, hey, yeah, the last year we saw this bump, and so procedurally, we thought, okay, we had cut the rate, thinking that we were overfunded, but we needed more patrol. And so as we used up our fund balance, it came time to raise the rate. And so the question is, have the taxpayers, not just this year, but been shouldering too much of that burden? Like, should over that time period, some of that gone to increase? Because, I know the Ben Chamber is saying, between 10 and 15% growth usually in tourism the last 3 years, I think. So it's not a dollar for this year, and you're exactly right. There's a lot of noise in that data. But just overall, with the growth we've seen, should that not be slightly higher? Or should we go to the taxpayers and say, we need to move this back to 140 where it was?
I think part of that discussion we'll have tomorrow. It'll be important to review the history of why we fixed that rate. I remember some of that discussion. I'm sure Tom does, and I think we'll want to share that with some of the other folks, and then talk about whether it's useful approach to untether that number a little bit. And I think you've given us enough information that we can have that discussion.
Thank you.
We're actually out of time.
Okay, well, thank you all.
I want to thank you, Sheriff, for the good presentation, for the work you folks do, and certainly the way you've run that department is commendable. I, at this time, would like to close the Countywide Law Enforcement District 1 meeting and the Rural Law Enforcement District 2. And thank you for being here.
You're welcome. Thank you all very much. Good discussion, good questions. Always learn something.
Yeah.
Commissioners and Budget Committee members. Thank you for hearing our budget presentation today. I'm Chris Doty, as you're well aware. With me, as always, Cody Smith, County Engineer. So on my first slide, you can see I have us starting at 12:15, a little bit behind, but hopefully maybe we can catch up by the time it's all said and done here. I'm going to be delivering the road portion as usual, and Cody's going to be delivering the CIP portion of the presentation. On the Zoom call this afternoon, we have the rest of the support team from the road department, Chuck Schutte, Randy McCauley, Beth Regini, Kevin Samuel, Kelly Candela, and John Anderson, folks that have their mitts in this budget a little bit and can answer questions if they pop up. So they're on the Zoom call, and we can maybe patch them in if necessary. I want to walk you through this agenda today. We're going to talk briefly about our budget priorities, how we typically go about making the decisions and how to present a budget proposal to this group. We're going to give you a funding update, talk a little bit about what we feared last year, then what actually happened, and then where we think it's going from here on out, mostly as it relates to COVID. We'll talk about kind of some new, unique projects in the road department budget this year, things that you don't normally see, and then we'll talk about the things that you normally see. Touch on our performance measures. Feel free to ask questions as we go along. Don't save anything up. Let's have a dialogue as we move through our budget presentation, and then Cody will do the capital project piece, and that'll take probably longer than the road department piece, just given the amount of work we have in the program. A lot of exciting things happening. Always like to start with our mission statement. If you apply for the job at the road department, it helps to know what our mission statement is. And we filter it right through everything we do, and we let it inform how we budget as well. So we strive to maintain the quality and improve the experience for all users of the Deschutes County transportation system. As you can see, the focus early on is on maintaining the quality. So we have a system of hundreds of millions of dollars of investment that our public has made in over time, and so maintaining that quality is first and foremost. Improving the experience can be in the form of superior operational response, could be in the form of a capital project that addresses a safety issue or a capacity issue. And then finally, all users. We have to remind ourselves we're not here just to serve cars and trucks, but we have pedestrians in a few spots. We have bicycles all over the place right now, and we're here to serve them as well. Quickly, most of you know this, we have 4 divisions in the road department. We have 56 full-time employees, and 20 contract seasonal employees are typically what we hire on in the summer to help us deliver our maintenance programs. We're going to talk more about the difficulty in the contract seasonal employee world here in a little bit. And then also want to give you a heads up, we are asking for the position that was eliminated last year, the equipment operator position. We're asking for that to be restored in the budget. So asking for a total of 57, and we'll expand on that. In terms of the priorities, again, this is kind of that continuation of that theme. It's the MOI at the road department. It's maintenance. Obviously, we're going to want to maintain that system, especially our pavement and the pavement condition index, something we pay very close attention to. Right behind that, close second, is the operating the system, so how we react to things that happen in the system. So that's what we're budgeting, based on those priorities. Once we budgeted those two to an acceptable manner, we're going to have resources that will then be dedicated for improving the system. Capital projects, major maintenance projects, safety improvements. We're getting after a system now with our capital program that's it's over 100 years old. And so, in some cases, well before vehicles utilize the system, we're working with alignments of that nature. So we call it the trickle-down budget theory. You'll hear that kind of scattered throughout the presentation as usual. What used to be a small drip of funds that made it through for capital projects is now a pretty steady stream. And so, that's why Cody's going to be hogging most of the presentation today, talking about capital projects. Quick slide just to inform you of all the different funds we have at the road department. We have the mother fund of $325, that's the operating fund for the road department, but we have a whole host of other funds that feed in and out of the $325. We have $328 and $329, the surveyor and corner fund that feeds into that fund. The $330 fund, building and equipment. $336 fund is transportation SDC that then kicks resources over to the capital piece, which is $465. And then $680, of course, is the vehicle maintenance and replacement fund. So let's talk a little bit about COVID. When we were here last year, it was kind of at the depths of the unknown, not knowing where things were going with regards to revenue, specifically the state highway fund. People through that kind of initial quarantine period were driving less, especially in the Portland metro area, a lot less in the I-5 corridor, and so volumes were substantially down, and as such, revenue was substantially down. And so what we budgeted kind of on the fly was a 30% reduction in the state highway fund in terms of revenue loss. And the state highway fund, supports 75 to 85% of the funding at the road department. What we then kind of planned our future around was a slow recovery from that big plunge, and then we planned that into a recession. That's what the economists were kind of foreseeing at the time, is that, oh boy, here we go. To come back from this, our country is going to most likely dip into a recession, and you need to start thinking about that. So that was kind of our forward thinking with regards to our modeling for revenue. Pleased to report that's not what has transpired. What has transpired is it's a 10.8% revenue loss in the state highway fund, and in terms of what's coming into the road department. Now, most of that was in the first quarter of the fiscal year, so July to October, and then in the prior months to that as well. Since then, the state highway fund is at 97% of the pre-COVID estimate, and so it's basically right on the cusp of full recovery. And second bullet there. We haven't recovered into a recession. I think everyone can probably agree that with some caution we have recovered into a growth economy. Things are still, especially in Deschutes County, more than anywhere else, popping. And so, we're not in that recession period. We're getting back to business from the road perspective pretty quick. Finally, we did receive or have a promise, at least, from ODOT via the feds of some relief funds that will hit our budget here in the next probably month or so of $1.24 million. That cuts our loss in half, and those are just funds from the feds to the state to local government to help offset that loss in state highway fund revenue. So that's been a positive thing. Moving forward, like I mentioned, we're already at 97% in terms of the month-to-month revenue from the state highway fund of pre-COVID level. And so, we're going to get back there sooner rather than later. That said, we have stayed conservative in this budget with our funding estimate for this fiscal year. We lowered it by 5% over what the state had kind of estimated for us. Of course, we're preparing this budget in the January, February timeframe, and as you recall, things were a little sketchy back then, but certainly have bounced back, with regards to COVID. Then the other thing that's a part of the conversation is just the amount of project dollars, both federal and federal via the state, that are out there and part of the discussion. And so we do anticipate, a federal transportation package here at some point. That will, populate various federal programs with dollars that we can go after for various projects. So that's what we anticipate seeing moving forward. And again, if you have any questions, feel free to chime on in. This slide kind of walks you through a little bit of what I just talked about. We're engineers. We like graphs and charts and things. So the yellow dashed line is that pre-COVID state highway fund revenue estimate. The blue dash line was ODOT's estimate that they prepared last fall, or or maybe even spring, based on kind of what they were fearing would happen with state highway fund revenue. The red line is what we went ahead and budgeted for in fiscal year 21, but also kind of planned for in the outgoing years in terms of revenue recovery. The gray stars are actuals, so the close out of fiscal year 20, and we're almost through fiscal year 21. So as you can see, those stars are kind of hitting that ODOT line pretty close. So we were hopeful that they would be correct in their funding estimate last year, and they're proving to be correct. The orange star is what we budgeted this year, and the blue star is what ODOT and Association of Oregon Counties have forwarded to us as the funding estimate for the County Road Department for fiscal year 22. So, but like I said, we are mostly recovered in terms of the state highway fund revenue stream. So we have the state highway fund. Again, that's funds 75 to 80% of what we do at the road department. Of course, we're up, budgeting about $650,000 more from what we had budgeted last year. But we also have Secure Rural Schools funding. Now, Secure Rural Schools has not been authorized yet. It probably will be. Usually comes through. However, what's unique about kind of how things have played out over time is Secure Rural Schools used to be, upwards of $3 or $4 million annually. Last year it was a little over $700,000. And so it's gradually decreased substantially. Meanwhile, we're entitled to a certain percent of timber revenue that's been harvested in Deschutes County off federal lands, and that's actually gone up a little bit. And the two are almost collided, such that we're only $100,000 off between what we would receive from the feds if Secure Rural Schools was reauthorized, or if what we would normally receive based on the percent of that timber revenue and our share of that. So Secure Rural Schools is not the big discussion for Deschutes County, at least. It is for many other smaller counties, but for us it's not what it used to be. PILT, on the other hand, has been reauthorized for fiscal year 22. We've estimated that at $2.1 million, at least the portion that would come to the road department, based on how the board has continued to authorize PILT funding coming in to kind of offset that loss of that historic loss of SRS to the road department. We have partnership revenue, so we do work for other agencies, practically every local government agency, state and federal, in the Tri-County area. We're doing chip seal for Bend, Lapine, Sisters, Redmond. We do striping for some of the smaller cities. We do weed spray and vegetation management for the feds and ODOT at times. So that revenue accounts to $933,000. And that supports certainly the specialty equipment that we buy to then use for our system as well. Now, most of that revenue are the materials. Those are passed through costs, essentially, but this is a little bit more than last year, due mostly to the fact that Redmond gave us a couple-year break from doing chip seals for the city of Redmond. We're back this year doing chip seal for them. And then finally, transportation SDCs, system development charges. So we've estimated $1.5 million in revenue for this next year. That's about what we've received this year. However, last year at this time, we were telling you we were expecting a 50% reduction because growth was supposed to stop. It didn't. So we received certainly a lot more SDC revenue over the last year and are projecting that forward into fiscal year 22. Along with that, the SDC is increased annually based on an index in the construction cost index and the engineering news record. That's a part of the SDC resolution. However, that was recently also approved by the board in the fee schedule for fiscal year 22, or proposed to the board. So we'll talk a little bit about COVID impacts and other disruptions to the road department. We kind of felt a little guilty this last year. Not a lot of our day-to-day operations, not a lot of our projects were disrupted. For the most part, we were pretty healthy as a unit. We delivered practically all of our maintenance programming and goals. All of our projects got built or were moving forward. And so while certainly a lot of departments were struggling, and a lot of just our society was struggling, we were actually able to continue working in the manner that we normally do, with some adjustments for how we go about spacing each other out and masking and whatnot. However, the problems that we're seeing now are with COVID are happening now and are happening kind of here in the immediate future. We did have a little bit of a COVID issue at the road department somewhat recently, and so those hours of employees that are spent in quarantine or dealing with COVID, you can't get those back, and so we're a little over 700 hours that were spent dealing with that. The big issue that is starting to kind of really concern us are the seasonal workforce issues. And so you can't turn on the TV or check a news website or certainly sit in every single budget presentation for the county and probably not hear about this, about how hard it is to hire. But this is the seasonal workers. These are the flaggers that we use who come in and work for the summer season. Typically, we need about 20 to deliver on all the maintenance programs we have in the hopper during the summer, and we should be fully staffed by now. But we have 7 of 20, and it's not that promising in terms of we hire from the temporary employment agencies. Commissioner.
You said 5, so you've added 2 since last Friday.
That's true. Yep, we had a couple college kids show up this week.
Great.
Yeah.
Let's hope we can get a few more.
Yes. Yep. You bet. So what we're going to need to do is pull back on some of the services that we usually have going on simultaneously during the summer. The Legend work, that's kind of the team that paints crosswalks and things of that nature. Striping and crack seal are kind of the other 2 units out doing work, and pull those full-time employees and their seasonal needs back into the department to support the chip seal program. We'll find time in the shoulder seasons, fall and spring, maybe in winter, to do some of these other activities. But we're hoping this is a short-term and not a long-term issue with the ability to get seasonal workforce. Starting to encounter supply chain issues in terms of purchasing equipment. I think you've probably all read about the amount of the computer chip shortage. Everything has a computer chip now, and the equipment is no exception to that. Signage, the materials used to manufacture street signs, road signs, are in short supply, and then so is paint that we utilize for our striping program. So much so we're almost rationed to some degree, and needing to prioritize what routes we're going to do for the county, what routes our partners and the other agencies need to put back on as well. Then finally, price escalation, construction materials, some more than others. Asphalt we haven't seen a tremendous increase in asphalt yet, but we know it's coming. Certainly fuel, we've watched that go up, and additional increase is probably going to happen as well. Probably upwards of $4 a gallon is what we're hearing, not too far away. And that correlates also with shipping costs, who themselves, shippers, are dealing with with worker issues and the cost of fuel. Talk a little bit about our transportation system plan. This is a big thing happening at the road department. It's our 20-year document that seeks to plan the amount of projects and sets the transportation policy for the county moving forward. We're in the midst of that update now as we speak, and so what you'll see next year will probably reflect some of the changes and new projects that have been added to that plan. But certainly moving forward, the TSP will primarily affect the capital improvement plan and what projects you'll see coming forward. So we're in the midst of that planning process, and I believe the board is scheduled for a quick update at the Monday meeting. And I know you got a quick update at the joint meeting with Redmond City Council here recently as well. So kind of update you on where we're at with that. So let's get into our kind of typical maintenance program. Things we spend our money on. First and foremost, that number one priority there is our pavement management program, chip seal, overlay, crack seal, pavement patch. We have 82 miles of chip seal planned for this year. And then we're also doing chip seal for City of Bend, 8.8 miles, 4.7 for City of Redmond, a mile or so for Sisters, a half mile for City of La Pine. Those are the typical numbers for those agencies. This upcoming budget year will be our third slurry seal program, so that's a supplement to the chip seal. Chip seal, is product that can sometimes not be the best in certain residential neighborhoods. And so we've identified a list of roads in our system that would be good candidates for slurry seal, which is like chip seal, but without the aggregate, without the rock per se. Applied a little bit differently, but it does.
My dog would appreciate a slurry seal, you know.
Yeah, and I know you like to rollerblade too, so, yeah, and shoot hoops in the driveway. That's a neighborhood-friendly treatment. And then we have $441,000 in crack seal and patch budgeted, and hopefully that's work that we can do with the staffing shortage. And then 17 miles of overlay in the budget. Cody will talk about which segments those are. But all in all, that's $5.44 million towards our pavement management program. And that's what's necessary to sustain the pavement condition index in the low to mid 80s, which is exactly where you want to be as an agency, because that's where those low cost maintenance treatments can be effective. We want to continue to paint the house instead of having to replace the siding. Most importantly, though, we have no deferred maintenance. We have $0 in our deferred maintenance column. So that's key. That means we're staying up with it, and it's not accumulating, and it'll be this big albatross that takes us over at some point. And there's cautionary tales nearby for when those things happen. We'll talk about staffing, personnel costs. And so, as I mentioned at the onset, we will be asking for the restoration of that equipment operator position that was taken out of the budget last year, due to COVID and the uncertainties surrounding it, where things were going. So we'd like that position back, and that's a request. Also want to kind of steer you back to this chart, which we presented last year. The blue columns are the full-time employees that have been at the road department from fiscal year 2006 to present. The red line is the State Highway Fund revenue that the department has received over the same time. And so, as you can see, generally speaking, we've shrunk down the department. We've done things differently. And our full-time employees kind of hit bottom and are slowly kind of coming up a little bit, but not near at the pace of what we're seeing from State Highway Fund. And although it's not in the budget this year, I do want to give you a heads up for budget years to come. Because of the capital work that's happening, the amount of capital projects, safety projects, major maintenance that we are doing, basically what Cody will talk about in his presentation, we do need to staff up on that side of the house. Probably an additional engineer, probably one or two additional engineering assistants in the years to come, just to support that work. This year we've recently had an engineer leave, and has really exposed a lack of bench strength that we have, and it's going to be a long summer for some of us at this table, and everyone in the engineering division, just with all the projects we have in the hoppers and how hard it is to get people to even contract for, to kind of take the edge off. So that's a little heads up in the years to come. We will be coming back and needing to support that side of the house. A couple of unique items, unique things in the budget this year. The first one kind of gets after a conversation Commissioner DeBone and I have had for a long time now, and I think it kind of bled out in the goals and discussion for the board at goal setting this year. But what we're describing as is a local access road information campaign. So there's 400 miles of roads in the county that aren't maintained by the Deschutes County Road Department, and some people find that out the hard way the first time it snows, and they just moved into their home, and where's the county? Well, that's on a road that's not maintained by the county, and so there needs to be an awareness of that, that would certainly help, not just us in fielding those calls, but them in kind of putting their what they need to put together with their neighbors and folks in their community to help maintain their local access roads. So it's creating awareness, discussing options for maintenance. So in larger areas and subdivisions, maybe a special road district is something that can happen, or in smaller areas, perhaps an association could be developed, and making them aware of really what amounts to their responsibility to maintain the road that they have in front of their place, and hopefully starting conversations amongst neighbors that have been long in the making. So with that, we'll be developing marketing materials, again, to promote awareness and options, perhaps mailers, in areas where we're starting to see, new people roll in that, wouldn't hurt to kind of blast an area with some information. And so we budgeted, and then finally, a little bullet there, a road show, something we can develop and take to areas to discuss, have a presentation. The real estate community, is one I think it's long overdue to have a conversation with the real estate community. Hey, not every road is a county road, and you want to advise your clients of road maintenance issues, because that's what we hear a lot. I didn't know about it. No one ever told me. And so, and it could be that, the community itself isn't aware. So,
the county used to do, as you're probably aware, a lot of LIDs years back, and then we came to the conclusion that it's easy to do them, but we're not going to be in a position to maintain them. And so I'm asking, are we going to be pushing for any LIDs, or are we going to stay away from that long-term big obligation that we have?
Yeah. So LIDs are allowed currently.
What's an LID?
A local improvement district. So that's where the county comes in, where the neighbors basically vote to establish a district strictly for the purpose of improving the roads. And then the county comes in, gets bonding, and then assesses the cost of all those improvements back to the folks in the district over a 10-year period. So those are allowed within special road districts. And associations, if they can prove that they have the funding mechanisms to maintain, they maintain them. Yep.
The problem is, in the past, they would do an LID, get the roads great, and then turn them over to the county system. And so we had long-term ongoing, even though it was a brand-new road, it was fine, but the worry was, okay, what are we going to do with 8, 9, 10 years? We have a problem maintaining what we currently have, and we're adding to that. And so that's what we got out of the. So
you asked the question: will we be advocating for LIDs? No.
Good.
Long term, we may feel like we're in a good position now with the capital resources we do, but we're doing great things with those capital resources to help a lot more people, a lot more drivers of the system, and address safety improvements. We're doing, in terms of the policy, to not accept new local roads into the county. I think that's the smartest thing the board, Deschutes County, has ever done, because it did kind of arrest, stop the bleeding of a certain part of our system, such that we couldn't be able to do anything, do these projects, to do safety improvements and roundabouts where they're so desperately needed in our system. And and crystalballing again, long term, transportation funding revenue will be an issue again. We will be back to, having to make tough choices someday, just because, that's the nature of things. It doesn't adjust annually based on inflation. The legislature has to, gavel down on funding. And federally, the gas tax hasn't been increased since 1993. So it's, the buying power of that dollar is a fraction of what it once was. So transportation, coupled the fact, that cars are getting more fuel efficient, people are driving less in general. It's crystal ball long term. I think the county would regret ever, wanting to monkey around with that policy, because it's working. It's working.
There are other options.
And there are other options. Yep. Second bullet on this slide, major software investments. So we do have an Asset Works. It's a name of a software for fleet and equipment maintenance. That's a pretty active area in terms of the need for this type of investment. Of course, we have a lot of fleet in our system. It's not just managing the maintenance programming of that, everything that happens on an asset, programming, when things need to happen, but also billing, and charging back to our department clients, the cost for those things. And we've been trying to put a square peg in a round hole with regards to this software and avoid this purchase for a while. We have a software system in the road department that does a great job for managing road assets, and it doesn't do the best job for managing fleet assets. So it's, we're ready to make this investment and optimize what we're doing there. The second software piece here is for snowplow routing and tracking. So it's not just software, but some hardware here as well. So, our current, we have a snow and ice plan, and it sets some pretty basic priorities on areas and routes within those areas. But ultimately, it does rely on seasoned and experienced equipment operators to know what roads to plow in those specific zones that they're handed. What this software will do will certainly, basically provide almost plowing instructions. Turn right here, turn around there, watch out for this mailbox, that sort of thing. We're getting a lot greener in terms of our operator folks in the road department, and we don't have that experience that we used to have. So something like this would be a great tool. It's also going to help us be a ton more efficient out in the field because it's real time. We know where each other are at. We know when this road was plowed last, not just back in the office, but actually out in the field. And, it will make our response that much better. And if we're in a situation where trying not to hire staff, having a hard time hiring staff even when we can, utilizing these types of tools is the way to go. Thirdly here, for project management, similarly to some of these other things, we've really, like I said, we've gone from a handful of manageable projects every year to quite a few projects, as Cody will walk you through here in a minute, that need, some specialty software to help us manage all aspects of a construction project, times however many construction projects we have. So a small investment in basically getting good results and keeping track of those projects. Equipment and building investments. We have $2.213 million allocated for transfer from the 325 fund to the 330 fund. A little over half that is in equipment. $256,000 in new equipment, $930,000 in replacement equipment, and that's itemized in that table to the right. And we'll walk through some of that. Have some pictures as well. I'll show you what we're talking about. But we're also making pretty substantial investment in building maintenance this year. We're continuing the radiant floor heating replacement project in our shop. All the heating elements we have radiant floor in there. So they've exceeded their life cycle, so there's $235,000 towards a replacement project there. We're continuing with the outbuilding sealant and painting. That's very expensive to paint, and we have a lot of warehouse square footage that needs a treatment. Campus fencing, so you're aware of our location and our proximity to the DSL property, which will be developed here in the years to come. Couple that with the fact that, the current occupants of the property are starting to kind of find their way into the road department back 40. And so we have the need to want to secure some of that area with fencing so we don't have folks wandering back there and becoming a liability. Also, just preparing to be a good neighbor to the DSL property as it develops. We have replacement fuel pumps budgeted. So we have a very old, antiquated fuel pump system at the road department that's in need of replacement, and then some replacement air compressors. We're not proposing any additional contribution to the building reserve. We have $4 million in that reserve that's carried over in that 330 fund. However, we are developing the facility master plan that will help us, kind of guide investment in the years to come. Not just, what to build to accommodate, new improvements on the road department site, which we have need for more warehouse space and other items, but also to kind of plan that major maintenance component so that we're not having to wait till things break. We basically want to take the same approach we have to our pavements, to our capital projects, and apply that towards our facility in the way of planning maintenance projects logically over time. So jumping into the equipment, you'll see we have replacement vehicles at the road department on the chart to the right here. There's 4 units that will be replaced. New equipment, I always kind of like to focus on new equipment. You should always look at us with a discerning eye when we buy new things and not replacement things. We're proposing a slide-in sander. This is a box that you put in the back of a plow, back of a dump truck, and now you've turned your plow into not only just a plow, but also a sander. So we've been slowly adding those to basically all of our dump truck fleet so that we don't we're just used to have enough bodies to run a dump truck fleet or a plow fleet, and then we'd come in behind and sand separately. Now we want to take care of that in one pass. We have 2 variable message boards. This last year, especially with COVID, I mean, the need to communicate to the public is so important, not just for our road projects, but we're talking about, we've had all of our variable message signs down at the fairgrounds for the last 6 months directing people where to park. So they've been put to use for that type of thing. We also have 2 that we basically promised to Harper Bridge on a seasonal basis that need to stay there to continue to warn about pedestrian activity and as part of our management plan there. We have a guardrail cleaning attachment, so you've noticed when you're driving near guardrail that all the sanding rock and everything kind of mounts up underneath the guardrail, and it's very difficult to clean that and get that material out of there. You can't just broom it off because your broom doesn't reach under there. So this is an attachment that will basically provide that function. And that's something you got to stay on top of, because if you don't, you're basically curbing these guardrail areas, which are on hillsides usually, and now you're redirecting stormwater to areas where you don't necessarily want it. An asphalt reclaimer. And let me pop into these slides, these next slides. Pop into the last slide first. Asphalt reclaimer is the picture on the right. So we have need to do a lot of pothole patching during the winter months. During the winter months, you have 2 choices. One, you use a cold mix asphalt, but it just doesn't stay in place that long. You really need heat to bind asphalt and create a good patch. The asphalt reclaimer recycler will allow us to create a hot mix asphalt in a very small batch quantity. So if we're out patching potholes in January and February, we have a hot mix product that will stay in place a little bit longer than the cold mix. And so we utilize grindings, asphalt grindings that we have quite a stockpile of at the road department. Add a little bit of fresh asphalt to that and create our own basically small batch of mix there for that activity. And that'll certainly it's just a better process to have that in place. The other new piece of equipment on this slide is called a Bobcat Toolcat. This is a lot like a John Deere Ranger unit. This is the ground support behind the chip seal process, where we are basically following up that process with folks on the ground who are scooping dump chip rock. We get a lot of kind of clumps that come off that have to be removed from the mat before it's rolled, and other things. What's unique about this is it has that front bucket attachment, and so we can do a lot more things on the ground with that additional tool in place than we can today. And so it'll make us much more efficient and better off having this in place rather than our current little people mover. We'll jump back up to the. One of those. They look great, don't they? Looking for a retirement gift. You don't ask me, but you're in the right room.
Yeah, here you go.
Let's see. There's loader scales. So the ability to weigh material from the loader and keep track of what we're purchasing or what we're putting down. That's the new equipment. The replacement equipment, we have a 12-foot two-way snowplow that's on schedule for replacement. Asphalt distributor truck. So this is very important, probably the most important piece of the whole chip seal process, getting that hot oil down on the ground. And a small anti-icer spray truck, a paint truck chassis, a small excavator that's replacing a backhoe, an anti-ice tank and spray system that will go on the chassis, and then a brush chipper. And I've got some pictures of those as well. Distributor truck, paint chassis, a small excavator. There's our anti-ice spray system. So that's what we put down before it snows, before it freezes, in corners and on grades and at intersection approaches to prevent ice from building up. Brush chipper, and then the plow. You've seen those.
How much is the Bobcat Toolcat? Yeah, I mean, I just was curious.
$58,000.
$58,000.
Oh, that's all, huh?
Yep.
Oh, that's Nice present. That's like
Maybe
more
we
than-
can name a room or a building after Tom. That'll be cheap.
Or name the roads Toolcat after him.
There you go.
Put his name on the side of the.
Exactly.
You know, he will be available for seasonal work here in a little bit. I can find a way, I can see this happening.
That's how you get in the chest.
Yeah.
Driving it.
And here's the guardrail cleaning attachment.
What's it? You could borrow it and take it home on the weekends or something.
So let me get through these slides quickly and get over to Cody. And I know I'm probably slipping a little bit on time, but these are the typical 7 performance measures that we've had for the last handful of years. Pavement condition index, very important, 0 to 100. When where we want to be is in the low to mid 80s. We're at 83, and so holding steady. Percent roads rated good or better, and that's a PCI above 70. So collectively, these are the breadth and depth of measurements for your pavement health. We're at 98.6% of our roads at PCI of 70 or better. Pretty happy with that. We always we have a performance measure of the amount of road that we've touched with a pavement treatment at 14%. That's 1/7 of the system. Chip seal is something you want to apply every 7 years. So that's kind of how we kind of measure, the amount of area that we're covering. We're at 15.4%. And the Slurry Seal program's really helped get us over the line there. The next two are on bridges. So weighted bridge sufficiency at or above 85. We're at 87. And you'll notice in Cody's presentation, there's a couple bridges scheduled for replacement. The next one's 50% bridges rated good or better, based on deck, superstructure, substructure ratings, all above 7. We're at 51%, goal to stay above 50. The next one addresses just our capital improvement plan and needing to get back in front of the board to provide updates, which we do on a monthly basis as a part of our financial reporting. And then finally, the last one deals with light fleet that's out of life cycle, and this stemmed from our light fleet policy that we developed a couple of years ago. Target is 0%. We're at 25 now. We were at 24 last year. It was an interesting year for fleet, light fleet especially departing because people are working from home. The light fleet is sitting. It's becoming a problem in and of itself. However, once we get back to normal, the goal is to continue to replace fleet in a manner to keep it from exceeding its life cycle here at the county. And when that happens, it just costs you more. So for a few questions along the way, if you have any specific questions about the road operations or the road portion of what we're up here for, now would be the time. If not, I'll just turn it right over to Cody. And if you wouldn't mind loading that next presentation up.
Chris, one question. We've heard from a couple other departments how things coming out of the legislature this year might dramatically transform the way they do business. Do you have, does roads have anything like that?
Not particularly. There's a few things that are a little concerning from another requirement we have to be mindful of. Some of the legislation that really would have made it difficult didn't make it out of committee. The 5% for bikes, as well intended as that sounds, would have had a pretty drastic change on things. And so, no, we're not that fearful. There's a couple things that'll add costs, in the way of the bill that gets after the prevailing wage being whatever is locally within the highest contract you can find. That's a little bit concerning, but nothing that's alarm ringing. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you for the warm up there, Chris. So I'm going to first kind of briefly take you guys through just a little overview of our methodology as far as developing our capital improvement plan. Walk you through the work that we've completed to date in fiscal year 21. Go over some of the work that we have in progress in the current fiscal year 21, and then walk you through the projects we have proposed for fiscal year 22. So, yeah, begin to talk about that, kind of our CIP methodology. So, Road Department, we develop our 5-year capital improvement plan on an annual basis. That 5-year plan is adopted in the budget process by the Board of Commissioners. That 5-year plan is basically plucked from a 10-year plan that we develop internally that kind of helps us better, in a more long-term fashion, look at our cash flow, our revenue projections, and also see the plans that will be in the 5-year plan that start in the 5-year plan but don't necessarily end in the current 5-year plan out to their completion. So the projects within our capital improvement plan are categorized into 4 different programs. First is the Transportation System Program. Those are our major road improvement projects that are identified in our Transportation System Plan, as well as project needs that arise kind of in between Transportation System Plan updates that are developed through special studies we'll conduct. And then also those kind of cooperative projects we're doing with other government agencies and stakeholders, in particular Oregon Department of Transportation, that we deliver through intergovernmental agreements. Second is our pavement preservation program. So these are our contract pavement preservation projects that are identified in the department's pavement management system. Next is our traffic safety program. So these are contract safety improvement projects that are more systemic projects, new signage on a corridor, guardrail improvements, those kind of projects, generally to bring things up to current state or federal standards, or otherwise to address a safety issue that's come up. And then lastly, our bridge construction program, which is our bridge replacement and rehabilitation projects that we identify in our bridge management system. So a quick overview of the revenue sources for the 465, the road CIP fund. The primary one is the road fund, and Chris has already walked us through our kind of our trickle-down approach to budgeting in the 325 fund. So maintenance and operations first, maintain what we have, and then what's left goes towards those capital improvement projects. Next is our Transportation System Development Charge Fund. So projects that were identified in the TSP are eligible for SDC funds to some extent. So on an annual basis, as those eligible projects are implemented, whatever the eligible amount is, as it's available in the SDC fund, is transferred from the SDC fund to the CIP fund. And then lastly, state and federal grants that we received through various either competitive programs or in some cases just some annual programs funding that we're eligible for. Those include the ODOT Local Bridge Program, the Federal Lands Access Program through the Federal Highway Administration, the All Roads Transportation Safety Program through ODOT, and some other programs. So for fiscal year 22, we're projecting a begin fund balance of $20.4 million. We're budgeting to transfer $10.7 million from the 325, the road fund. We're anticipating $2.7 million in eligible transportation SDC fund project costs, and $2.2 million in state and federal grants towards projects. That's a split between a bridge project that I'll get to here, and then our annual surface transportation block grant program funds that we receive. So all those funds coming in plus some interest, we're anticipating $36.2 million in total revenue in the 465 fund for fiscal year 22. Just a quick look at our fiscal year 22 through 26. So our 5-year CIP distributed to all of you. Hopefully everyone got one of these on their table. This is a much more comprehensive overlook of our 5-year CIP plan and all the projects we have in that. There's project information sheets on all those projects, maps, other things. But just a quick snapshot here with this presentation. We're proposing $47.9 million in transportation system projects, $23.2 million in pavement preservation projects, about 1.7 in traffic safety projects, and 5.4 million in bridge construction projects, for a grand total during the 5-year period of $78.2 million in CIP projects. This graph here is showing our for over the 5-year period, our projected revenue and expenditure. So the total height of the bar there for each year is our total projected revenue. The lighter part there on top of that bar is our anticipated project costs, and the darker blue on the bottom is our anticipated end fund balances for each of those given years. So you'll see in fiscal year 22 here, and we'll get into these projects here in a moment, quite a big expenditure compared to some of the previous years as well as upcoming years. A lot of that has to do with some big checks that we're planning on writing to ODOT for some of those partner agency projects. So I want to get into completed projects for fiscal year 21. We'll start with our Old Bend Redmond Highway Tumalo Road intersection improvement project. So there's an aerial view of that intersection prior to beginning construction on this project. And there's what it looks like today, or a month ago. The scope of the project included constructing a roundabout at the intersection, installing intersection illumination, and then also some curb sign improvements that we did on Old Bend Redmond Highway south of this intersection down to the intersection with Highway 20. So the total project cost, including these costs include engineering, right-of-way acquisitions and construction. Total project cost was $1.7 million. Little bump there from ODOT through the ARTS program, $38,000 that paid for those curb sign improvements on the corridor south of the intersection. Next is our Tumalo Road, Tumalo Place intersection improvement project. So there's a view of that intersection before, and what you're not seeing here immediately to the right of this would be Highway 97 at Deschutes Junction. And we haven't got our drone out there yet to get a good aerial photo of the finished product out there. But we have just recently wrapped up construction out there. We're doing a little bit of cleanup work out there, replacing some of the landscaping and sod in the field for the Three Sisters Seventh-day Adventist school there. That's at the south leg of that roundabout. But otherwise, project's substantially complete. Total project cost about $1.4 million.
Cody, what's the life expectancy of these roundabouts?
The life expectancy? Well, generally we're looking for a road project like this. We're typically looking at 25 years, and then anything outside of that, I mean, it's kind of, we don't know what to expect. But 25 years generally. That doesn't mean we're going to go in 25 years later and have to replace this, but.
These things are so dynamic, like this intersection here it's changed 2 or 3 times in the last few years just because of the volume, I assume.
Yeah.
But this one, I wanted to particularly commend you. I drive this one every day, and the creative use of the school's property, of the hay depot, and the way you made that work for those folks, I assume, they were happy with the way it turned out, because they have much better access now.
Yeah, appreciate that. We've so far we've got nothing but excellent feedback on this from the neighbors, certainly the adjacent property owners. But yeah,
the overall project seemed to move very quickly. The way the flaggers moved traffic through there, you didn't have to wait very long. The whole thing just seemed very successful to me.
Thank you. Next, our Sizemore Bridge rehabilitation project. So scope of this project included concrete repairs, some structural improvements, some other much needed improvements and repairs to the historic Sizemore Road Bridge, also known as the Bull Springs Bridge. Total Total project cost on this was $879,000. Most of that project cost is being covered with a local bridge program grant that we received from ODOT. But yeah, this project was a long time coming. We're happy to see it finally completed. Our paving of South Century Drive from Highway 97 to Venture Lane project. So this project included a 3-inch grind and inlay of the travel lanes of the roadway. It also included some improvements to the multi-use paths and pedestrian ramps, primarily around the roundabout at Abbott Drive. So we got this project wrapped up fairly early last summer, actually. Total project cost was $450,000. Next is our paving of Friary Road project, which we just wrapped up about a month ago. This project included a 3-inch pavement overlay and shoulder repair on the entire length of Friary Road. Another good project. Again, this project's all wrapped up. Total project cost of $1.5 million.
I thought it seemed like it went on forever. I don't know, maybe it was just because that was my...
But it's done now.
Well, I got used to driving down Cloverdale, and Cloverdale is, there's a lot of farms you couldn't look at and everything, and now Friar seems so lonely, so we need some development out there, guys. Yes. Some more houses or something.
Maybe we need to do a project on Cloverdale. We'll put you back on Friary.
Everybody else back up Friday.
I know.
A couple other smaller projects we wrapped up here in fiscal year 21, our highway warning systems project. So this project included installing a new bike warning system up on Cascade Lakes Highway. It also included installing 6 different speed feedback units. Those are the radar-activated display units that tell a driver how fast they're going, coupled with a speed posting that we installed on Deschutes Market Road, Klein Falls Highway, and then on Crooked River Drive, which is the entrance into Smith Rock State Park. So total project cost for all those installations, $134,000. And then lastly, our curve warning sign project we did on Johnson Road that was primarily funded with an ODOT Arts grant. Total project cost there was about $60,000. So as far as work in progress, first we have our paving of Powell Butte Highway project from the Crick County line to McGrath Road. This project includes a 3-inch pavement overlay of that road corridor, an installation of new center line rumble strips, as well as other delineation throughout that corridor. We're anticipating a total project cost of about $1.3 million, and we're proposing $509,000 of that in fiscal year 22. The contract for this project's been awarded. We anticipate on-site work will begin on June 21st. So some of the work we originally anticipated would occur in this fiscal year might be slipping into fiscal year 22. And we anticipate the project will be all wrapped up by about the middle of July. Next is our Rickard Road, Groff Road US 20 improvement project. So this project includes improving the easterly 2 miles of Rickard Road, which is a collector road and is currently a gravel road, improving that segment of road up to our paved collector road standard. Some improvements to the intersection at Highway 20 that right now is at quite a bit of a skew to Highway 20. And then just a 3-inch pavement overlay preservation type work on Rickard Road from the current end of pavement back to Gosney Road. So we've budgeted $1.5 million for this project in fiscal year 22, or we're proposing to budget $1.5 million, $1.6 million actually. Total project estimate's about $1.9 million. We've also awarded the contract for this project. There's some on-site work has already started. Contractor is out there right now getting some of the temporary traffic control signs in, erosion control stuff in. We're expecting real on-site, some shoulder construction work to start next week.
Is that going to be usable while the construction's going on?
So the plan is during the main part of the reconstruction of that section, we'll have that section closed except for what we refer to as local traffic, but the residents that live on that road We're still kind of working and refining the schedule with Knife River, our contractor on that now, so we don't know exactly when that closure is going to start now. We spelled it out in our contract that that closure had to occur for no more than 60 consecutive calendar days. So we're anticipating about a 2-month closure of that segment of road, with a detour provided via Gosney Road up to Highway 20. And we anticipate that project will be all wrapped up by the end of September. Next is our Northeast Negus Way and Northeast 17th Street improvement project. So this project includes full-depth reclamation of 17th Street and most of Negus Way from O'Neill Highway down to Maple Avenue. Realignment of the Northeast Maple Avenue intersection, which is kind of really the entrance there into the Negus transfer station, and then a 3-inch pavement overlay for Negus Way from Maple back to 9th Street in the city of Redmond. We're not reconstructing that short segment of Negus Way with this project. The city of Redmond, we anticipate that section of road will be within the city of Redmond in a very short period of time. And with that, they're going to be, they've got a whole host of utilities they plan on putting in that segment of road to serve their affordable housing project that they have there to the east, to the south and east. So we didn't want to make a big investment in that section of road only to have it torn up here in the next potentially 5 years to accommodate sewer lines, water lines, other things that'd be going in there. In fiscal year 22, we're proposing $2.7 million in project costs. Total project estimate about $3.2 million. We've opened bids for this project. We opened bids on May 26. We'll be awarding the contract here in the month of June, and anticipate work will kick off in July. And don't have a firm schedule from our contractor yet on this, but project will be wrapped up by the end of this calendar year. Our also work in progress, our slurry seal, various maintenance zones. Project right now, and this project's actually work is happening today. So this includes slurry seal of about 9.2 miles of local residential type streets in the Sisters, Tumalo, Redmond, and Lapine areas. Estimated cost is $253,000. We started work on this on Tuesday, on June 1st, and we're anticipating work will continue through June 8th. I'm sorry, was there a question?
I said, but noticing June 1st start, June 8th finish, done.
Pretty quick, yeah,
so
pretty quick in and out.
Said,
Yeah. Also under work in progress, because we are budgeting this in the 465 CIP budget. The transportation system plan. So Chris has already touched on this. This work is ongoing. We'll be providing. The board's going to be getting more of an update at this on the progress of the TSP update next week. Yeah, ultimately, this work will be continuing through early calendar year 22. So looking at, so we've touched on some of our projects we have budgeted for fiscal year 22, but those are primarily the ones that we're already starting construction on prior to 22. So looking at overall our total proposed budget for CIP projects for fiscal year 22. We've got a total of $25.1 million in transportation system projects, $3.3 million in pavement preservation projects, $275,000 in traffic safety projects, and about $885,000 in bridge construction projects for a total of $29.6 million in total project costs. So now we'll get into the remainder of those projects that we haven't started construction on yet. So beginning with our Hunnell Road project. So Hunnell Road, Loco Road to Tumalo Road. This project includes constructing basically a new road segment between Loco Road and Rogers Road. It's not technically a new segment. There's a historic right-of-way there. The road exists. It's just virtually impassable. And then north of Rogers Road, widening and paving Hunnell Road, and building that road to our minimum collector road standard.
Is that where all the RVs are?
That's south of that. That's
not-
generally in the city of Bend. I'm not messing with that.
Good.
That's right, that's in the city where.
Oh.
the towns are.
If you connect Hunnell all the way through Loco, it'll kind of punch through into that section where people are camping.
Yeah, it's an extension of Hunnell Road right there. I mean, that again already exists, but there's a portion there that's not passable. There are plans. The city's TSB actually shows realigning in the not too distant future, realigning or building a new alignment for Hunnell Road that goes more towards the west. That would align with Hunnell Road south of Cooley Road, right there where the Les Schwab Tire Center is. So there's kind of an offset at Cooley Road there for Hunnell Road in the city of Bend. So the city does have plans to actually have that piece realigned. But yes, this is connecting up to that portion of Hunnell Road that exists in the city of Bend.
And touching on that, we have been in talks with the city, obviously, about this, and their plan is to stripe bike lanes on that section of Hunnell, and then have to address the roadside activity, certainly as a part of that, in terms of getting the folks out of there.
Are they planning on striping that kind of coinciding with the construction schedule for?
That when last we heard, that was their plan to kind of, as you know, before traffic is placed in that section and becomes a big safety issue, the necessity to stripe bike lanes, sign it as no parking.
It's gone up to 85. That was the count on Monday, from 35 in January. So, and when I went down it on Saturday morning, it was like almost all the way to Deschutes Memorial Garden.
Mm-hmm.
On the next street, whatever, I can't remember the name.
So we're presently hovering around 30% design on this project currently. We're a little bit behind schedule. The survey for this project was quite a slog, getting all the field work done here and then tying and resolving all the property lines throughout this corridor with the old historic right-of-way there and getting that work done. So we've kind of about to round the corner on that. And we'll be moving into our utility coordination phase, our right-of-way acquisition phase, and then finishing up our design here for the remainder of this calendar year and into early 22. So still shooting for construction start date of spring 2022. Next is our Deschutes Market Road, Hamehook Road roundabout project. In fiscal year 22, we're proposing $671,000 in project costs, anticipating a total project cost of about $2.2 million. We have issued a notice of intent to award for the design contract for this project. We'll be awarding that contract here in the next couple weeks, so we can get the design work kicked off here in the month of June. We're shooting for getting construction on this started in the summer of 2022. Next is our Powell Butte Highway Butler Market Road roundabout project. So this is the eastern terminus of Butler Market Road at Powell Butte Highway and also right at the Bend Airport. We're proposing $150,000 in project costs for fiscal year 22. That would be primarily for kind of the first half of the design work for this project. We're anticipating a total project cost of close to $2.5 million for this. So we're intending to get a RFP for the design work out advertised in early calendar year 22. So we can begin the design for this project next spring, and then again shooting for construction to start in the summer of 2023 on this project. There's some coordination going on, and there will be more coordination going on with City of Bend as they're working on updating the master plan for the airport there, and how the entrance to the Bend Airport will interface with this new roundabout, or possibly if it will actually be the main entrance into the Bend Airport. So the figure you see there is just really a concept. That's not necessarily what our final product is going to look like, but just kind of there as a placeholder right now. Next, the US 20 Tumalo to Cooley Road project. So this is an ODOT project that we are participating in. The greater ODOT project includes constructing roundabouts on Highway 20 at both in Tumalo at the intersection of Cook Avenue and O.B. Riley Road, as well as at the intersection of Highway 20 and Old Bend Redmond Highway, and then some paving and bridge repair and other work for the segment of Highway 20 in between those two roundabouts. The portion of that project that we're participating in is the roundabout going in Tumalo at the Cook Avenue O.B. Riley intersection. County has already contributed $1.1 million towards that project for the design and for some right-of-way acquisitions for that project. In fiscal year 22, we're proposing contributing $6.7 million towards the construction of the roundabout. We're also kind of in the middle of discussions with ODOT talking about adding to the US 20 Tumalo Cooley project a pedestrian undercrossing for Highway 20 that would be on this map just a little bit north of the roundabout there in Tumalo, would generally align with 4th Street. 4th Street doesn't intersect Highway 20, but if you projected 4th Street out where it would intersect Highway 20. So the hope is to at least potentially add the components, the pedestrian undercrossing itself, the components of that would be within the state highway right-of-way to ODOT's project, so they can get that delivered now, and then do another project for building the connecting path. So right now we're proposing contributing $1.25 million to that PED crossing project as well. We'll be approaching the board with ODOT to talk more about that, as well as the $6.7 million contribution. ODOT's already just recently provided us with the cooperative improvement agreement for that $6.7 million contribution. So we'll be getting that on a board meeting agenda here very shortly, and discussing that more with the board. ODOT's total project cost is estimated to be $21.7 million. They're at about 90% design right now, on track to get this out to construction in the spring of 2022. Next, the Terrebonne Refinement Plan and Project. I think most, if not all in this room, are pretty familiar with this project. It's been kind of a long, drawn-out process. In fiscal year 22, we are currently proposing to contribute $10 million to this project to ultimately help get this project over the finish line and get a project that's going to serve the community, as well as the state highway needs and the mobility needs that ODOT's trying to address there. There's going to be more talks with the board in the road department and ODOT about this in the not too distant future. But right now we're proposing a $10 million contribution to that project in fiscal year 22. Again, to just kind of help get that over the finish line and get that interchange and those needed improvements in Terrebonne constructed. Okay, so then moving into our pavement preservation projects for fiscal year 22. As far as construction season 2022, so this summer, we've already discussed our Powell Butte Highway paving project. Next project out the door, and probably be the last paving project that we get out the door for this calendar year, is Cottonwood Road between Highway 97 and just a little bit west of the railroad crossing there. So this is the north entrance into Sun River. For next construction season, so for calendar year '22, looking at paving Deschutes Market Road between Hamehook Road and Yeoman Road. The intent would be to tie that paving work to the roundabout project, so that'd be part of the same contract. Also looking at paving a section of Alfalfa Market Road from milepost 4 out to Dodds Road, continuing off from our last paving work that we did out there 2 years ago. Paving of Hamby Road from Highway 20 to Butler Market. This project will probably get deferred a year. The intent was to, once ODOT had completed the new roundabout at Highway 20 Ward Hamby, that we take off from that project with this paving work. Their project's been delayed though, so we'll probably, this project will probably just follow whatever schedule ODOT's project goes down. And then our local road paving projects. So these include our slurry seals and minor paving work. Right now, we're looking at some projects in the Bend and Redmond maintenance zones. As far as traffic safety projects, so we're proposing $100,000 in signage improvement work. This is primarily lately been in either the form of curb sign improvements or the installation of speed feedback units that are kind of one of our better tools in our toolbox for traffic calming on rural roads. Just, you know, something flashing and showing someone how fast they're going and showing all the, you know, showing everyone around them how fast they're going. So we've got more of those planned. We're looking at getting some installed on Lower Bridge Way, looking at getting some installed on South Century Drive, probably getting some permanent installations put in on Spring River Road at Harper Bridge. Then our guardrail improvements, so we're proposing $100,000 in guardrail improvements. These are kind of systemic improvements, areas where we've got substandard rails, substandard rail terminals, things like that, getting those replaced and up to standards. And then sidewalk ramp improvements, so this is bringing some sidewalk ramps, primarily down in the Lapine area that are currently out of compliance with current accessibility guidelines, getting those up to standard. We're working on design for that project right now. We're hoping to have that one out the door here in the next month or so. And then bridge construction. So first, our Gribbling Road bridge project, which we've discussed before. We've kind of kicked this project just a little bit down the road here. With the intent of combining it with another bridge project, bundling this up to hopefully get a little bit of economy out of both those. So this project would be replacing a structurally deficient, functionally obsolete timber bridge that carries Gribbling Road over the Central Oregon Canal. This is just a little bit east of City of Bend. We've got we have an agreement in place with ODOT for a local bridge program grant for this project. So in fiscal year 22, we're anticipating $280,000 in project costs, looking at probably a total project cost of $865,000, and most of that will be paid through that with that local bridge program grant. So we anticipate getting an RFP for design for this project out this summer and hoping to get construction underway before the end of calendar year 22. And then lastly, Smith Rockway Bridge project. So this is kind of a similar deal. This is replacing an old timber bridge that's both structurally deficient and functionally obsolete, has a load posting on it. That carries Smith Rockway over the North Unit Canal. In fiscal year 22, we're budgeting, proposing for about $500,000 in project costs, anticipating a total project cost of just a little over $1 million. Again, our intent is to, at least with the design contract, bundle this with the Gribbling Bridge project, design both bridges at the same time, possibly do the same thing with our construction contract as well. But ultimately, with the intent of getting this project out under construction before the end of the year of 2022. And that is the end of my presentation. So I'm happy to answer any questions.
kind of quiet in here.
A lot going on.
Well, thank you, Cody.
Does the board formally adopt the 5-year CIP too?
I would say de facto through this budget process, but not, yeah.
Is this 5-year CIP document created every year? Is it like a sliding effort?
The rolling,
Yeah, okay, so this is this year's 5-year look.
Yeah.
And we had one last year.
Yeah.
yeah.
Yeah, that's kind of
Yeah,
what I
what-
assumed was happening here, yeah.
What you're approving is the budgeted amounts for this year and then acknowledging the 5-year, just as a part of the budget.
Well, and I can tell you, as a commissioner, it's nice to have this, because you'll get a call, I've gotten a call on a few of these items, I'm like, oh, it's on the list. Oh, I can even tell you when we think we might do it. So it's valuable to really have that horizon out there a little bit.
And I mean, the actual project list and the proposed costs over that 5-year period, I mean, we're submitting that through the whole budget process. So I guess back to the board adopting it, maybe Greg could answer that question a little better than.
It's part of the budget document, right? Next year's budget document, but I don't believe there's a formal adoption required at budget adoption of that specifically, but it is part of the budget document.
Yeah, the dollars are appropriated for sure.
Right.
Definitely.
So I mean, we kind of wait for the adoption of the budget as an indicator to kind of make this document public. So we post this on our website. So this is available to everyone to look at and see. So our current fiscal year's document, just like this, is on our website and is out there and available for folks.
I just want to know when they're going to chip seal Woodside Ranch.
Well,
There's fewer and fewer employees.
I know. That's why I'm
next summer's looking pretty good. We got a new tool cat and a new seasonal worker
Okay.
stake there, maybe 2.
Just bumped up in the priority.
I'll flag for you.
Get a
Right in front of that.
So for the CIP, it's a huge number this year, and you were talking about kind of the vision here. So it's just going to kind of work its way down probably for the next 5 years unless state or federal does something big?
Correct. I mean, the reason it's the largest this year is the 2 big ODOT projects, the 10 million to Terrebonne, the 6.7 to plus the additional amount on top of that for the Penn undercrossing. So there's $18 million right there. Take that out and it's a normal year.
Yeah, okay.
Kind of following on that, there is, there's an infrastructure package they're working on in Washington DC right now. Some of our members of Congress are talking about earmarks, bringing back earmarks. Are we ready with, to kind of throw big projects into the hat, as the hat presents itself?
Woodside Ranch.
So, the one project that we have control over that, has good talking points, is the project we've talked about for the ARPA funds, the roundabout at Butler Market Road, Powell Butte Highway, and the tying that into the Bend Airport and its economic development synergies. Aside from that, most of these other projects, are going to be state component. They're going to be the ones that will be pushing those additional improvements on the south end of the Parkway. Other projects just aren't ripe enough yet through the TSP process. We've got a couple big projects, kind of longer term. Quarry Road interchange, a new interchange we want to talk about near High Desert Museum, tying into the subdivision down there, Deschutes River Woods. So those projects would be awesome, big scale earmark type projects, but they're not ready yet. For us, it's kind of the smaller projects in our CIP. We're supporting ODOT and the cities, quite frankly, kind of like we did on the north end of Bend, potentially supporting City of Sisters if they have that roundabout project at Locust and Highway 20 is, ready to go, along those lines.
Chris, are we involved at all with the Baker Road interchange review?
Yeah, we're a stakeholder in that process.
Big accident there yesterday.
Okay, yeah, I may have heard about that. Yeah, but I mean, it will inform our we have projects planned, but we're looking to that process to provide a little more clarity to how we can solve some of those problems there on the west side of the tracks, Cinder Butte and Baker Road.
And Representative Bonham did promise us $1 million for Terrebonne from his funding. So,
For the sewer system.
well, no, we actually get to vote on it, where we want to spend it. But I did say that we needed money for Terrebonne. So we haven't. I don't think the commissioners have made that decision yet where it should go.
Yeah, I look forward to that conversation. We're working.
It'd be fun.
Yep, we're working on the.
Terrebonne could use, they could use $3 million, right?
They could you name it. Yeah. The potential for the sewer system there is starting to take shape with the plan that we're putting together and the property owners that we're talking to about forming a sanitary district, and certainly some seed money would be outstanding to move that forward.
I think Smith Rock State Park parking was also mentioned
Right,
too. So
and I'm waiting
it's
to-
really a Terrebonne area, because I talked to the representative real quick on that subject also.
Yeah, no, JR thinks that Lisa, the head of state parks, is going to get funding for Smith Rock for their issues. I don't think that's been determined yet at this moment, but that is on her push list. So, and, the state does have money, buckets of it, and we need quite a few.
Okay, Chris and team, we appreciate everybody online and the good work you do, and thanks for coming today.
Thank you. It's a pleasure.
Whoa, we're really rolling.
No. No, we were ahead about 4 hours ago.
Right on time.
We are no longer ahead. We cannot take a break. That's what we'll have to do.
And Christie will be on the line.
Thank you so much. Yeah.
Minute break?
Yeah, let's take a quick break.
We're doing that.
Thank you, sir.
Oh, here.
I had an excellent interview. You know, for a number of years, I was on like
Need a
United
gavel?
Way allocation.
Maybe a dressage whip.
It
I don't think this
is
works.
lots, all these great works.
Go ahead and
being
get
done.
restarted.
But where do you cross the line between addressing and helping and enabling?
Good choice.
Yeah, and it's-
So we're on the capital improvement
Can't
plan
ignore it either.
part, and I'm told we're right on schedule, so that makes me feel good. We're gonna turn it over to Tom for a minute, and then he's gonna direct us from there.
Yeah, I'll just relay it quickly to Lee, but, so this part of, we haven't really done a dedicated CIP portion of Budget Week before, but we've got, you know, as I mentioned earlier, a lot of big, what we consider very important projects programmed into the budget for next year, and the big question is, if you support those projects, how we pay for them. So Lee's going to give you an overview of what those projects are, and then Greg's going to talk about some funding options to get there. So with that, I'll hand it to Lee.
Actually, I'm going to jump in front of Lee real quick.
Oh, sorry, yep.
So just quick, in terms of background, we started talking about long-term, now we're calling them more near-term, mid-term capital improvement projects, things that we've identified in the county that need to be done over the next 5 years or so. We started doing, I think we had our first conversation with the board in January of 2020, and then again, we met recently with the board in March of 2020, and I believe the staff report that we prepared for that March, we also sent to the Budget Committee as well. Talked about near-term capital improvements and how to pay for them. So what we're here to do today is just to give you an update on that. The information is essentially the same, and it ties within the proposed budget, but part of the conversation is how do we pay for these improvements. So Lee's going to go first and talk about, specifically give you a refresher on the projects that we're talking about here that are over the 5-year term and those that we're proposing that are in the proposed budget right now. And then I'm going to come back and talk to you about some funding options. And so in front of you, there's a spreadsheet. It's been there all morning. It looks like this. It's also up on your screens. And this will give us some ability to make some what-if assumptions, I guess, in terms of how to pay for things. And what I'll talk about, too, is how the funding is, there's a hydraulic in the funding. In other words, we'll get to that later. So I'll just go ahead and turn it over to Lee, and I'll explain it more later.
Lee Randall. You can sit front and center if you like for everybody.
Yeah, we can see you better.
We can hear you
All right.
better.
Yeah.
Or we could put a chair right out here.
Yeah, you want to put you in the middle of the room, if not. No, right in the middle up there.
Materials to transfer.
Sorry, Lee. I tried to give you an opt-out on that one.
Uh-huh. Well, and just like a hearings officer, all by yourself up there, right?
Again, thanks for having me. Lee Randall, Facilities Director. I'd like to first direct you in your facilities binder to the Fund 060 section, which is the second half of your binder. Later this afternoon at 3:15, as part of our operational discussion, we'll talk about Fund 070 and the General County Projects Fund. So for now, I'd like to begin with just an overview from 060, which is the General County Reserve, and identify some of those projects that we've identified for, as Greg said, over the next 4 or 5 years. And then from there, we can also talk about Fund 463. So Fund 060 is the reserve fund that at the board's discretion, these projects can be funded from. And then Fund 463 is the project fund that we can track multiple projects through that fund with project strings and kind of cost allocate separately. But starting with the big picture, on the second page after the 060 tab, we have a list, and I'll just kind of talk about those big picture, and then we can look more specifically at individual projects.
If we have specific questions, let's say you have a whole list of projects in your binder part.
Yes.
You want us to wait till after you go through all of them, or could I ask questions right after you've covered that particular one?
Well, for the list on the second page, why don't I go through the entire list and we'll look at that overall number, and then we certainly can back up and have time to touch on each one
Okay.
individually if that works
Thanks.
for you. So potential projects that have been identified, first, the Adult PMP Work Center remodel expansion and public safety campus improvements. So the 7.2 million, that is not all identified to be spent in this upcoming fiscal year, and it does not include, or it includes projects in addition to the PMP expansion. So there's some parking lot improvements and some general campus work. So that is not just the PMP expansion cost. The courthouse expansion, it's one that we've talked about for some time, and the 22 million is a 2019 estimate based on.
Lee, I have a question. If you look at this schedule, it comes to 546,000, and you're saying 7.2
That's what I had.
on this schedule. So I'm wondering there's a difference there, a couple $100,000? $346,000 to be exact.
I would say that the numbers aren't, these numbers are more approximate in the spreadsheet here, and
These here, which one?
they are, yeah, the ones that you're holding in your hands. So Lee's going to have the more updated numbers. These are just combined numbers in terms of cash.
These are
Yeah,
different than these.
Yes.
they're going to be a little bit different, but they should be fairly close. So when we get to the spreadsheet, the purpose of the spreadsheet is really to talk about cash flow and funding options. So.
And a follow up on your question, like the 7.2, and then over here it's 7.546, so it's 300 and some thousand.
$346,000 more.
I would like to see how that is broken down, because when I looked at the rest of the binder, looking at projects associated with the public safety campus, there was only like $340,000 worth of projects. So I don't know how that 7 million plus, where's it going?
So I think Lee's going to cover that.
Okay, all right.
And that's a real good question, though, but in the spreadsheet, the reason why it's all consolidated together is just for simplicity. So we didn't, really, so it could be on one
Those
screen.
discrepancies also occur with the courthouse expansion. One is $22 million, and the other one,
Is 24,800,000.
yes, well, we're right on.
That's why we're sitting by each other.
Yeah. Yeah, I think we'll be able to cover those.
All right.
The total amount, just to clarify this ahead of time, the total amount in the year one uses of fund budget does tie back to our proposed budget. The amount
42 million.
that's in, well, the 42 million is over 5 years. So we're looking at just the year one, so.
And I'll just add that in the binder, the goal is to provide a big picture of future costs. And so then when we dive deeper into each project, those numbers may.
Well, I understand they're going to vary. I just was confused because there were 2 days apart on the publications. And I'm saying, boy, these have changed real quick. So.
Okay. So again, the courthouse expansion number that's listed here was compiled in 2019. Those numbers change quickly, and so rather than updating them every 6 months, we reference a particular point in time, and we can, when needed, update them. The relocation of the A.J. Tucker building, which would be tied to the courthouse expansion, Worrell Park redevelopment.
What's the A.J. Tucker building? Is that the stone guy?
Yes.
The old Ben garage down there? So we're not tearing it down, we're moving it.
So this is kind of a placeholder. There are some options that we'll continue to explore, perhaps using a portion of it. But the main concern is that it is on the local Historic Landmarks
Oh, it is.
Commission.
I didn't know that.
And so we would need to address the concerns of the Landmark Commission
And I'm on the Deschutes County Historical Society Board, and they said they'd love to have it, but they don't have anywhere place to put it, they don't have any money to move it, so,
They used to be in it.
was that the Historical Society?
Oh,
at
yeah,
one point?
in the 70s.
Good to know.
It's really just the facade that.
Yeah.
Yeah, the tuft, all that. It's been it's been a courthouse too.
Yep. And then underground injection control, and we do have some updates that I'll talk about this afternoon.
You skipped the Worrell Park development, what's going on?
So Worrell Park redevelopment, the $2.6 million for the proposal as it stands at this point. Underground injection controls, the good news there is that we did complete a inventory and plan this year in February and March, and we expect those numbers to go down, but as part of the budget planning, we didn't have that information at this time, at the time that the binders were released. North County campus acquisition, $4.6 million, North County campus tenant improvements. So specifically with some buildings that are under consideration at this time, there would be improvements due to the condition, and that represents those costs. And then just identify other things that are further out, such as a future jail expansion, and understand the Sheriff's Office had talked some today about beginning planning for some of those needs.
He wants to put 300,000 in the CIP next year for the intake and the other, smaller piece of that, not a full expansion.
And I think that's the 300,000 specifically for design development and analysis of what's needed. So what follows is some more specific information on each of those items that was outlined. It's information we've provided in the past, and I'm happy to delve more deeply, but at this point, are there questions so far, or are there any particular of those projects that you'd like to delve into a little more deeply?
So question, Worrell Park redevelopment and the A.J. Tucker building, does the park development reduce the A.J. Tucker cost, or is that kind of the demolition cost need to be there also? Or?
It could potentially reduce the A.J. Tucker costs. What we've planned is for the demolition cost to be associated with the A.J. Tucker building. If a portion of it could be reused and meet the requirements of the Landmark Commission as part of the Worrell Park, then we've associated the costs of reusing it with Worrell Park.
And that's envisioned to possibly be a kind of an arch facade redeployment. Yeah.
Yep. And the 570 number is really a worst-case scenario. In the event that we're going to relocate the entire building, reuse it, that's a kind of a worst-case scenario cost.
So you're not going to do a crane shed on it and move it at night?
Flatten it.
Just at Worrell Park.
That's not my intention.
They got to put a bunch of asbestos in there.
Oh.
Then they'll do that, right?
Yeah.
It already has it in there.
Possible. Well. But yeah, that's good to know, the relationship there.
So, as I mentioned, 060 is kind of the collector of the reserve funds. As the Budget Committee and Board of Commissioners make decisions, those can be allocated to other funds for the actual implementation of the plan. At this point, to move over to the spreadsheet that Greg has provided, and actually I'm going to move to the one that was provided to the Budget Committee in March at the last.
But just another observation that we've, by not having the PERS transfer from the general fund to the reserve, the choice was to put it into this capital reserve. I mean, that's a, byproduct of our $13 million PERS reserve investment with the state. And that, that's just wonderful that we have that opportunity.
That's exactly right, yeah.
To put PERS money in there?
To not have to take general fund to put it in the PERS reserve, because we've always done that. Now the general fund has the resources that have traditionally been put in a PERS reserve, and it could be used for capital reserve.
Personally, I don't think PERS reserve monies are appropriate
Oh, yeah, no, and I'm not proposing that.
Yeah, because those are monies that came from road funds, came from sheriff's levy monies, and which were not intended to be put into capital. And I think we might have a legal issue by taking those dedicated monies.
So I was just.
Maybe I'm wrong.
I'm referring to the transfer in general fund and the binder, page 06, Fund 060. In 2020, it was 2 million, 21, it was 4 million, and 22 proposed is $8 million. So I'm referring to two of those we used to take out of the general fund and put them into PERS reserve, from general fund to PERS reserve. And now we don't have to do that. That's all I was getting. So you're taking the next step.
Okay, I'm down below. Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Mike, you're looking at the number in the 4.5 in the lower
Yes.
left? Yeah. So, yeah, there was department additions to the PERS reserve, but over the last number of years, it's been, as far as I know, it's been all general fund. So depending on how you looked at that, all of those funds could be general funds that are in part of that 4.5 million. Now, whether the Budget Committee and the board wants to do anything with that is another question, but it is a potential source of money.
Well, so we have a long history of subsidizing that PERS reserve for the purpose of stability. So you could say, I mean, it's been more than $4 million out of the general fund, just right out of the general fund into that fund.
Yeah, well, Mike's right. In the first few years, the beginning, the initial PERS reserve was created when we estimated PERS cost to departments, and then the actual cost turned out to be less. So instead of reducing the charges to departments, the difference went into what became the PERS reserve fund. But that was only for a few years, and then we started putting big chunks of money of general fund in there each year. And then we spent 13 million of it last year to do our site account. So what's left is.
What was for PERS?
Right. But, whether, all that money was put in there together, and whether you consider that 13 million that we spent part of what departments contributed originally or part of the general fund contribution, all got put back together. And I think what Greg is saying, we're not proposing this necessarily. It's a source. If the board would like us to go back and surgically recreate the amounts that came from each department, that can be done, and we can, have a different policy choice of what.
Yeah, because we had commingled funds there.
Exactly. So, but it is possible as a.
I agree with you. I could ask a question to the chair. And I know we normally do this on Friday. We do it as a whole package. Obviously, you know that, at least personally, I've got some heartburn with at least one project. Are we going to go through project by project on this, or is it all going to be packaged under one big deal?
You're referring to just the capital that's on the sheet that Lee's talking about?
So the Budget Committee and the board are not being asked today to approve any individual projects. So these are our future capital needs, whether they are next year or the year after. We have one big lump proposed in our FY22 proposed appropriations. Every project individually will come to the Board of Commissioners for vetting, review, discussion, and potential approval. So you're not, by no decision today will say we're going to do Worrell Park, or we're going to do a courthouse or anything else.
Because it says these projects have not yet received approval. Okay.
This
I
conversation.
didn't want to miss an opportunity.
Yeah, no, this conversation is really about consideration of improvements in a bigger scale over the 5-year period, but what that means in FY22 and some possibilities to fund those.
Okay.
I think that's really the conversation. There's going to be more vetting as we go forward.
Thank you.
Yep.
But if you want to talk about individual projects, that's entirely up to the Budget Committee. Whatever you'd like to do at this time is your choice.
Well, I just didn't wait till tomorrow, get through Lee's, and then we'll hammer it out tomorrow.
And as you have questions that come up, we can take note of those and put them on the list for discussion as well.
Well, I think everyone knows my question, so it's not.
Mike, maybe it's best to include that as part of our decision-making tomorrow.
Okay,
Yeah,
I'm fine with
have
that.
Points of conversation
Okay.
on various issues. I've got a few myself. So.
Well, I imagine everyone's got some.
Yeah. Okay. Lee, go ahead.
All right, so that's kind of the big picture to kind of provide detail to what Greg has discussed on those overall costs that we expect to be coming up in the near future. Things like the courthouse expansion obviously is the largest one, and how to approach that is what Greg has put together in terms of funding that he can touch on. To go a little more into detail, beginning with the public safety campus. So we're currently in design for the PMP expansion. The majority of that cost is expected to come in FY 2022, and as well as a planned parking improvements that were part of the Public Safety Campus Master Plan that we began working on in 2017. To kind of give you a little background on that plan and projects that have been completed so far, the Stabilization Center, which in turn displaced parole and probation, and part of that plan was a parole and probation expansion, which would address kind of some long-standing space needs, issues with operational space and staff safety and training space and conference room space for PMP. And so with them moving out of the existing programs building, they're currently in modulars, and some of those costs that you identified between what's identified on our 060 list and what you see in your spreadsheet related specifically to Fund 463 would be adult PMP, the cost of that, an additional parking lot improvement at the corner of Post Shoals and Jameson that would help serve the Stabilization Center, some expansion of the Sheriff's Office secure lot, and then currently we are under construction with the community service shop and associated parking lot, which is between the juvenile building and the Deschutes Recovery Center. So as part of that displacement from the programs building, the community service program operated out of that building. We're now addressing that need with the community service shop, which we expect to be complete sometime in July.
Someone help me. I don't know what the community service shop is.
Okay. So the Community Justice Department operates the community service program for youths and for adults. And they have various equipment needs. They have an indoor space.
Crews that go around pick litter?
Yep. And then they also have, for wintertime and inclement weather, they do shop projects, a variety of things. And so they had space, they had garage space in the programs building. That went away with the Stabilization Center, and now we're replacing that with a new shop building and associated parking. So in terms of the Public Safety Campus Master Plan and those projects that are moving forward currently, stabilization, community service shop, adult pro and pro expansion, in that PMP was also displaced.
Adult PMP lost office space because of other programs. And
Correct.
So the POs are now in modulars?
So we kind of played a little bit of a I don't know if shell game's the best example, but basically we moved some, in order to keep the POs together, we moved some of the programs folks for community justice out of the adult PMP building, second floor, found other places for them to operate out of, including the modular buildings, but the officers themselves are currently at the second floor of the main building. But there's a lot of ancillary functions that can't fit there, and it's extremely tight.
Because my only concern was, and I brought it up earlier, their staff has not grown.
Mm-hmm.
And said, well, in the last 7 years, maybe 1, 2.
Right.
But they're needing more space because we've taken space away from them. So we've taken away 40% of their space and we're giving it back or something like that.
The Stabilization Center, wasn't it less than 5,000 square feet that they moved out of? And
It was
how many people actually work there that are like in these modular units now? Is it
That would probably be a better
What?
question for Tanner.
I didn't know that we
We can-
had adult parole officers working in the stabilization center.
Yeah,
Good.
that's also where they did their group classes.
Okay.
And there they had a big room, so now they're mostly, well, as Lee said, we split up the staff that was what is now the stabilization center. It was basically programs, training, group stuff is in the modular. All the POs are sort of shoehorned in on the second floor. So the idea is to, with the expansion, is that we'll put everybody back together, plus have room for their group sessions, training classes with their inmates, plus a little bit for future growth. Yeah. And then the modular goes away, and then that frees up.
Use that for the ME.
Frees up space to do other future.
Are we renting that, or is that ours?
We're leasing it. And so it's, that's one of our priorities is to complete that project so we can move them out and return that building and take it off.
We also got a break from city planning on the SDCs that they were trying to stiff us with, but
We
on a
just
temporary use.
brought it in, and I never told them.
So going on through just the public safety campus projects, so some of those costs, as I mentioned, the difference you're seeing in costs between what's allocated for public safety campus next year and what is in the 060 binder are things like modular leasing, parking lot improvements, as well as the big ticket projects like PMP expansion.
I've got another stupid question. I'm sorry to bother you, but we are currently leasing 2 pods out of juvenile. Has any thought been given to using our own space before we build new space?
Yes, it has.
We're not getting much money on those pods.
Right.
It's
And-
quite
Ken Hale's put together an analysis of what uses could be adjacent to each other and how those spaces might be used. And we can get that information to you. But we did an analysis of the potential of using juvenile space, and it presents some challenges. For one is the adjacency of youths and adults presents a major challenge in
For $7 million, we got to rise to the challenge.
Mhm. And then, as well as then converting kind of high-dollar detention space to office space. That's a consideration as well.
Yeah, but it shouldn't be. If we're giving it away for $60,000 a year, it's not high value now.
I did, the other day, I asked Janice from Behavioral Health, I haven't been into the juvenile detention building to look at the layout, but I asked her whether it was possible that some of that could be used for psych beds.
Yeah, one of them
That's
just
a
has
need.
its own separate entrance and everything.
Right.
And, but I mean, sometimes people don't, they will come up with all the excuses why it can't be used because they don't want it to be used for that.
But she was
it's-
very
But
interested.
we own that. It
Do
can
you
be
think
used.
so?
Yeah.
So some of the other identified projects for Fund 463, site planning. We had worked through the near-term phase, really, of the Public Safety Campus Master Plan, which was those projects I've talked about so far. The next step is to look at planning for the midterm, for the Sheriff's Office expansion, for longer-term use of the rest of the campus. So we've requested to allocate some funds toward additional Public Safety Campus Master Plan and to kind of complete that long-term planning project and to be able to kind of put a bow on it, bring it back to the board so that we can show, okay, here's where we've been for 5 years, where do we need to head, and what's the data that informs our decisions for the next 10 to 15 years. And the initial Public Safety Campus Master Plan didn't address in detail the 10 to 20 years out, and with the growth in the area and the challenges on the departments that work from that campus, we see that as the next step to make sure we plan for those further out years. And then We also are showing, so related to juvenile, there is an area within the juvenile building that's underutilized. It's about 3,000 square feet. It originally had been constructed for shelter beds. And then there's kind of an open space, and there's what had been in the past had been used for computer training and other programs that no longer operate out of there. So there are some challenges with the existing 2 pods of the detention center for supervisor space and visitor space, and we can utilize that 3,000 square feet of the former shelter area to address those needs, and then also address some mixed-use programming space that could be used in a variety of ways. The way it's configured right now is not that useful, and it could also help take pressure off uses for the future. So that's on the public safety campus side. In terms of other projects that would be identified within Fund 463. So North County campus, that's something that we've had in the 060 binder for a very long time. There's some additional information on the history and where various programs are currently in Redmond. But the acquisition of buildings is currently underway in the due diligence phase. And as I mentioned, we anticipate some improvements needing to be made to those buildings for both health use and others. So that's also identified in what you have. At this point, I think I can turn it back over to Greg and then be available as other questions come up going forward.
Thanks, Lee. Okay, so before we get started, I just want to explain, I don't want to assume that everybody understands the difference between the Fund 060 and 463, so I think I'll explain it real quick. So 060 is simply a reserve fund that when the general fund has available revenue that isn't being utilized in that current year for a certain purpose that's outside the contingency requirements that we have, we've traditionally placed it in 060. And it will sit there until the board, until the budget committee and the board decide to do something with it. Generally, that's capital improvements. That's making capital investments. So 463 is once those dollars have been obligated for a specific project, we move them to 463, and that's where we spend the dollars from. So in terms of this analysis, I really wanted to look at them two together because they're, in terms of cash flow over the long run, it's the same, it's more or less the same sort of sources of funds and uses of funds are really combined together. Too complicated to try to break them out. So that's
where does the money go from, I don't know, what was it, 3 cents a thousand or 2 cents? I think it was called the capital.
Three.
Does that go into one of these puppies?
That goes into 070, which Lee is going to talk about at the next agenda item after this. Yeah, we'll talk about that as well.
So where's
We're talking about that dedicated 2 cents for,
Yeah.
yeah, okay.
Yeah.
So where's 463 at in our binder? Because I don't see it in here.
It's in page 4, it's on page 444. So looking at the column under year one FY22, the figures that are in this column here, starting with beginning fund balance of 14.2 million and ending with an ending fund balance of 7.7 million, roughly estimate what's in the proposed budget that's in front of you for those two funds. If you take out the interfund transfers, I purposefully excluded interest earnings because they're so small. I just wanted to keep it to a big picture. So year one FY22 is what's in your proposed budget before you. So Lee explained the uses of funds down below: public safety, courthouse, beginning of the courthouse expansion, North County service expansion, and some other improvements. Up above under the sources of funds is 14.2 million in beginning fund balance. That's the sum of 463 and 060 beginning fund balance. The property tax transfer from the general fund to 060 that we've talked about a couple of times already, and Commissioner DeBowen mentioned it just a little bit ago, going from $2 to $4 million per year or $4 million a year, plus adding the component that was formerly transferred to PERS, that number is 7.9 million. So there's a transfer out of the general fund to Fund 060 for 7.9 million. That's in your proposed budget. There's also in fund, the one-off here is there's $2 million in Fund 090, that's our property development fund, that we've included in this, as well as those are dollars that we would commit to the purchase of the North, or portion of the purchase of the North County expansion. And the reason why we did that is because we've had a couple of sales in that fund that could be repurposed for this, and the one I'm referring to the most is the Arts Center, the Design Center. Okay, I was close. The Design Center up on Highway 97 in Redmond that we sold a couple of years ago, or a few years ago, and the loan we had with the purchaser, they paid it off, I believe it was last year. So those were surplus funds that we could redeploy for capital improvement elsewhere.
So Greg, I was noticing that last year we had 0 transferred in from Fund 060.
That could be true. Mm-hmm. We just accumulated.
Okay.
Yeah. So again, you want to look at 060 and 463 together, because essentially one catches the money from the general fund. Those funds are transferred to 463 where they're spent. So that's what's in the budget. That's the first year we're looking at.
So I'm not too confused. We're on this sheet here, right?
We're on that sheet right there. Yeah, and I'm also up on the screen here as well.
Okay, I can't read
Yeah.
that. General fund property taxes, 7 million plus, or
Mhm.
8 million. Is that 6 cents a thousand?
No, this is our existing levy.
That's
money that's essentially unallocated. So in past years, including last year, we Budget Committee made decisions on what to do with that final amount. And typically, we'd split it up and put some into capital projects, put some into PERS reserve. Since we're not needing to put any more into the PERS reserve, all of it is being as sort of a catch-all. That's why there's a bunch of crooked numbers there. It's a balancing number on what hasn't been committed for other general fund uses that we're, at least as a starting point, proposing in the FY22 budget to transfer it all to capital projects.
This comes out of our regular general fund levy.
Current levy, right.
How much does that represent of our levy? Is it about $250,000 a penny?
I'm not sure.
So we levy what, $1.55, something like that, maybe.
Or $1.21.
$1.21, and if we didn't have this here, which we don't need in the past, we can drop that below $1.
I don't think it'd go below $1, but it would go down. That's right.
Quite a bit.
Yep.
I never realized that.
Yep.
I just thought we were taking like that 6 cents under our maximum, and that's what we were using. And that the rest was going to take care of operations with the rest of the general fund obligations. I didn't know we're putting 25% of our revenue into this slush fund.
And that wasn't the same in prior years, it's just
So,
this year.
Mike, also that number has increased quite a bit each
Oh,
year
yeah,
with the assessed valuation. So this year, with the increase in the amount that the $1.21 currently earns, with 5 and a 4 or whatever it is % growth in AV, that's more than we've had unallocated in the past.
I just didn't know that, Tom. I'm sorry. I thought we were utilizing everything but the 6 cents.
Right.
And the rest was going in, as far as I saw, in the revenue section of the general fund, not over here.
Well, it all is received in the general fund, then we make this transfer, or we allocate this to the projects reserve. So we've always, even with the reduction in the levy tax rate the last few years, we've had some that was unallocated that you've had the discretion to put in different places.
I just,
Even
It's amazing that we're down 6 cents and there's that revenue. I mean, that is an acknowledgement.
Well, that's great news.
Yeah.
an extra $8 million.
A year, boy, you can,
And, I mean,
have one hell of a party
We have
with
some
it.
big capital improvement needs.
hell of a party. I mean, and so remember, I was sitting here in December, we were in the same room with this group, and I was leaning into the concept of raising the rate for capital, and I'm glad we're getting dialed in right now, because it sure looks different than it did then.
Yeah, so you were as confused as me now.
No, I knew,
Okay.
I knew what we were,
Oh, he-
no, I knew that the big capital was on the horizon, that's why I was
So he
saying.
wanted to not take the 6 cents off.
Well, I was against taking the 6 cents off,
You were,
because I wanted to put it in capital reserves. I didn't know we still had,
but you look at how much the appreciation is every year.
yeah, I understand.
Yeah, it's huge.
It's a great discovery.
So this is going into capital reserve. So, and that's where it has been going. So this is that transfer.
No, I wanted to take the 6 cents that we are not levying and levy it and put it in the capital reserve.
Right.
Well, that's one of the options that we're
You
going
wanted
to.
to, you wanted to have another 8 million in here.
Well, no, it wouldn't have been about a bit of, it would have been about $1 million before.
Million and a half, yeah.
That's all?
Yeah, we get about we get about.
I'll show you that.
2,000 a penny.
I'll show you that option here in a second. So if we were just looking at if it was just this year's proposed budget we were looking at, you'd look at that year one column and we'd be done. If those were all the capital expenditures, there was no legs to them going out in the future, we'd end up with an ending fund balance of about 7.7 million, and it'd be done. We'd come back next year with other decision points. But we don't. Some of these continue on, primarily the courthouse. So in running out both the revenue assumptions and the expenditure assumptions, if you go to the very bottom line, it says ending balance / available for the future. You'll see we end the projected ending of FY22 is $7.7 million, and then immediately, based on the spending needs that we've identified so far, we're upside down about $5 million. And then $3 million at the end of the year, and it comes back in 3 or 4 years. So
That's, again, though, that's where things stand right now with the numbers that we put into the budget. So you will make some other decisions over the next day that will change these numbers. For example, the DA VAP budget, if you support the recommendations that were made by the consultant, that's going to add up to close to $1 million a year in additional expense for the DA/VAP. The only place that can come from is out of that 7.9. So this, just short of 8, becomes just short of 7 in the proposed year, and then $1 million less in each of the out years. So again, this is somewhat of a moving target, but to the extent that you grant some of the special requests, and Health Department has a whole lot of them that will also draw down general fund and affect the number that's available to be transferred into general capital reserve.
Yeah, but the problem we have is such a nice problem, in the sense that you can do your courthouse expansion, all these other things with maybe the Royal Park, and have it paid for in 4 years.
Exactly.
Exactly right.
I mean, that's fantastic.
It is a great position to be in.
Yeah, and I was thinking, just the courthouse, you were gonna have to do some full faith and credit. You don't have to do that.
Well, that's.
Maybe for the short.
May not have
It
to.
shows that we do,
Oh, for the short term.
for the short term, right?
Yeah.
But it's better than doing a 20-year.
But, I mean, the other thing to think about is, this is our capital needs today. And Deschutes County is growing by 3% a year in terms of population. So, I mean, what that means in terms of expanding our facilities to be able to expand services for a growing population 5 years from now,
You're not gonna have that big of a problem if you do all these things. Trust me.
But we've been waiting 20 years for two.
Yeah, I mean, look,
20, we've been waiting since
you
2003.
know, I just don't know where they're gonna come. You've got a second floor here, all for growth. You just boot those state clowns out and it's all ours.
You mean the third floor?
you mean over there?
Yeah.
Wherever the hell they're at, and I'm the third floor.
Third floor.
Yeah.
Yeah, third floor, exactly. Isn't that what it was designed this way?
No, it wasn't.
It wasn't?
No. We can boot the
Where are
state
they
cli-
gonna go?
we can boot the state people out, and that was for growth for down here.
So if, we can continue on, and you're all getting ahead of me, and I'm almost feeling like I don't need to say anything anymore, because
Oh, Greg.
because you've got it.
Were you going to use the word state clowns at some point?
I'm trying not to.
Telling us about, like, well, gee, the elections building in Washington County is so awesome, and
Well, fine, she can go to Washington County. We're in pretty good shape.
Okay.
there's more capital needs to come.
Yeah, but not the size of 45 million.
Okay, so the message here again is the year one FY '22 column, that's reflective of what's in the proposed budget right now, but we have considerations because our capital improvement plan is longer than just 1 year, that we need to run this out. And we'll also talk about the future, reserving for the future as well. So the rows that are in gray, and Tom just mentioned this too, so the rows that are in gray are essentially unknowns right now. They're not in the budget, but they end up being options. So the first row in gray, if you look at the row less approved special requests, Tom just mentioned this. None of the special requests have been approved yet, but because that 7.9 million is essentially what's left over and has been put in reserves for the purpose of capital, any special requests that are approved out of the general fund become a negative in this cell. They reduce that 7.9 million. And it's not in that, if it's only a one-time only expense, then it would be just in FY '22. But if it has longevity to it, it would continue in the out years and potentially grow based on COLA or some sort of inflationary increase. So that's just an FYI there, the way this is built. One of the other options is there's been conversation about reinstating the levy. There's a row here that I can turn on that'll.
That's the 6 cents.
That's the 6 cents. That'll flip that on. The next is other, and other, if you scroll to the bottom left, again, we've talked about this already, but these are just some options for accounts that we have that would be accessible for this sort of work. If it,
This is one-time fund.
those are one-time dollars. Mm-hmm.
Well,
sort of.
The TRT, unallocated TRT, as things stand right now,
built up.
would get another unallocated chunk next year.
I have a question. According to my notes from the DA, it's 802,000, and that does include one victim's advocate that he needed to add. So Tom just said $1 million, but is it really $1 million, or is it?
What it doesn't include is the structural imbalance that we've talked about last year with victims' assistance. They only have enough grant funding, external funding, to fund 4 of the 6 existing staff. So if you're committing, if you believe the consultant, if you accept that they need 7, one addition to what they have now, then you are
That's
essentially.
filling the one that's gone? Is that filling the one that's vacant?
Mm-hmm.
Not adding a new one over that?
It's both.
No, both. They wanted to add an additional, but isn't that already in the budget? Because it's just an unfilled position at this point.
The 6th one, yeah, the unfilled one is in the budget.
Right.
Yeah, and it shows what is necessary to close that structural gap next year as close to $200,000. So to fund that, plus the new one, you're adding 200,000 to that 800,000 for all the new people. So it's about.
And he didn't put that in his original budget?
He put the 200,000 in there.
Okay.
But it wasn't talked about yesterday, other than when I mentioned it as part of his special request package.
So to understand the impact of just that simple line item that you bring up there, and I know you probably can't see this on the screen, but in the less approved special request line, if I put in a minus 1 million, and again, these are recurring costs that come out over the course of the next 5 years, the ending balance at year 5 is now 5.7 million, where it was 10.7, and at the end of year 2, FY '23, it goes from 4.9 million upside down to 6.9 million. So I just that's just an example of the impact that special requests will have on that. So I'm going to delete that back out there, but I wanted to show that to you.
Greg, this maybe this is a very silly question, but.
Those are my questions.
Yeah. I'll ask it for you, Mike. The general fund property tax, the current levy, why is that trending down? Isn't it, I mean, because we'll get those taxes this year, and property values are going up, and.
And that very well could trend up, but again, it's the net of expenses and revenue. So if our expenses, and I'm thinking particularly of labor, but there's also now inflationary costs as well, as those continue up and special requests are approved, it's going to drive the net margin down over the course of years. And that's what we saw in the last several years. When that number was around 2, it kept dropping. That amount that we were able to put into reserve kept declining. So it's just a factor to put in there. It could potentially go the other way. It could go down even more. So, yeah. But that's what had happened in the last 4 years.
So you're being conservative and you're just presuming it will continue down?
Could.
Because if it could go up or it could go down, you could argue that you just keep it the same.
Exactly. Yeah, I agree with you 100%.
Well, so the other part of this scenario is it's a 5-year picture for all of these expenses, and those could be like 20-year expenses, right? We don't have to pile all these up in the next 4 or 5 years because they're asset improvement things. They could be termed out somehow.
I'm not following you either, Bruce, on that one.
Most of these, you'd want, sounds like you want to do them in the next year.
I mean, do you have to write a check and the year is completed, or can we?
If you want to pay cash for it.
Or you could.
That's my question. Yeah.
Oh, you can.
Why do we have to pay cash?
Well, that's really the crux of this discussion.
Yeah.
We could.
Yeah, but we're forcing our thinking into this narrow scope without.
Well, that's the next line.
So the next line that I was almost to get to is proceeds from debt financing.
That's a good one.
So, and that essentially, at least in terms of, that's the amount that we plug to balance the cash flow. Yes. And that, whatever that is, whatever that number is, it results in a debt service payment down below under expenses, under debt service payment, the last gray line. So those are the mechanics of.
The empty line.
The empty line. Those are the mechanics of taking a look at it this way.
So I don't know of very many organizations that can just write checks for these big improvement projects.
Well, the ones that do, though, save a whole lot of money on financing costs. So that's again, that's sort of the central.
What's the jeopardy to your ongoing operation versus writing a check for big capital improvements?
I think that this is really, the beginning of conversations we're probably going to have consecutively over the next X number of years as we move forward. And this, as any sort of long-term plan, as you know, the longer you go out, the foggier it gets, but you continue to look at it and dust it off. And then your first year, like Chris was saying and earlier today, is, that becomes your budget plan. So,
how much, I'm just curious, would you guess, Greg? Let's say you did some full faith and credit bonds. Can you do them for like 5 years or 10 years?
Yep, you can.
What are the rates, would you guess?
Less than 3%.
Less than 3?
Mm-hmm.
That's, for 5 years, that's pretty amazing, isn't it?
Do we have, and you mentioned internal funds, another option, we can charge ourselves 4%, which is going to be, way more than we're getting on the
But we're
market.
getting, right now, 0.88.
And I would assume we would use reserves funds like Health Benefit Trust or something else.
You could borrow from the PERS. You could borrow from the PERS fund. We could borrow from.
And so we can
many
borrow internally, and instead of paying Bill the 4% or the 3%, we'll be paying ourselves. Okay.
True. That's another option. Yeah. So to continue the conversation.
No offense, Bill.
No.
Bill doesn't mind.
He doesn't care.
If I can get a fee out of it.
I know, I was thinking it would be 3% plus a fee.
So just to continue the conversation, not any specific direction, but just to model a couple of examples here. If the decision was to reinstate the 6 cents of the levy, so if you keep your eye on the bottom line, we should be at minus 4,988 next year. If we reinstate the levy, it drops that shortfall down to 1.5 million at the end of next year.
And that's 6 cents per thousand.
And this is just to continue, so if that was where everything ended, if that was where the conversation ended, and that's what we were moving forward with, then we would have $1.5 million to debt finance somewhere. But if we made the assumption we had a 5-year note at 3%, this is what that would look like. So we borrow $2 million at the end of, and that would be a source of funding in FY23. That would give us a slightly positive ending fund balance at the end of year 2. But then in years 3, 4, 5, and 6 and 7, you can't see it on the model, we'd have debt service payments of $438,000 per year.
But then
So you're-
after 5, we'd be getting back to $7-8 million a year.
Mm-hmm. And the other thing
I just
is,
want to confirm, then, you're saying that 6 cents is going to bring in 3.5 million?
no.
Well, you just said we're going to go from 4.9.
Over the course of,
It's going from 5 million down to 1.5, isn't that what you said? If we-
Bringing in 1,680.
1,680, about 1.7 million for 2 years, so that would be 3.4 million, just for the 2 years.
Okay, I said 3.5.
Yes, you're right.
How much
I'm trying to keep up with you.
I'm like trying to keep up with you. That's 2 years of not giving people a break and raising their property taxes when they're already going to go up with that library bill that's going to be like kind of, interesting. When people, we talk about affordable and, yeah.
Well, I'm not in favor of raising, I mean, I fought it like hell, but that 6 cents is off, I think we leave it off. Because we got enough here to do it without it.
So the other thing to think, just the one other point I wanted to make is if you look at the ending fund balance as well, of course, we're going to continue keeping up with growth. We're going to have needs that are going to come up that we're perhaps not even thinking about right now, but this begins to build a reserve for the next round of improvements as well.
So we would be able to accomplish this stuff, pay it off in 4 years to ourselves, to say, make some money there, and then begin to sock it away again on the 5th or 6th year.
So what I think you're seeing again, though, now is a little bit of a distorted package, and it's rosier, much rosier than we probably will end up at the end of tomorrow. So what I would suggest is that we keep this as a worksheet to keep track of the special requests that you approve. So if you grant some or all of the DA's request, if you grant some or all of the health department says, we can load those, the cost of those improvements annualized into the spreadsheet, so you begin to see a more accurate picture.
Those two are the big ticket items, health,
Yes.
VA.
Yeah.
And if you can see the screen, that's the minus 9999 number I just put in there, what Tom's talking
I was
about.
trying to think, could you make the font just a teeny bit bigger or not?
No, let me
Yeah,
see if
will it?
I think I can.
I mean, I just maybe need to sit by Mike, I guess.
Here.
I can't read it over there. No, I have my glasses
These aren't
on,
worth a
but
shit.
I can't wear my glasses.
God, I
I
paid a
can see
whole
without
$1
them.
for them, I tell you. There's no-
So it's this number right here. This would be the value, the sum total of the decision packages that are made tomorrow. So we're going to have, there's a sheet in your proposed budget that lists all of those special requests out. And what we'll do tomorrow as we walk through them, we'll tabulate your decisions on those. And so in a perfect world, we'll have a number to put in there tomorrow. That's the goal.
What I was trying to get at is that I think we should fund the program first, or decide how we want to do it. Look at where we're at, and then decide how to fund the long-term projects.
The capital.
Yeah, exactly.
Figure out what we're loading, because the ones that we're looking at, be it health or DA, those are ongoing. We're stuck with that crap for the rest of our lives.
Yeah, we'll see what the impact of that is, and see if we agree with that impact.
So this is really a way to look at a full life cycle of public funds, going from revenue coming in, operations, reserves, and then capital use.
You know, what I would appreciate, Greg, once we get through those steps, figure out what the operational needs that we're committed to in the long run. I'd like to see your recommendation. You said, all right, if you guys approve these projects, I recommend you do half of it with your own cash, finance your own half internally, or go out to the market for 6%, or, you know, you're the finance.
No, he just said 3% for
Yeah,
bonds.
I have opinions. I can
Yeah,
share 'em.
and I respect your opinions. I mean, I have a lot of BS, but you have the real answers.
Yeah, well, I think it really takes a collective, I can just tell you what I think, and you guys will have to make that decision.
Yeah, that's what I'm interested in,
Yeah.
is what are our options once we know what that number is? How do we go about it?
And how that debt service number, if there's a debt service, and I'm assuming there will be, how that fits into the budget over the long haul.
And what's great is we have a banker on here, too.
I'm looking at Bill, thinking,
Yeah,
yes.
well, the other cool thing about, I think this should be an annual and a rolling thing, because to Commissioner Chang's point, there will be things in the future.
Yes.
But they don't show up overnight either. And, I mean, you typically have years of lead time, so you can do that. And if you do this on a rolling 5 or rolling whatever, pretty much like, you know, Chris was showing how they do that. They have their 20-year plan, and then they bring it into a 5 and do that, but,
Yeah.
yeah.
Another thing,
Yeah,
Lee,
Lee, could
you got
you-
some projections on what you're gonna need in the future.
And
And,
that's-
and you've got a lot of this maintenance stuff and all that right here in the book.
Well, one of the items that's included, I think it's in this $750,000 number, I think is a long-term facilities plan. That may be next year. But so Lee's programmed some money to look at all of the county facilities and.
Not
you know,
just the maintenance stuff.
No, what are our needs, what are our space needs
We
gonna
did
be?
one of those years ago, and then we've pretty much followed the track.
Yeah.
I mean, with this building and the jail expansion, all the stuff at public safety, all of that was pegged in there. We just didn't have the answer for the courts at that point. We knew we were gonna have to face it, and Tom had to face that. And then maybe you have criminal courts, and they go out to public safety. You don't have to build them here. Send 2 judges out there, and the rest are down here.
Yeah, that's exactly right. And so similar to that, and Bill, what you said as well, is using the road CIP as a model. You look long-term, and as you get closer, you continue to refine until you get into a budget planning mode for that year. And that way you have years to vet all of this. And you can see it coming, so.
Can I just ask, Lee, besides the space study that the clerk's office has got in the works, are there other things like that that are going to turn up some big projects for us in the, you know, in the 5-year time horizon? Off the top of your head, you know, what are some of the places where those things are going to emerge from?
Sure. So we have a space study that was completed in the early 2000s, and we're coming up on the 20-year mark, and the need to update that and to revisit it. What we've done in the meantime is, I mentioned the Public Safety Campus Master Plan. We've kind of addressed specific, instead of doing a county-wide large plan, what we've focused on is let's break it up by operational sectors. And so we've worked on the Public Safety Campus. There's more work to do there. We've, as Chris Doty mentioned, we're starting to work, we're collaborating with the road department on a road facilities master plan, and that's getting underway next week, actually. And then the clerks, we've begun work with the clerk's office specifically for elections. And then the next piece of that we've requested appropriation for next year is to look at the downtown campus as a whole and the health department in their bin locations. So in the meantime, we've also done kind of a micro study of the health department in anticipation of their needs in Redmond. And so we've worked through some of those kind of really in the weeds details with the health department, specifically as it relates to the need to expand space in Redmond. So kind of what we'd like to proceed with in the upcoming fiscal year is more of an umbrella approach, look at the departments and the services that are on the downtown campus, as well as some of our other areas in Bend, like the health department building over by the hospital. So we're at the next step to need to do that. The interesting thing is, that Mike mentioned the study from years ago. Some of those things were kind of right on. Other ones, it's very interesting to see how the projections didn't carry through, and the need to kind of have that rolling 5-year plan that each year or each few years you update from the 20-year outlook so that you're making those adjustments as you go along. And really for the facilities department, that's kind of where we see the next big need and capacity for us internally is to be able to work on long-term planning. And kind of what I'll talk about when we talk about our operations is some of our goals to free up capacity so that we can focus more on the long-term needs and how we can address those. One thing to bear in mind in terms of just office space across county departments, typically organizations of our size carry maybe a minimum of 2 to 3%, up to 5% of excess space for either programs that expand on a short-term basis or the need to relocate somebody for a remodel or adjustments. We have around 500,000 square feet of office space, not counting the sheriff's office, and currently we're essentially at zero excess space. And so the last space that we had that was unallocated was the Stone Building. It's about 2,000 square feet, and currently we're using that to meet the needs of the district attorney's office. So in terms of our space as a county, we're kind of, and a lot of it's due to the, we have major expansion, and it's in the county as a whole, and those are changes that are hard to keep up on an infrastructure side of things. When infrastructure planning takes time, construction takes time, and there are costs associated with it. So
What do we have in the old Johnson Brother building?
So the facilities department, we operate out of 14 Northwest Kearney, and that's kind of our operational hub. All of the what little warehouse space we have in that building, we use for operational storage and use, basically stuff that comes and goes immediately. Over the years, we had used another building for our extra kind of longer term storage, for instance, to have some furniture in surplus. So Johnson Brothers, we're really using as a dedicated warehouse for the facilities department. It's only about 3,000 square feet.
I knew it wasn't.
Yeah, so we...
Community Justice Shop was operating out of there.
Yeah, and then we apportioned off about 1,000 of that. We kind of condensed what we were using for operations and divided off 1,000 square feet for temporary quarters for the community service program.
Okay, I'm just curious, thank you.
Yes.
So Lee, how many square feet does the state have in this building that we could get back?
14,000.
I would have to get you an exact number.
Christie's on the line, maybe.
Don't have that in front of me, but we can look that up and get back to you. But approximately, it's around 30,000 square feet, but we can come back with an exact number here shortly. In fact, I think Jessica will be joining us for the operational discussion, and I'm sure she can have access to that number, and we can share it with you in a few minutes.
How long has your lease been renewed to?
Well, I want to say there's another 10 or so, 10, 12 years on it. But that rent that they pay pays our debt obligation for this building. So if we kick them out, we got to.
Be paid off.
Yeah, I was thinking,
Isn't that paid off?
No.
What is
How
it,
much
30
longer?
years or 20?
wasn't it built in 2004?
Yeah.
Isn't that what's on the plaque out the door?
We're ready to make that
It's gonna be
transition
paid off
to
with-
support services. These are all interesting questions, but before we do that, I'd like to take a 5-minute break.
Yeah, me too.
Refinance.
5 minutes?
That's probably going to be part of it.
So, Lee,
I lost my calendar.
structure
And we are
Yeah.
I think it's an uphill
Support
battle.
Services.
A lot of moving parts.
And, we're going to go ahead and bring Lee Randall back. And Lee, I'll turn it over to you.
Is this a different hat now?
Okay.
Yeah.
Great, thank you. Lee Randall, Facilities Director. Here today to talk about our operational funds for the Facilities Department, Fund 620, and then also the General County Projects Fund, which is Fund 070, and that fund is for projects, general maintenance, essentially things that are over $5,000. Just to follow up on a question from earlier, the state lease for this building is about 45% of the square footage of the building, and it is 39,200 square feet is what is occupied by the state on the.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome. And thank you to Jessica for
What's the total size of this? I think it's like 45,000 feet.
just over 80,000, I think,
Oh, eight-
close to 83,000.
They're renting 39,200.
Do they pay a market rate for that space, or what kind of?
Yes.
Yes.
Imagine the rate is minus property taxes, though, because we don't pay property tax.
So I'll briefly walk through an update on the Facilities Department. Just some background, first of all, our square footage across the county has doubled since 2004. And in terms of other updates, major and minor remodel and construction continue to require resources across the department when we work on either capital maintenance projects or new construction. Additional square footage that we're anticipating for fiscal year 22. With the Sheriff's Office, we're working on converting some storage space in Lapine to new use, and there will be additional square footage under the Facilities Department. The community service shop that we mentioned earlier will be completed in the next couple months. The road department, we've added some converted office space there. And then other recent additions include the Sister Services Center, the Stabilization Center, and it going to 24/7 operations, and space for parole and probation in the modular offices.
When you mention Sisters, we own that building that the sheriff is in now, right?
Correct.
Yes.
Yep.
And so is that the Sisters Service Center, that building, or is that all occupied by the sheriff or him, and we have leases, or how?
We have two other leases, I believe. Mid-Oregon moved out. I don't know why they would do that. Build a beautiful building over by Ray's. But, yeah, the sheriff's, I think they take 2,500 square feet of that, don't they? And then, yeah, we have.
Yeah, so the Sheriff's Office is in a portion of it, and then we have there are two other spaces. One's currently leased out, and then the other one, Christy Bollinger's currently working on leasing that.
That one is still empty?
I'd have to defer to Christy, and I think she's up here after Joe, so she could probably give you an update on that.
That's been empty for quite a while then. Because you guys left, what, in September or something?
It was a little bit later than that.
That's right. You didn't have your opening for a while.
Yeah, we can get her to answer that question.
Sure. Christy, are you there?
Yeah, Christy Bollinger, for the record, the Deschutes County Property Manager. So yeah, we've had some interest in the space over the last several months.
Christy,
Mid-Oregon moved out about.
Terrible.
I'm sorry?
Connection's bad.
Can you hear me?
Bad connection.
Can you hear me now?
No.
You're coming across garbled, Christy.
Okay, is it something we can cover when I'm there in person?
I think so, yeah.
Yes.
Okay.
So, and then in terms of future additional space, the parole and probation expansion that we talked about, North County Services in Redmond, and then a courthouse expansion. And so the reason I bring those up is all of those have impacts on our operations and the need for staff, and I'll be touching on that in a moment. In terms of past year accomplishments, center to that has been a response to the COVID-19 pandemic. Our staff were integral in helping establish socially distanced courtrooms, the courtroom at the Fair and Equity Center, increased levels of custodial services, and then support of the incident management team in the mass vaccination clinic in a variety of ways. And then also construction and remodel projects that were completed over the past year. Some of those I've mentioned, like the community service shop. The courtroom remodels are currently underway, and our project manager, Dan Hopper, is intricately is managing those projects. General cost drivers have been, as I mentioned, with doubling the square footage since 2004. A lot of those buildings are reaching a particular age where other maintenance issues arise, like roofs and HVAC units. So the age of buildings, also increased levels of security. We've been involved in a variety of projects to help create a front of house, back of house environment where staff are still able to be approachable and provide services, but with a higher level of security.
What, you say we doubled our square footage since '04.
Mm-hmm.
What were those new buildings?
So, just to give you, I'll probably miss a few, but the Deschutes Recovery Center, 911 dispatch and OSP, expansion of the courthouse.
Now, do we maintain OSP?
Yes. Yep.
Do we do the janitorial there?
Yes. Yep. The Antler Building in Redmond, to name a few. So I know I'm, South County Services was prior to that. Let me pull my list.
But I mean, I'm trying to find out where we added close to 400,000 square feet.
So we're currently around 500,000, and we added a little over 200,000.
So we didn't double it.
Well, from about 200 and, I don't have the exact numbers in front of me, but it's like 230 to 460. It was essentially doubled. Okay. Yep. So, and then increased occupant density leads to increased maintenance costs in areas like health services and the district attorney's office. Custodial contracting increases, and then custodial supplies. Interestingly enough, throughout the pandemic, we have seen an uptick in use of soap and paper towel. So apparently people are washing their hands more, even with having lower occupancy in our buildings. So for this year, going forward, proposed capital requests, I'll move to those which you have in front of you. On the landscape side, a lawn tractor, power floor scraper on the maintenance side, and a de-icer tank and sprayer for a total of $25,000. I touched on custodial contracting. That is one of our significant cost increases for this year. A big portion of it is due to some of the additional spaces, as well as some daytime cleaning. So our extra COVID cleaning this year was around $140,000 for the entire fiscal year. We're proposing within our budget an increase of about $65,000 related to daytime cleaning. So we have found ways to decrease that cost and find some efficiencies and remove it where needed. But that is one increase within our custodial contracting line item. And then as well as many of our contracting contracts are coming due, and we're factoring for some expected cost impacts with renewing those contracts. The other special request that we had talked about last year is for a project coordinator. As I segue into Fund 070, the project coordinator directly relates to the capital maintenance needs that you have in your binder. And I'll kind of go back and forth between the two funds, but related to Fund 070, our vision is for a project coordinator to really take the projects that we've identified and those costs and be the person that would be the point person for that work. And if you'll turn to the first tab, Fund 070 is funded by the 3 cents per thousand. It's specifically for projects over $5,000. And I can just outline a few of those anticipated projects for next year. There's quite a list there. To highlight them, we always have HVAC needs, and you'll see those listed in your binder. We have other improvements at various buildings that include access control, ADA improvements, building envelopes, maintenance, caulking, gutters, paint. And then our large, kind of the biggest project we would anticipate for next year would be the roof replacement on this building, the Deschutes Services Building. And partly to cover that cost is a request for a transfer into 070 from the General County Reserve, 060, to help fund that project. What we've seen, as I mentioned, with the aging of buildings is that 070, it's accounting for and helping take care of the smaller scale maintenance, but when we get a large project like a roof replacement, the tax revenue hasn't been sufficient to cover those projects. And we have a kind of a group of buildings that are in a similar age. So over the last few years, we've replaced a variety of roofs on the downtown campus. This is one that's nearing the end of its life. We've already done some special coating in areas that were beginning to fail to kind of help us limp by, and it's kind of the next one on our list. And then the other thing I want to highlight is...
Take care of number 10 now. It needs to be fixed up.
So we're actually, that's getting a fresh coat of paint this spring, and so I'm always happy to report on that particular building.
Thank you.
So the UIC, as I mentioned, we'd given a full report to the board, I think in February or in February, but the upshot is that given new improvements in technologies, retrofits to our stormwater controls, the cost estimates have come down significantly. And there are still projects that we have planned over the next 4 years to be in compliance with our DEQ permit over the 10-year life of the permit. But fortunately, at one time, we had been estimating in the $2 million range for replacements due to innovative inserts and other ways to retrofit as opposed to replace stormwater controls. We expect that number to come down significantly, and we're now expect that to be more in the $650,000 to $750,000 range over the next 6 years. So good news on that front. Any questions on anything we've outlined for Fund 070? So as I mentioned, the other special request is the project coordinator position. In terms of FTE, one thing that I touched on last year is that we've really taken a blended approach within the facilities department between self-performing work with our own staff and contracting for services, and that's really led to us being able to keep our FTE very stable over the last, looking for a spreadsheet here, over really the last 10 to 15 years. And so we're currently at 23 FTE. The Budget Committee had approved the project coordinator last year, and with COVID concerns, that position was subsequently cut, and so we're waiting to come back to the Budget Committee again this year for that request for that position to be added back. We're currently at 23 FTE. Going back to 2010, we were at 23 FTE.
If we hire that position, is that funded with indirects, Tom?
The project coordinator? Yeah, it would.
So it's spread.
Yep. That one could be done a little bit differently, though, rather than just your normal allocation. If it is project-specific, in other words, benefiting a certain department, the cost for that position could be allocated more towards the department benefiting from their work.
And as well as funds for a particular maintenance project, it could be partially funded that way. We do currently have an annual transfer from Fund 070 to help cover project coordination. And so that does take a bit of the burden of our project-specific costs within the facilities department off of the ISF funds that a good portion of our overall funding comes from. So there is a part of that that's already built into our current budget. So just to, as I mentioned, So we have remained flat in terms of FTE, and a lot of that has been a concerted effort to find efficiencies and to really move from self-performing maintenance as it comes up and identifying ways to contract that out, to use our folks to manage work and in other areas. We've probably reached the point where we need to expand as well with the county, or as the county grows, and some of those efficiencies, I think, have kind of reached their the extent of their effectiveness. And so just in terms of looking to the next couple of years, I could anticipate in the next few years being back to request FTE for one of our other classifications within the department. Historically, the folks that were involved before I was, and then did a good job of keeping a flat FTE in an effort to reduce our ISF charges to other departments. And we've been able to continue that, and we're probably at a point where some growth may be warranted. So to close, that's kind of the highlights of our operational fund. In terms of specifics, our ISF increases vary by department, but they're in the 5% range. A lot of that is due to departments that have added either services or square footage. And then our personnel increase is at 6.5%. Our materials and services at 13.5%. And as I mentioned, the big driver for materials and services has been custodial contracting and some of the costs associated with COVID-19, which we've managed to reduce, but also specifically the stabilization center moving to 24/7 is a significant increase in custodial costs. Some of the other specific drivers are, just to highlight, some of those contractual changes that will be taking place in this building, for instance, and some of our other buildings. So, as well as, for instance, we've gone from 3-day-a-week service to 5-day-a-week service in some of our buildings where not only was that warranted due to COVID-19, but also just to increase use in the buildings. It was really time.
If we were to tap into some of the money that the county gets for COVID relief or whatever, could you come up with a ballpark figure of the direct impacts that's had with your department?
Mm-hmm. Sure, and like I mentioned, one of the direct impacts over the past year was about $140,000 in added cleaning and materials. Out of our big picture custodial budget is around $1.2 million, if you kind of break that out of our overall operational budget, and that's just a very rough order of magnitude estimate. So when you
incurred a bunch,
right,
you're budgeting for a bunch, and so the two of them sound like it might get up there to some real money,
right,
200,000 or 300,000 or more.
So what we've identified, probably of that 65,000 for next year that I would associate with daytime cleaning, a good portion of it is due to COVID-19. As I said, we're in the $140,000 range, so we found ways initially, when there was an initial emergency response, we found ways to pare that back and still create a clean and safe environment for the public and staff. And a portion of that also relates to just county growth and use of buildings as a whole, and the need to add some day porter services at restrooms and other areas that have a significantly greater use, like the health department, the courthouse, and a few other buildings. So it's kind of a dual driver for that increase.
Thank you, Lee.
And then, so that's just kind of a summary of some of the increases, and then I'm happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Looks like you answered them along the way. Is there a?
As you were working through your list, you mentioned underground injection control, UIC being, going from an estimate of $2 million to $650,000. In our binder, on our list that we were looking at, it still says it says $210,000. So is that, can we reduce that down now, or is that other UIC costs?
No,
beyond
that
this?
will be reduced down, and so that's something that we will revise for next year in the 060 long-term projections. But yeah, that's one of those projections that we can revise back.
If you receive money to reimburse the costs you incurred because of COVID, and then also money in addition to the costs you're gonna get for COVID, then that would reduce past indirect service charges and future. Correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
Not tremendous, but I mean, it has a ripple effect. I know you got $1 billion on it, so this is just chump change.
Well, if you were paying attention just now, I just, off our
Yeah,
capital
you got down
budget
to
was-
210.
we just knocked $1 million, we just knocked $1.25 million off of that. So that's pretty
But I
good.
mean, I think appropriately, if we have some funds that it was, what it was intended to, we should look at it.
All right, Lee, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Lee. Joe.
No.
Be funny.
Be quick, Joe.
IT comedy show.
Thank you, sir. How come you didn't 3-hole punch this, Joe?
Because it's right here on my.
I know, I don't want.
I'll bring one with me next. I'll take
That's okay.
3 copies. Yeah, one for Dan and one for Sharon. Thank you.
Stuff in my laptop.
Great, thank you.
Takes an experienced facilities guy to do that.
And Lee, the grounds crew does a hell of a job. It sure looks beautiful out there.
Thank you. I will pass that along. Thank you, Mayor.
Greg, these interest earnings that you see on each one of these, is there just a standard rate that's
All right, next up is
proposed across the board?
Information Technologies, and we'll give it over to Joe
Interest
Sidoni.
revenue.
Oh, I feel so
Believe that's
short in the
based on,
seat.
you know,
Maybe it's
Try a
because I
different
am
one,
so
they're
short.
different heights.
You can
Yeah.
adjust it up.
You need a periscope.
Optical illusion.
Yeah, really. All right. Joe Sidoni, Information Technology Director. So I'd like to present to you our proposed budget for fiscal '22. It's been a unusual year for everybody, including IT. Our focus back in March of '22, everybody's focus shifted towards the pandemic. And as of yet, it hasn't really shifted back. And so a lot is happening that has affected our budget. You know, as we move forward, hopefully, as we get out of this pandemic, we can get back to some type of normalcy and get back to the projects that we had originally scheduled back in 2019. All right, so next slide. Thank you. Brief overview of our funds. Fund 660 is our operations fund. This year, it's a 7.9% increase, and I'll get into why that is at $3.19 million. The Fund 661 is our reserve fund that we use to keep everything up to date and running smoothly. And that fund sits currently for next fiscal year at $1.06 million. And then we operate a GIS fund, which is funded via, primarily via recording fees. It's been a good year for recording fees. I'm sure the clerk probably pointed that out. We are probably close to $100,000 for a very small fund,
$100,000 over in revenue from recording fees for this fund. So that accounts for the 52.9% increase. If you remove the contingency where the excess of those of that revenue sits in the 2022 budget, the budget's only gone up 1.3% from the previous year. Next slide, please. So we have two big projects going on right now that will continue into fiscal 2022. First off, being a migration to Microsoft 365. That's the cloud version of Microsoft products. And we're talking your Office suite, Word, Excel, PowerPoint, etc., email, and various other products that actually only exist in the cloud.
Is this where your dashboards are at?
Don't listen to him.
A dashboard?
I don't know.
That was one of the themes this week. It's
Oh, dashboards? Okay. Yes. Well, believe it or not, behind a lot of those dashboards that people have talked about or seeing is actually this product.
That's what I thought. See?
Yes.
Sure you did, yeah.
Yes.
Where's the glove
It
box?
took me a second to put two and two together. Cybersecurity is going to be a topic moving forward with probably no end. If we don't continuously improve our cybersecurity posture, we open ourselves to an attack of some sort or other. They're always out there looking for low-hanging fruit. We want to be at the top of the tree. And so we make, yes?
So, that's kind of one of the topics of the day right now is cybersecurity. I'm curious as to what percent of the overall cybersecurity effort has to do with employee interaction with their devices on a daily basis, and the other side with the system side.
Sure. Your biggest risk in the cybersecurity world, your biggest risk is the employee in that computer that they haul around with them. That's why continuous cybersecurity training, which we do on a regular basis, is so important. It's just to keep reminding the employees that they have to stay vigilant and not accidentally click on that email link, download that file, even though it seems like it's coming from a trusted resource, doing that. And where that translates into fiscal policy is we make large investments. A significant portion of our operating fund goes towards the personnel and the software resources necessary to defend our network against those types of attacks. So in the case that people actually do make mistakes, there's something there to prevent it from going further. And as one of the many reasons why we have a reserve fund, what we have seen over the past 3 years are municipalities where IT is, from a fiscal standpoint, is an afterthought. And IT directors have to fight for funding for things like antivirus software. And they don't get it. They don't keep it up to date. They don't get the funding for it. And what happens is Tillamook.
Cheese?
Right? And they're down for a month, right? And so we are very, very pleased that we established that reserve fund over 20 years ago now, and we put it to good use.
And just one other question is, when do you see Office 365 coming online?
Hey, so where we are with that, this Office 365 is it's actually Microsoft 365, but is a complicated product. From a end user using or purchasing it on their home via subscription for $100 a year, it's really kind of a no-brainer. For an enterprise, it's extremely complex. Lane County is in their 3rd year of implementing that product. It's literally taken that long. And so where we're at, we're actually pretty pleased. We're working with a contractor right now, and we have established what they call a tenant, which is essentially your enterprise account in the cloud. From there, what we have done is installed the software that synchronizes all of the county accounts, your user IDs and passwords, with the cloud. And so it's called a hybrid setup where you have resources locally and resources in the cloud, and you make them operate as one. And we have gotten to the point now where we can actually move a user's account into the cloud and move their email, and we're going to start testing that. These are foundational pieces for the product. Wherein once we actually get all of the user IDs synchronized between locally and in the cloud, and we start migrating email boxes, it'll be fairly transparent. You won't have to do anything to your workstation. You might get a message or two. Once we start migrating those email accounts, even actually before that, we can start deploying the newer software like Teams and Flow, and there's a lot of different software that people are wanting to have. One of the interesting things that we're finding out is that departments are pushing us to get this done because they've been exposed to the products that we don't have yet, but we're going to have when we get it implemented. And so they are very excited for us to get this done, and we're working really hard at it. And so my guess is that by, where are we at? June? My guess is by September, we'll be actively migrating email boxes. Right.
Joe, I have a question.
Yes.
I don't know if you heard that DA's report when we had someone come in from New York and do an analysis. But part of one of the morales and issues is that they had computers that they had to shut off and restart in order to work. And I'm just wondering, how did that happen in Deschutes County that their equipment was so incompetent?
They have their own IT department. They're not a part.
No, they have their own?
Yeah.
Well, they have staff. There are several departments that have
So, yeah, there's
IT
18 in
staff.
yours, and there's 2 in theirs, and where else are there IT?
There's 2, well, they call them 2. There's 2 in CDD. There's 1 at the road department and 2 at the sheriff's office.
2 sheriffs, and nobody at home?
And a whole cluster of them at 911, but
Like a cluster?
like 9.
9?
Don't quote me on that, but it's pretty close to that, yeah.
But not your traditional IT. I mean, they're more network kind of tech.
Yeah, I'm including radio, and, so they stole one of our employees, John Spring, who you actually talked to this morning, I think.
But there's nobody at the health department then?
There is, I'm going to say there is not. There is not what I would call a dedicated IT. They're more analyst types, writing reports, those types of things. Not what I would call traditional IT.
And then we also heard from the assessor that they, they've got their iPad now that's working really fabulously. And I'm just wondering, how much protection do they have in case that system gets hacked? Where do they get their protections?
So, so that particular system that the assessor talked about is a closed system that's offered online. So it's proprietary in that, the iPads that they use are kind of a unitask device. It's strictly for running that remote appraisal software, and that's pretty much it. So it's for field appraisal. They don't use it for general office work or anything like that. They probably were sold those iPads from the software vendor, probably pre-installed with the software, that type of thing. And so it's not something that we necessarily got too much involved in. It's kind of like Carpel for the DA. It's a cloud software that Carpel came in and installed it and did everything, and we just don't necessarily get all that involved in it. And so the security for that particular system's completely up to the service provider, the cloud software provider. It has no links into our network, and so there are no intermixing between that service and the services that IT provides. And so it's very closed in that sense, if that makes
But they can
if that
have
makes sense.
cybersecurity issues for their particular little system.
If they get a virus or ransomware on like one of those pads,
Yeah.
it would not get on our network. It would probably just ruin that iPad's day, basically.
But they're inputting information onto that tablet that then goes into the assessor records. I mean, there's really no connection, but
There is. Not necessarily from the iPad. So they input the field appraisal data into the iPad. That syncs to the cloud provider. There's probably a service that ORCATS has created for them to go out and download that data from the appraisal service provider, and then import it into ORCATS, right? We probably help them do that, by the way. And so there's very low risk in that type of a scenario, right? They're not actually running any software on us. We're just extracting data and importing it. And so the worst we could get is just bad data, right? And so...
To go back to the departmental needs, when Commissioner Adair asked whether Health Services has anyone, one of their special requests this year involves someone who's going to manage device assets.
Yes.
So, I mean, you wouldn't consider that an IT function? I mean, it sounded like it was a lot of it was about like inventory more than
yes.
function.
Yes. I actually would, in a sense. We actually were we had a very long discussion with them about this. They, over the past year, they've probably purchased a couple hundred laptops, using COVID funds, 350 iPhones, right? I mean, a lot, right? You can't do that without creating work for somebody, right? It's just,
350 iPhones?
What's that?
350?
iPhones?
Yeah.
How many employees do they have? They each have 5?
Over 350, yes. It would be my guess. And so they had a person dedicated to managing and deploying those phones, and we deployed the laptops, and we assisted with the deploying of the phones. She actually came over in our office and worked in our office, and we, helped her manage that. But they let her go. And so she was on temporary contract, I think.
You selling iPhones now?
Undoubtedly.
So there's a hole there, a legitimate hole. And they came to us and said, can you help us fill that? Can you do that for us? And I said, yeah, but it's kind of going to be expensive, right? Because I can't do it with my existing staff. I'm going to have to hire somebody, right, to do it. And so the question was, do they hire somebody to do it, or do they have IT hire somebody to do it, right? You know, and for us to hire another employee just to service a certain function in one department doesn't make sense from an internal service fund standpoint, right? Unless I have a lot of other stuff that employee can do, right? And I don't want to go searching for work, right? So I would rather they fill that amongst their own staff, if that makes sense.
So you support that?
I do.
That approach?
I do.
Yeah, and I mean, the way that they proposed it, they said that the person, there was other duties, but then this asset management was part of it. So.
Yeah, if we were given the task of saying managing all of the county cell phones, which there aren't that many of them outside of, except for the sheriff's office, which we wouldn't do that, right? It's part of their kit for the patrol officers, right? It's managed completely separate. But there's a few in CDD and maybe a few in the DA's office, that type of thing. But if there were a lot more across the county, it would make a lot of sense for me to manage that from a central services standpoint, right? But for just health services, I'd rather them actually take it on. Yeah. And so, can we go on to the next slide, please? Okay, so there's kind of an elephant in the budget, and I want to address it because I may be asked about it if you haven't seen it already. For Fund 661, our internal service fund fees have gone up. Oh, I don't know a lot. Let me just take a quick peek here. Roughly 30%, 28.72% is what the report says. And I wanted to address that because a lot of things contributed to that. It's not a normal event in us, and I'm kind of, I'm almost, I'm disappointed in myself for having this happen and not catching it before, but I just wanted to explain the factors that go into it. If we look at this graph here, what that is my total revenue for the last 3 fiscals. And so our requirements in fiscal 22 have gone up. You know, overall, roughly 8%. And I can get into the reasons for that piece. However, that doesn't account for this. So if you look at the graph, the tan or brown-looking portions, that's our revenue from internal service fund charges. The small gray line above that is revenue from other sources. And above that is revenue from beginning net working capital. And so you can see that in fiscal 22, the beginning net working capital shrunk actually dramatically from previous fiscal years. In fact, the 21 budget was over $500,000, and in the 22 proposed budget, it's only $75,000. That's quite a decrease. Now, there's a couple of things that contributed to that. The first piece is easiest to explain is that back in fiscal 20, we went from requiring 8.3% in contingency to 3%, roughly. That change doesn't show up until the following fiscal cycle, right? It's kind of hard to explain, but it essentially skips a year before it shows up in the beginning network capital. And so that accounts for a portion of it. Roughly, I would say about $175,000. Our materials and services went up this year about, let me look at it here, about 7%. And the reason for that is primarily COVID. Okay, when COVID struck when COVID struck back in March of 20, the county employees, a lot of them went to work from home for various reasons. And we had no infrastructure to support that. It just didn't exist. It just happened, kind of by surprise. And so we had to make some investments. Part of the investments was, infrastructure, so virtual private networking and a lot of other stuff related to that. Also, we had already a plan to improve our what we call endpoint protection. It's essentially antivirus software, but it's a bit fancier nowadays, but they call it endpoint protection that protects the desktop computers. We moved that up. It was actually more than a year down the road before that we were going to do that. We felt we had to do that immediately, basically because we needed to have the visibility of that protection into all of these devices that are county-owned devices that are now going home. We needed to be able to manage them better. And so we moved that project up, and all of these turned into, all of these investments were made primarily with COVID relief funds. However, the maintenance payments are coming due for all of these investments. They all come with annual software maintenance for upgrades and those types of things. That's where our increase in materials and services came from. Right? It literally, our antivirus fee, which is typically $25,000 a year, went to $50,000 a year. Right? So it seems like a lot for antivirus, but we're talking 1,000+ devices. So okay, and then finally, the last thing that contributed to it is this fiscal year we're going to be short in personal services. Right? So on a typical fiscal year, and this has never happened before, and it's a symptom of the software change from HTE to Munis, our current payroll software, in that we hadn't quite gotten the payroll projection thing 100% down, and in the payroll projection for Fund 660, it was short. And so we're going to be short this year. The budget's going to absorb it, right? It's not something where the whole fund's going to go upside down. It's going to be roughly $75,000, I think. But that has a double impact on next year's budget. One is it further decreases the beginning network capital because the contingency doesn't roll forward next year. It gets eaten up, some of it anyway. The other part is that personnel services for us went up 8%, is budgeted to increase 8% next year. We didn't hire anybody. We didn't have any unusual expenses. Nothing has changed. We have to make up that delta, right? And so the reason why it increased over that much from this year is this year's short, next year's going to be regular, plus normal increase. So typically we'll see a 3 to 4% increase year over year in personal services if there are no changes, right? We're seeing an 8%, and it's our biggest expense. We're seeing an 8% increase because we're going from short to regular, so there's this delta that you have to make up, and then the regular increase. And that's where that comes from. All of this combined crushed our internal service charges. And that's the reason for the increase. I know it's complicated. I know it's a long story. But it's several factors, and that's where it came from.
So when you get your reserves built back up, do you then lower your rate?
Yeah. Yes. And so it should normalize. There should be a decrease, right, from this year to next year.
You want me to address that a little bit, Joe?
Yeah.
Okay. So this was an intentional decision made during the last budget cycle. And a couple things that we found on internal services is one, that the internal service departments, Joe's department, mine, HR, Tom's, we're all reserving 8.3% contingency per policy, just like everybody else was. And a review of that, it didn't seem to make sense for us, internal services, who sell our services to our external service departments, to reserve 8.3% on our budget and them to reserve 8.3%. They were double reserving. So in other words, we were overcharging by 5.3% that we didn't think we needed to. So the intent there was to reduce the contingency to 3% and essentially return that 5.3%. So it would lower the line of increase moving forward. That was part of it. The other piece we found was that we had different methods for calculating our carry forward beginning fund balance in the budget. Some were as simple as that's what it was last year, that's what it'll be next year. And so we ended up accruing, in some, not all, but in some of our ISF departments, in a fairly high beginning fund balance that really wasn't intended. So we were essentially previously overcharging departments and collecting it in this beginning capital balance. So the goal here was to utilize that in the year we're in now, which some were relatively large. Joe's was relatively large in the dark blue. So that forced his ISFs down artificially for 1 year because we were using up cash that we had on hand. So moving forward, I mean, ideally, if you have the only amount you should carry forward on a year-to-year basis, if you spend all of your budget, is your contingency.
The 3.
Whatever it is, yeah. So the idea is to tighten up the budgets a little bit. So it's a little wonky between, and that's why Joe was trying to explain, between this budget year we're in right now, FY21 and FY22. It's just a transition year.
Would it be possible to just do like a one-time transfer, a general fund transfer, to write it instead of draw this out for multiple years and play with the numbers up and down?
I think it gets righted this next budget cycle, and we're looking at just technology here. So when we looked at all of them across the board, it's more balanced.
Yeah.
The one other reason here, I don't know if Joe mentioned or not, or intended or not, but this allowed us an opportunity to use some of these funds to move into this Office 365, which would have been a steep increase in ISFs, but we were able to buy that down at least for 1 year because of our cash collection. So overall, when we manage our ISFs together, all 8 departments, we're really kind of looking at what's the net impact of all of ISFs to our direct service departments and try to manage that. So
I mean, in the end, it doesn't really matter. I mean, it all comes out of one pocket
The
or
only-
the other.
Yeah, the only thing is that we just had accrued these balances in some of our funds, and our contingency was too high, so it's a little bit of a scramble to correct it, but it'll provide, I think, more stability over the long run, and a more reflective, on average rate.
So would you say then that basically the department's got a really good deal on ISF in 2021, but nobody told them, hey, you're getting a really good deal this year,
Well,
but
we're gonna get you
but you're going to get it next year? I mean, is
Well,
that?
we did, and Tom
Okay.
actually mentioned it. I remember him saying that, he said, you're the hero this year, but you're gonna be the GOAT next year. He told me that. I remember that. But yeah, that's right, because we used essentially excess ISF collections that had occurred over prior years to buy down the rates this year. So it makes 22 maybe look higher than they would normally.
Because otherwise, you could have sort of phased it in more gradually, but
Yeah.
it is what it is.
And those types of things are hard to do. We've done some adjusting with internal service funds before funding them from different sources, buying them down, so to speak. It never comes out good, right? You'll always experience this 1 year where things just get out of whack, and then it returns to normal, right? This is just a particularly bad one because it wasn't just the adjustment in contingency. There were several different factors that made it balloon. It wouldn't have been this ugly otherwise. Okay, so can I get next slide, please? Thanks. And so I just explained this, and so I'm gonna skip this slide. Okay, so for the future, and this is kind of important. I want to talk about the Microsoft 365 thing a little bit more, so that we have an understanding of what's going to happen. Since the beginning of my time here, we have been licensing Microsoft product for as inexpensively as we could possibly do it. The methodology was upgrade only once every 6 years. Microsoft upgrades its product regularly, pretty much every 3 years. We would skip a version. And so under the perpetual licensing model, which would allow us to do it, you buy it, you own it, right, forever, until you want to upgrade, then you have to buy that new version. We never put them under maintenance. We always just repurchase the licenses. This allowed us to do it for very inexpensively, take basically a $300,000 purchase and spread it out over 6 years, 50 grand a year. Easy peasy, right? For 1,000 users, that's pretty good. Like many organizations, we are heavily vested in Microsoft product. There's just no getting around it. That's just life with Microsoft. With this cloud product, Microsoft 365, they're changing how they do the licensing. There is no longer a perpetual license for us to buy. They're not allowing us to do that anymore. We basically have to put our licenses under maintenance and pay a subscription fee for them. Okay. This is going to increase the cost. It's going to increase the cost of the product. There's just no ifs, ands, or buts about it. And we have to be, what I'm doing now is I'm preparing the budget committee for those costs. And they're going to start to appear next fiscal and probably for the next 2 fiscal cycles after that. And let me explain how this is likely to happen. So for next fiscal year, I'm going to develop a separate chargeback formula for just the Microsoft product. Okay. On average, it's going to cost us $20 per month per employee for a Microsoft product, right? Easy way to calculate how much that is, it's 1,000 employees times $20 per month. That's that's $240,000 per year. Okay, that's coming. Okay. Now, it doesn't come without benefits. There's a lot of benefits to the Microsoft thing. It's just that this is not something that we can avoid, right? We can just not do it, but the county's just not going to let me take that position. Okay. So, we're funded for the first year. I have the money in the budget. It's going to come out of reserves. And my goal is to ease the county into these expenses. I'm going to create a separate chargeback mechanism, and the reason why I want this to be a separate chargeback mechanism is that if I rolled it into our regular chargeback formula, the cost of this product would be obscured from the departments. It would not understand what it costs when we upgrade this one person's license, or we upgrade these 100 employees' licenses. They would just think, oh, well, my ISFs are just going to go up. No, I want them to know how much it's going to cost, and I want them to see that in their internal service fund fees.
Are you saying there's different levels of participation in Office 365?
Yes, it varies from about $8 all the way up to $50 a month.
Okay, yeah, the different tools, okay.
Yeah. There's also add-on products. Okay, so the dashboards that you saw, right? To do those dashboards, for somebody to create those, $10 a month per employee.
I don't want a dashboard.
Additional, right? It's not included in the base product,
Give me the glove.
right? Just to create the dashboards, not to see them. Okay. So we need, as an organization, we need to put some cost control on this. We have to do that. So I'm going to do a separate chargeback mechanism so I can get reporting out to the departments so they can see how much it's accurately how much it's costing. And then what I want to do is create a I want the departments to understand that this is not something that they can just freewheel with the software and the availability. We've already gotten requests, right? We've already gotten requests for add-ons, right? So in addition to a $20 license or a $12 license or whatever we get them, we've already gotten requests for more. So I know this is coming. And I just don't want to get to the point where we're paying $400,000 a year for this product.
Joel, we getting $400,000
without consciously doing it, right?
More efficient than we had with the old stuff.
There's a lot that comes with this product.
$400,000.
Well, we're not going to get there. My mission is to stick right around $20 per employee in perpetuity, right? Probably not going to get there, right? But I wanted to let the Budget Committee know that this is coming, and it's going to be a topic for the next 3 budget cycles. And it's going to be something that I'm going to report on next year. My replacement will be reporting on for the next 2 years, so we can see how well we're doing with it. But I just wanted everybody to know that this is not a no-cost item, and it's not something that we can easily stop from happening. It would take quite a bulldozer.
Is the product or the license assigned to a person, or is it assigned to a computer?
It's assigned to the person.
So if we have turnover, that could increase the cost even more.
Oh, no. So when somebody leaves our employee, we remove that license from them.
Okay.
We would essentially move it to their replacement.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Hiring more people, right? Just like a computer, a desk, a chair, $20 a month. Right?
So, I can't remember which version it was, but Microsoft or Windows 9 or 8 or something, it was terrible. There was one that was just absolutely terrible.
Yeah, no. So, I mean, this is the thing, right? There are applications, Teams is one of them, which I'm sure you've run into if you've done any testimony to the legislature. They use Teams. People are clamoring over getting that product. It is actually an extremely useful product for employee collaboration, right? It's going to be something that you're going to see balloon here. And it's included in the core, which is nice, right? And so there's going to be a lot that comes with, there's a lot of security components, right? So for example, when we employ this, we're going to get a security function called multi-factor authentication, right? Which most of us have experienced if we're on Amazon or some other thing. If you're not doing it, do it, right? Where it sends you a thing on your phone saying, hey, is this you logging in? And you say, yes, it's me. It's going to be exactly that. That feature will be required for us to get cyber insurance. If we don't have two-factor authentication, they will not insure us for cyber liability insurance. So there are benefits for there's actually quite a bit of benefit from going.
So I think Joe's painting kind of a dark circle here a little bit. I'll just say that I haven't worked in Outlook 365, but I've talked to people that have, and I've worked in a similar product that has the same benefits, and it is a significant increase, and it's really the way of the future. And it'll relieve some of the work on your end in terms of data storage and email storage and all of that, correct?
Because there will be expenses that will go down in the IT department as a result.
And one of the great benefits, other than just collaboration, I mean, you know, the three of us could literally be working in a Word document together at the same time and watch each other's work. We'd be working on it together. But the presentation of the software is the same regardless if you're in the office or you're sitting by a lake that has Wi-Fi connection. It's the same exact presentation. And you have access to all of your data, anything, anywhere. Yeah. It's seamless.
The technology is great. But I'm talking to the budget committee. I need to talk numbers, and that's what the numbers are going to look like. So, that's all I have.
Thank you, Joe.
Thanks, Joe. Are you ready? Save the best for last. Drum roll, please.
Thanks. Sorry for running.
That dashboard is exactly what I need.
I can see something.
It's coming.
Special presentation tomorrow.
Yeah.
Thanks, Joe.
Thanks, Joe.
Hey, we are sharp at the end of the day for you.
Are you?
Hey.
That's right. That's right.
Really short.
Why did we put all Christie's funds on different pages that are far away from each other?
I'll read you the pages when we get there, if that'll.
Go ahead, Christie, when you're ready.
All right, so Tom just, Christy Bollinger, for the record, Deschutes County Property Manager. So Tom just handed out a handout, and before I get it to that, I just wanted to talk a little bit about our program. So the property management division consists of two people. It's myself and our property specialist, Deborah Cook. We manage for the county about 700 properties, and that equates to about 10,000 units or 10,000 acres. We work very closely with a number of departments, including the board, of course, and administration. But we also work with pretty much every department, from facilities to the sheriff's office, to finance, of course, tax, the assessor's office, natural resources. So we really touch a lot of different departments, and we really appreciate the collaboration that we have with them. Let's see. So in front of you, we just put together some points noting fiscal year 2021, some successes, and those are also referenced in the administrative services section of the successes and challenges in your budget binder. Also just noted some 2022, the performance management measures that are also in the budget binder, and also just some notable objectives that I just wanted to go over just real quickly. So of course, property management is here to support the board to achieve their objectives that they set out annually. We continue to work with DSL to finalize the DSL, the pending DSL land exchange that will provide the county 140 acres south of the fairgrounds. We're currently participating in the landfill siting work group and will eventually assist with the land selection and acquisition process. We work to identify properties for acquisition, for example, North County expansion, and manage those that acquisition process as directed by the board. We work to identify and disposition county-owned assets as also directed by the board. We're going to be coming and talking to the board more about this in the coming weeks, but basically talking about the Newberry neighborhoods and what the next steps would look like for that. Let's see, continue to assist and finalize the conveyance of the 40-acre property to the city of Redmond for Skyline Village. That'll be back in our court pretty soon, I believe, from the city. Participate in the Regional Emergency Services and Training Coordination Center. So I'm a part of that project planning team, and so as we move forward and potentially ask the board eventually for property, I would be a part of that process.
Let me step in there. So Mike.
That's the hose dragger dream?
That's right. I was just going to say, so the sheriff mentioned it, and it was mentioned at 911, and this is property, or.
That's right along with the regional medical examiner, $56 million operation. Okay.
Right.
56 million.
There's only 50 more of the sheriff's dream than the hose dragger.
Oh, it's
a partnership.
I think it's a waste of time myself, but that's just me.
This coming fiscal year, we'll complete another real property public auction. And then also another initiative that we're working on is with IT department to create a property database for our county property portfolio. So just a couple things I also wanted to point out is in terms of our operational challenges. So as we all know, camping on publicly owned property is continuing to grow. And so, we field a lot of calls from individuals and educate the public on, the challenges that we as a public agency have in terms of Martin versus Boise and what we're allowed to do and not allowed to do in terms of removing individuals from publicly owned property. And the other thing I just wanted to point out in terms of operational challenges is just that property management is continuing to experience a demand in our resources and on our program. So I just wanted to bring those couple things attention to the committee. And then another thing too that we there's a lot of things, we touch a lot of stuff, but just in terms of magnitude, we manage approximately 40 leases and licenses also for the county. So those are just some highlights. There's a lot of things in between. So any questions at this point?
I have a question. You have 20,000 allocated for temporary labor this year. That had not been a line item before.
Yeah, so I was just going to jump into the budgets. So if everybody wants to turn to page 398 in their binder, that's the 001-2550, which is the property management portion of the general fund. So to answer your question, Commissioner Dare, so yeah, that was a topic that we talked a lot in the pre-budget meetings with Tom and the group with that. So, one of the initiatives I mentioned was working with IT to create a property database for the county's property portfolio. So I envision, and talking with Tom through this, envision potentially providing or getting some temporary assistance to help with that project, and as well as a lot of other projects. I mean, we have 2 people, and I think, we're high performers, we're high producers, but we are, I would say, beyond capacity. So we're envisioning that 20,000 temporary labor to help us with some initiatives and just try to get ahead of some things. I feel like we're very reactionary in a lot of things that we do, and in managing real estate, you want to try to be proactive. So we need to find a way to get to that point. So that's just a kind of a first step to experiment and use it as a trial.
And then your legal, you're also adding 18,000. I was just wondering.
What line item are you on? I'm sorry.
The next page, 400, second one. It's going from, 25,000 expected to 44,000?
So that's ISF, so that's passed through from legal. I don't believe I have a lot of input on that.
Right.
Maybe Tom could speak to that, or
No,
Greg.
that's right. That's what legal charges to property next year. I mean, legal's ISF rates are kind of like an attorney's office, where they keep track of their time and they bill their client departments based on sort of a rolling average of how much time they spend. And Dave's been asked to review a lot of documents related to land transactions and leases and so forth over the last couple of years. So I'm certain that's where the increase is coming from.
This department's really expanded over the years. They used to be able to finance it with the proceeds of sales, and it looks like it's a general fund obligation of about, $1 million worth?
No.
How much?
There's only 2 people, so it's gone from 1 to 2 people. So there's revenue that goes back and forth.
I have a budget of $1,085,000. Or am I on the wrong?
No, that's the total, I think, of a portion of 001. Tom, if you turn to that last page there on the bottom, I noticed that too. It shows $1,085,000, and I think that might be a roll-up from other, like, I don't know how you say it, like property management is a subsection of 001. So I'm thinking that might be.
Their budget is 325.
Yeah.
07 there.
I guess I'm just getting lost here someplace.
Look right up above the 1,085,000 that you were just seeing.
That's the okay, it says.
Yeah, they're that one.
401.
Yeah.
Right.
The total for property is 325. That $1,085,000.
It says total resources.
Well, that's also their total budget.
325. Total requirements is $1,085,000.
No, our requirements are above that. Our requirements are 378.
Okay, so it's 378. I stand corrected.
Okay, all right, well, that's good.
So.
And I look at the revenues on page 498. And didn't we used to have the proceeds of sales first go into here to cover the cost of operation?
Well,
Now we're
yeah.
not getting anything.
They're made whole for the foreclosure, the annual auction is where we auction off foreclosed properties. So the time for Christie and Deb is covered from those proceeds, and the
Well,
rest
just for that
goes,
portion, not the
rest
whole.
goes to the taxing districts.
Okay, what's the 100,000 miscellaneous other revenue?
That's the $100,000 from the proceeds that Tom was just speaking
Okay.
of. So right now, we do an annual transfer right before end of fiscal year end, and so it'll be $100,000.
And then the $50,000 is from property management?
So that comes from the 090, the Project Development Fund, and we'll talk about that more, but we talked about this at length in the pre-budget meetings. And just due to the increased demand on property management related to like project development, not just foreclosure, and we
Where's
are
the
suggesting we
revenue-
go from 20
where's
to
the
50.
revenue shown for the sale of properties?
So the sale of properties goes into 802, and Greg could speak to that fund. I don't believe we're reviewing that. And then at fiscal year end, we make Fund 140, which is the foreclosed property fund, we make that whole. So statute allows us to get reimbursed for all of our management and supervision costs of foreclosed properties. So that's another fund we'll talk about in just a moment, too.
Just the foreclosed property.
Correct, yeah. So the 50 comes from 090, which is the project development, and then the 100 comes from the 140 fund, which is the tax foreclosed property. So just real quickly, so our ISFs increased by 38%, and like Tom mentioned, you know, a large percentage of that, 70% came from county council. So our overall requirements are going up just short of 18%. A big portion of that is mostly PERS and other personnel-related costs. I did put in, you know, asking for, like I mentioned earlier, the 20,000 for the temporary help, and I was able to go through and cut some other costs by about $10,000 to try to help offset that. So. Any other questions you might have? Okay, so the next fund is, I can't see, 140. So if you want to turn to page 402 in your binders. So this is the foreclosed land sales fund. So this is the fund that we make whole at fiscal year end. So when we do the sale of property, it goes kind of into a holding pattern into Fund 802. And then as we go through the year and have expenses, you know, maintaining properties, things like that, that gets billed or expensed into this fund. So right before fiscal year end, property management and finance will sit down and we'll finalize look at the expenses. You know, is there any other ones coming in before June 30th? And then finance will do a transfer from the 802 fund to Fund 140 to make this whole.
So this is the fund of managing just the activities of all those
Exactly.
parcels as they're, yeah.
Yep,
Juggled in the system.
And right now, I have estimated that we're going to come in at about 110,000 in expenses this fiscal year.
So we get a lot of the foreclosed properties that come in are a mess.
Yeah.
You know,
Yeah.
there's a lot of cleanup that needs to happen on, so that's where this would get paid for too.
Didn't we have to redo some of the sales, or we had to postpone them? So weren't there some costs involved with that this last year?
There was no cost associated with postponing. The biggest cost for the auction is in advertising, but because we talked to the board, we're able to postpone this last time around. We hadn't ran the ads yet, so it all worked out. So when we had our auction back in October, there was no additional cost to that. We did, because of COVID though, and because of the attendance to our auction, last year it was over about 200 people, and it was the largest attendance that in recent time. We moved it out to the fairgrounds, and that was a great place. We got a lot of really good feedback, so at this point, we're planning on doing the same thing.
Didn't we take some properties out? We didn't rerun an ad then after we took those removed those?
No, you wouldn't, you're not required by law, by statute to run the ad. The ad is required by statute for consecutive weeks, and so usually you run it really close to your auction, so it's fresh on people's minds. So if you were to rerun the ad, you'd have to cancel your auction, and you'd have to start over from square one as far as board order and whatnot. So it's not required by statute. We keep our website updated, so if we end up pulling a property, we update the website and refer people there too. So that's pretty standard operating procedure.
So you weren't impacted by the foreclosure moratorium?
No, that's mortgage foreclosures only.
Only, yeah. Everybody else. You guys get to keep foreclosing.
Well, and any properties that are coming now started a long time ago.
Long time back.
Yeah, not
We haven't paid
paying.
taxes.
Doesn't matter, well, for those of
So
us.
there
that
may
pay
be
taxes.
some implications coming, but that'd be a couple of years from now.
Yeah.
It's a 5-year cycle.
That's it, it'd be interesting to see how that aligns, because lots of times, right before the county would foreclose, if there's a mortgage on it, the lender, if there's anything there, will pick it up, right? But if you, yeah, that's interesting.
Any other questions on Fund 140?
No, I'm fine.
So the next fund, if you want to turn to page 485 in your binders, is 090 Project Development and Debt Reserve. So this is a fund that I would say it's sort of a joint effort between Tom and Greg and Dan and myself. There's lots of moving parts, and I'm still learning, especially on page 485. It's to me, it's very complicated. So basically, this fund captures debt service, it captures lease income, it captures if we disposition or sell a property, that would go into this fund. If we purchase property, an asset type property, it would come out of this fund, which.
Is this for the lease payments for this building come into?
Yes. Yes.
Any other leases that we have out?
Any others, correct, yeah. Well, yes, in some situations, there's some one-offs that might not.
What about the J-Bar-J lease to the pod?
Juvenile, yeah.
That one goes, that funding, I believe, goes to juvenile.
Should come here. Since it is county.
I'm still learning all this, so Greg and Tom, feel free to, and Dan, feel free to jump in. I don't want to misquote anything.
Doing fine.
Now, they have their own lease agreement, juvenile, with these people?
We manage the lease, but I believe the funding goes to juvenile from the lease. So property management manages the lease, like the administrative part of the document itself.
I suggest you put it all your leases in here would make sense to me. Thank you.
Especially if you're the manager.
Let's see here.
So I can add a little bit of a comment here, Christie, that relates back to what we were talking about earlier on the long-term funding of the capital improvements. If you notice, there's a transfer in from 060 on page 485 of 2.6 million.
Yes.
So that 2.6 million plus 2 million in fund balance is what's allocated to the acquisition, or a portion of the acquisition of North County.
That was on this other sheet.
Yes, so I'm trying to draw a line between some of these complicated funding relationships we have in our fund, so.
Basically, this is the acquisition and sale portion of our capital program. The one that, the 060 that Lee talked about earlier, that's building sort of the brick and mortar sort of construction project side of the capital program.
Thank you.
Let's see here. So our requirements have increased. It's roughly 60%. One thing, if you look at the materials and services, it went up, the proposed is going up by about 46%. Part of that comes from, I mentioned earlier that there's currently a $20,000 transfer from this fund over to the general fund to help offset property management's administrative type expenses. So we're proposing to increase that from 20 to 50. So that's part of it. And then also with some projects that we're working.
Shown as a transfer, isn't it? It just showed as expense. On page 486, the 50 grand. Property management.
Well, it goes from this fund over to.
Yeah, that's where it is.
But it's not a transfer. Here, it would be just.
Yeah, it works
we're
like a
just
transfer,
playing
but it's mechanics are like a transfer, but it's listed, because that's really what the sales and acquisition fund is doing. It's paying some professional staff, Christie and Deborah, to manage things. We don't want to charge people directly into this fund. That would be the other way to do it. It's cleaner to keep all the staff in the property, the general fund account.
And some other increases are attributed to continuing some environmental discovery and working through that related to the old Rod and Gun Club on county-owned property.
One in Redmond?
Yes.
That was a,
Also,
Oh, Christie, I have a question. If leases almost doubled, it went from 112,000 this year, it's going to be 220,000. Do you know what that increase is from?
yeah, so this past year, the board approved paying off the recovery center. So Greg paid that debt off, and that lease, now all the lease money from the Telecare lease is now going to be coming into that number. Before, it helped offset the debt service. Did I say that right?
Yeah, the lease revenue from the recovery center was going to a debt service fund that was funding the debt service payments. And since we paid the debt service off, now that debt service, or that lease is now going into here.
Straight revenue.
Yep.
Exactly. And then some other just material and services increases are related to completing the DSL exchange. We'll have some survey and consulting costs on that. Let's see here. And that's pretty much the gist of it. I'm happy to answer any specific questions.
have you made any progress in buying that land for the golf course? I'm just kidding.
Are you talking about Aspen Lakes?
No.
Oh, come on. Juniper's doing really well
Went
now.
down by
Lost tracks.
Lost Tracks.
Oh, you mean China had homeless problems? Yeah.
It's right next to the destination resort.
Yes, that destination resort.
Any other questions for Christie?
Thank you, Chris.
All right, thank you.
Thank you, appreciate it.
No, they were getting ready to sell there for a while. I don't know what happened. Make some money in that puppy. I'd like to say something.
8:30 tomorrow?
I screwed it up last year and I came at 9.
Yes,
I don't know why you throw this curve
I
on
was gonna
Friday. It's
remind
always
you.
at 8:30.
It's 8:30 in the morning.
I know, I messed it up last time. Bill would have been here at 9 unless
I, yeah.
Here you go, 9:09, 8:30.
Any other comments?
Better than 8:30, 8:30, 8:30, and then 9.
Well, that's work. At least I wouldn't miss the first part of the meeting.
We could start at 8.
Yeah, 8
Oh,
o'clock.
I said we could start at 9. That's fine with me.
Anybody we need to bring back tomorrow, or
No,
we need to hear?
I don't think
Well, we've
Cova
got, we have the luxury of Zoom now, so we can just,
call them up.
yeah, have them jump on rather than hauling them physically down here.
And you'll probably all see an email, I sent it out to all the budget contacts and department heads, that if they have special packages, decision packages for you to review, that they would probably want to be on the line in case there's questions.
But I don't think anyone has to show up, at least from my point.
Unless they want
Maybe
to.
listening, yeah.
So for my first go-round for a Friday of a budget hearing, you know, I've been making sure each night that I go back and I look through the sections that are coming up the next day, but any suggestions in terms of what would be the right way to prepare for tomorrow, or go back and look at special requests?
So,
Won't you have a list of decision points?
so there'll be two documents to look at. One is the discussion items that are on here, and I'll add whatever's appropriate to that. And then in the proposed budget, I don't know what page it's on, but there's just a master list of all the special requests. We will bring that back in a spreadsheet format that we can update live as you make decisions. So some of them will have general fund impacts and some won't. So anyway, then we'll be able to essentially get to that bottom line number that goes back in that spreadsheet that we talked about earlier today.
They're kind of a bit all over, some of the special requests.
Yeah. But there's a master special request. There's one piece of paper that has all of them on it.
Oh, good.
Yeah, just one list, yeah.
Will you
Is that in here, or you're?
It is. Do you know off the top of your head what page that master?
No, but we're
redoing it to make sure that all the numbers are accurate.
We'll get another copy tomorrow.
You'll get another copy tomorrow, and then Health Services leadership is planning on being de-armed in case there are any questions regarding health services.
We can get a hold of them, we know they have cell phones.
Yeah,
they
now
do.
that we, iPhones.
They also-
Cell phones, yeah.
300 cell phones.
350. was
They
the-
provided
We
an
have 329 people in the department.
updated cash flow based on what we asked for the other day. It's done in Mike Meyer font, so you can see it well. And so Dan's going to hand out copies, so you'll have those on your desk first thing in the
Oh,
morning.
so we can take it home and sleep on it under our pillow?
Can't we just pin it up on the wall? It's big enough for all of us to look at.
Okay.
I don't know why you guys pick on mine.
If you want to see the non-updated special request form yet that I mentioned, it's on page 39.
Thank you, sir.
One pager.
39?
Page
So
39.
just, I'd like to provide just a quick update on the phone call with the governor's office just now. Nothing really big news. Everything's about getting to 70% in vaccinations. When the 70% there, the intention is to basically take the risk level metrics and have them all go away, lift everything, transition back to local public health authority, and there's still probably going to be surges in the community, so Oregon Health Authority would be behind the local public health authorities, but it really turns it all back to us as a local public health authority. And then discussion about emergency orders, just a little request was, what was, each commissioner that was on the call, there's about 5 of us, what are our thoughts about the emergency orders? And I just mentioned that it'd be nice to aim at getting rid of the state emergency order. And the response was, well, just in case there's future FEMA something qualifications. And my thought there, and I shared with the group, was this is a worldwide national pandemic. I mean, let's not use just in case financials as a reason to keep an emergency order in place for a pandemic. So, but yeah, the governor's working on what it means to be extending emergency orders. So some of our orders may be going away. They said to get to 70% will be about the end of June, so is what they're estimating now. And they really want to advocate for people to get their vaccines, because that's the incentive now, is making all those metrics and the orders go away. That was our call.
And I'm assuming too that when it says priority,
I'm just not quite done
it
with
really means this is their number one priority.
Thanks.
With the health services, it's really hard to do that because
Why?
the behavioral health division and the public health division, it's kind of apples and oranges.
You got a department head's got a budget, he ought to be able to say this is, that's why he's getting the big bucks.
Well, they tried. This is
Yeah.
their attempt at
There is a-
prioritizing.
They handed it to us like.
But I
Last
mean,
time it wasn't.
but
No, it was prioritized.
But what you got to understand, what you have to understand, Mike, is, I mean, there might be a request that has general fund dollars in it, and there might be another request that's just, hey, if you just believe us that CCBHC is going to be around, so that we can convert this position from limited duration to regular.
Okay.
And that's a really different kind of thing than asking for money.
Okay.
They have 9 people that don't have cell phones. They have 359 on.
Oh, that's right, I missed.
Yeah, I spoke to Commissioner
Okay, we're going to continue the Deschutes County budget meeting to Friday, June 4th, 2021.
8:30 a.m.
8:30.
You guys are so good. 8:30, huh? I'll write that down.
Geez, you're only 3 minutes late. No, 6 minutes.
Pretty